Well, here we are again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, wondering what it all means. So much for us to talk about here on this Saturday, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, Space Fams, safety is first on our priority list on these little space journeys of ours, as they are both perilous and filled with dangers. Protect yourselves, lest you go floating off into that deep, dark void. Alright, good to see you, Space Fams. Frizzler first, Mono up second, Hunger Games 1989 third. Reference frame, close fourth. Blunted Suspect is here too. Mozart. George Waters. Donald James X. Series. PB. Sue Fairy Dust B. Mr. Spock. And Tracy Eva. Good to see all you folks. So we better get right to it, Space Fams? Let's start in America before I lose my goddamn mind.
Welcome back. Here at The Takeout, we talk about politics. And when we do so, we sometimes say we don't like to talk about how the sausage gets made. Well, my next guest is more interested in how sausage gets eaten, even arguing that its consumption might be able to fix a, quote, fund deficit here in America. Jamie Schelzer joins me now. He is the Vice President of Marketing at Johnsonville Sausage Company, which means he is an interested party in this conversation. Jamie, I know you guys have tracked a way to gauge how Americans are feeling not only about themselves, about the country, but their willingness or their comfort with hanging out with one another. What have you learned?
Well, starting back in 2024, we decided to kind of field a survey we called the Johnsonville National Temperature Check, which was, we think, the first political poll ever fielded by a sausage company. And the reason we wanted to field that survey is because we had a hunch that Americans were a little exhausted with all the outrage, anger, and negativity around them, and that as a result, maybe they were hanging out less. And we're a hangout food brand. Our products shine brightest at block parties and tailgate parties and brunches and potlucks. And so if people can't...
So I love this. I mean, first off, they bring on, they're like, oh, what we need is on this political show is another CEO to come tell us how to feel right now. This guy is like, they're just sick of being outraged, and you know what will solve that? Forgetting, just, you know, that this is one of the most brain dead fucking takes I could have imagined. I honestly thought this was a fucking onion piece when I first saw it.
Out like they once did, it's going to be a problem for sausage at some point.
And what has been the directional indicator in the numbers since the election year, which some might have assumed that would be the high point of either anxiety or negativity, but what did you find this year?
Yeah, last year, 80% of Americans told us that they were exhausted with all the outrage. This year, that number actually climbed to 84%. So even though the election is in the rear view, we don't have a midterm until next year, Americans aren't feeling better. They're actually more...
Dude, this shit is so fucking idiotic. This is baby brain shit right here, okay? I mean, first off, who knows what? Just let's try and forget about what the actual, you know, process of this poll might have been. Okay, I imagine that they were incredibly nuanced with their polling strategies. But you know, it is just fascinating to me that this is what we're getting from CBS News. They're paying who knows how many millions of dollars to make these sorts of segments, and like this guy's like, you know, look, we gotta sell sausages, people.
Republicans, more Democrats, more independents, they all tell us they're hanging out with people less than they used to, and those numbers also all higher.
And the fact he's like, you know, the election's over, we don't have a midterm, so why are you focused on politics right now?
We were last year during the election year.
And I just want to put the data up on the screen because you mentioned it. This is not a single party phenomenon. Everyone is feeling this, regardless of party ID.
The numbers are consistent on all of our data points across Republicans, Democrats, and independents. Very little difference.
And how does that affect your company's thought process about marketing? Do you try to take this on head on? And if so, in your...
Now, if this was the question posed to people, this is not asking people if they're upset about the outrage. They just believe it's that having fun with other people is harder than it used to be. And there could be a plentitude of fucking reasons for why they find it harder to hang out with people right now. Not clear that they're just sick of people being outraged. It could be, oh my God, it could be so many things. It could be, oh, my economic situation is not great. Oh, maybe we have a fucking fascist takeover of our government and the president is, circumventing the Constitution. Or maybe there's multiple genocides happening on the fucking planet. I don't know. Oh no, they're just sick of being outraged.
Marketing. Do you try to take this on head on? And if so, in your debates about whether to do that, did you get any suggestions that might be at the margins harmful?
Yeah, when we decided to kind of create this idea where we were going to encourage Americans to just make time to hang out, to have fun together, we hired 2 political consultants. One from the right, one from the left.
Nice, a centrist poll.
And did an offsite.
Sweet.
And we asked them to view our idea through the lens of their base voters and give us some feedback, because we knew we were veering pretty far out of our sausage lane with this idea.
No shit.
And look, these can be scary times for brands. So we wanted to get some advice, and the two consultants got along great. Everybody always asks.
Sick.
But they also
No way. Two political consultants got along?
But they agreed
Oh my God.
vehemently on this idea that there's a small percentage of
Oh
each
my God. Two paid political consultants working for a you know, like a Fortune 1000 sausage making company got along. Oh my God, who could have guessed? Who could have guessed that? I never. Oh my gosh.
In this country that doesn't want unity, doesn't want to see the country more united, and that if we were going to go forward with this idea, we should expect to hear from those people. And we have, but we just have made a decision as a brand and as a company that we're going to agree to disagree with the small vocal percentage of people in this country who don't want to see it more united.
Just to drill down on that for a second, these consultants, one Republican and one Democrat, agreed on one thing, which is you will take a risk as a company if you preach unity. Because some consumers will be mad at you for preaching.
Get along with the fascists, guys. Come on.
You know, it's funny. The word preach is one we talked about a lot in this process. We know that we're just a sausage company. We viewed the idea that people are hanging out less as a problem. It just frankly makes us a little sad. But we didn't want to just go out and preach to America as a sausage company, and that's really why we went to the data and said, how are Americans really feeling here? We need some facts on our side.
Oh, please.
And that's how we ended up fielding the national temperature check.
Sweet.
To just get some data on our side. And what we have found is these are not slim majorities. These are overwhelming majorities across parties and independents who are just feeling a little exhausted by all of this, and that they say as a result they're hanging out with people less than they used to.
You just mentioned super majorities. Let's put this up on the screen. 78% post-2024 election, not comfortable hanging out. 71% comfortable. So it moved in the wrong direction. Did that make you reconsider? Well, should we even be doing this anyway?
Those numbers aren't numbering.
No, I mean, I think we're going to continue to encourage America, and we're going to do everything that we can. I like to tell people.
So, if anything, it went up 7 points from last year to this year. Now, we are living more and more in a fractured society for all sorts of reasons, right? You know, the economic situations. People like, you know, I can't go and do this thing. I need to figure out how to pay the bills, right? That was before the election, and now we have a fascist takeover of the government. Last year there was still, I mean, of course there was an ongoing genocide going on last year, and we thank God we have a sausage CEO on CBS to tell us we gotta stop. Just you know, stop worrying about the state of the country or the world. Buy our sausages for the love of God. Come on.
That. You know, we are a brand, and we're a brand with a budget. It's not a beer budget, which in the advertising world means gigantic. It's a sausage budget, but it's real money. And when we invest that money to make and run ads, we're making choices about how to use our voice. And so this is kind of how we've decided to use our voice as a brand. But we don't have any illusions that we're going to solve the problem. We're gonna continue to do the best we can and do everything we can with what we have. But frankly, we could use a lot of help in this endeavor. I saw the footer before I came on that sausage saves America. Honestly, Major, that feels like a lot of pressure. We know we can't do this by ourselves, but we're going to keep doing everything that we can.
And very quickly, this is a bottom line issue for you. It's not just about corporate altruism. You need to sell more sausage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, at some point, if people can't hang out as much as they used to, that's going to be bad for sausage. I think that's a little true, and it's hard to put your finger from a business perspective on exactly how true that is.
You know, we can survive without the Constitution or our civil rights or Medicaid, you know, without health care or food. But, but we need sausage, okay? That's what this is what we're getting from CBS, okay? This is the most brain dead political take, I swear to God. And I hope CBS got paid for this fucking ad. Because holy shit, what was the point of this segment? What are we even supposed to take from this, chat? Can anybody tell me what it is that we are supposed to take from this nonsense? Oh, we're supposed to, you know, forget about politics, You know, forget about all of that stuff. And we need to hang out together so sausage companies can continue to exist. While Donald Trump plays trade war games, threatens our fucking survival, you know, tariffs making goods more expensive. But you know, the important thing is that we just buy more sausage. Stop worrying about politics. The election's over, people. That's basically this guy's message. The election's fucking over. We don't have a midterm until 2026. Why are we all so concerned with politics still? Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. When I saw this, I was just blown away. In this moment, this is the kind of journalism that CBS is doing. You know, Major Garrett is one of these people who we don't go to very often just because of how much I kind of just dislike him. I don't know what it is about Major. I can't put my finger on it, but it's garbage like this that cements my opinion of Major Garrett. I mean, I assume he's in charge of the guests that come onto his show. I could be completely wrong about that. I'm sure he has producers suggesting ideas. But you would think he has some kind of veto power on his own show, The Takeout with Major Garrett. Sorry, everyone. I'm a little stressed out right now. Last month was stressful. April was even more stressful. And June's it's about to be even more stressful for me because somehow in May we did not make enough money. I mean, technically we have one more day left, but my YouTube payment's about to be as bad as it was last month somehow. I don't understand how. And you know, I don't even know how I'm going to pay all of the bills. It's just everything that I've been trying to fight against is just happening in front of our eyes. I'm losing it. And when I see journalists getting paid way more than I am, I'm living in poverty over here. Major Garrett probably lives in a fucking mansion. So does this fucking asshole right here with this, I don't even know what to call this little face that he's putting on right here. The sad puppy face that he's putting on. Millionaire sausage CEO. I mean... I'm just...
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
That's the seriousness with which CBS is taking in this moment. Now let's go to somebody who makes a hell of a lot more sense. A man who's running for office in New York. Zoran Mamdani, who hopes to be the mayor of New York City here.
Congratulations on your relatively recent nuptials.
Thank you.
I could only imagine that running for mayor of the largest city in the United States and planning a wedding at the same time is no easy feat. How did you manage it?
Well, I think New Yorkers deserve a leader that hustles just as hard as they do. And finding the time is also much more possible when you have a partner who's just as supportive as mine is. And I've been so lucky to not only fall in love, but to have a wife who has been at the heart of making this decision of running for mayor many, many months ago. And now we see, with just about 6 weeks left, that we have a real path to win this race.
And so from marital promises to campaign promises,
Yes.
Let's dive right in.
You have to fulfill them all.
That's right. And you know what they say? They say that this is the second toughest political job in the United States outside of the presidency. Mm-hmm. So let's start out by asking you, why should voters trust that you are up for the challenge?
You know, first and foremost, because I actually understand the number one crisis in this city, which is a crisis of affordability. And you can see that in the polls around how New Yorkers are feeling in this moment. You can also see that in conversations you have with New Yorkers. There are so many people who have helped to build this city, sustain this city, but they don't know if they can call themselves New Yorkers next year because they don't know if they can afford their rent or their childcare or their groceries or even their Metro card. And fundamentally, this is a campaign about delivering them a city they can actually afford.
And you mentioned rent, right? The Rent Guidelines Board is considering another round of rent hikes coming up for stabilized units. What act would you take as mayor if the board approves those hikes this summer?
I would freeze the rent, and I've said that because we have close to 2.5 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized housing. These are New Yorkers with a median household income of $60,000, and the Rent Guidelines Board found that in the last study, the landlords of those units saw a 12% increase in their revenue. And what we need in this moment is relief for those tenants who are on the brink of being priced out of the city that they call their home.
Another front of mind issue for a lot of viewers across our News 12 footprint is the immigration policies. One of the top concerns. Now, as mayor, would you cooperate with ICE as Mayor Adams has in recent weeks, or would you like to change course?
I would change course. You know, I would be, as elected, the first immigrant mayor of this city in generations. And I got my citizenship not too far from here, not too many years ago. And I understand just how deeply terrified so many immigrant New Yorkers are in this moment, where we have a mayor who is willing to throw them away to continue to secure his own personal freedom. And we have a former governor running for Eric Adams' second term, running without the appetite to actually put up a fight to Donald Trump, who in this moment is putting New Yorkers firmly within his crosshairs.
So,
I mean, and yeah, I'm fairly certain that Andrew Cuomo agrees with Donald Trump on plenty of things. You know, he's pretty much a centrist. I mean, and, you know, he's certainly more wealthy than Zoran.
You're a self-proclaimed democratic socialist running for mayor of the financial capital of the world. How do you reconcile that contrast, and what would democratic socialism actually look like at City Hall for you?
So to me, democratic socialism is a belief that every person should have what they need to live a dignified life, and that it's local government's job to ensure that. And when you look across the city, you ask New Yorkers, there's a general understanding that if we're talking about K through 12 education or sanitation or libraries, that this is something that's a public good. But there are so many other things that we understand are just as critical to living a dignified life that we're pricing people out of. If it's their rent, if it's their food, if it's their childcare, these are not negotiable things. These are things that every New Yorker needs to call the city their home. And ultimately what a city hall would look like under the leadership of a democratic socialist mayor is a city hall that is fairer, a city hall that puts working people at the heart of it, and a city hall that understands that in this country, where we have seen income inequality decline, we're seeing it rise in our city, and we have to bring an end to that.
To that end, you've proposed city-run grocery stores, fare-free public transit. Supporters certainly say that your plans are bold, but your critics call them unrealistic. How do you plan to fund these ideas without driving away business or middle-class taxpayers?
So let's take these two examples. A network of municipal-run grocery stores, one in each borough, so 5 in total, would cost the city $60 million. The city is already set to spend more than $140 million subsidizing corporate supermarket chains without any guarantee of affordability from that subsidy. So this is less than half of what we're already set to spend. When it comes to fare-free buses, the cost of that is about $700 million a year. That's in the context of a city budget of $115 billion, a state budget of $252 billion. And what we've put forward is a plan to raise $10 billion a year that would make those buses free, pay for universal childcare, and give us the fiscal flexibility to Trump-proof our city by raising taxes on the most profitable corporations in the state to match that of New Jersey's top corporate tax rate, 11.5%, and by raising taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers who make $1 million a year or more by a flat 2% increase, just $20,000, which for someone making $1 million is more like a rounding error.
And talking public safety now, another crucial issue. A lot of your opponents are looking to beef up the NYPD, add more officers at a time when they are saying they are critically short-staffed. Your plan is somewhat different. You want to create a new agency altogether outside of the NYPD, but with a lot of New Yorkers, especially in high-crime neighborhoods. We've done a lot of investigative work, especially with gun violence in recent months. People there, a lot of them are asking for more police, not less. So how do you square your views with their concerns, while of course also addressing the attrition, the overtime issues that the NYPD is battling right now?
You know, police have a critical role to play in creating public safety. And what we're doing right now, however, is relying on them for almost every single failure of the social safety net. And that reliance is preventing them from doing their actual jobs. And you can see that in the stubbornly low clearance rates for the major 7 categories of crime. And when I speak to New Yorkers, like you said, safety is a top concern. They also want to see more of these crimes actually be solved. And the only way we can do that is if we allow police to do their jobs and hire trained mental health professionals and social workers to do the jobs that they were meant to do. And I say that in reference specifically to dealing with the mental health crisis in our city. What we have right now is a system that is failing New Yorkers. It is failing a New Yorker like Win Rosario, a young man who was in the midst of a mental health crisis, when he called 911 and asked for help in his own home when 2 officers who were trained to provide mental health response then shot and killed him within 3 minutes. That does not serve anyone in that situation or the city at large. We need to ensure we bring the strategies that have worked elsewhere in the country, that have been proven successful, and aggressively pursue them here in our city, and chief among them also is gun violence prevention.
You have spoken out obviously quite vocally in the aftermath of the Israel-Hamas war. You are running for mayor in a city that is home to the largest Jewish population outside of Israel. You know this better than anyone. Some of those voters feel that your positions have alienated them.
Oh.
If you win this election, the primary and then the general election, how will you embrace the Jewish community?
Ultimately, to run to be the mayor of this city is to represent each and every New Yorker, not just cherry picking those that agree with your policies. And I think
Yeah, and I love the way that she fucking framed that shit. She's like, what about Jews? And the way she talks about it is like all Jewish New Yorkers are pro-Israeli almost. Like, I just want to hear that fucking question one more time, because it's wild fucking framing.
Those voters outside of Israel are running for quite vocally in the aftermath of the Israel-Hamas war. You are running for mayor in a city that is home to the largest Jewish population outside of Israel. You know this better than anyone. Some of those voters feel
she did say so.
that your
Okay.
positions have alienated them. If you win this election, the primary and then the general election, how will you embrace the Jewish community?
ultimately, to run to be the mayor of this city is to represent each and every New Yorker, not just cherry picking those that agree with your policies. And I think of Mayor Koch as an example who said that if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. If you agree with me on 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist. Because ultimately, what we need is someone who is able to bridge the divide, especially where there are moments of tension. And I can tell you that I was at a forum earlier in the race, where I was sitting within a synagogue, and at the end of the forum, an older Jewish New Yorker came up to me and whispered in my ear, I disagree with you on one issue, but I agree with you on the others, and I'm going to be ranking you. And I think that's where there's this possibility where we understand we need not agree on everything, but ultimately we know that these disagreements are still based on a shared humanity. And all of my positions, be it about Israel or Palestine or anywhere in the world, comes back from a belief in universal human rights and a recognition that October 7th was a horrific war crime, and what we have seen since is also a war crime, and we have to be able to say those things in the same breath.
You know, it sounds like that was a pretty powerful encounter you had with that voter in the synagogue. Is there any part of your stances as it relates to Israel, now being a candidate on the campaign trail for 7 months in the city, that you've revisited? Or do you feel more than ever that your stances are the right ones to have?
You know, I feel that from the beginning of my political career, it's been consistency that I've sought to have in my politics, a belief in international law, a belief in universal human rights, and I think that that has shone through over the course of our campaign. And I also understand that Jewish New Yorkers are concerned about a wide variety of issues. When you look at polling, you see the number one issue is affordability. The next issue is having to do with caregiving of older adults. The next having to do with compensation for that kind of caregiving and that child care. And the issue after that is discrimination. And
but I am fascinated. Like, she really, like, she is pushing so hard on this Israel issue, right? She asked him one question, then she's like, after all of the stuff he says, she's like, well, you know, I know you've been running for mayor for a little while. Have you changed your positions about it? Would you like to would you maybe like to, tell us that you actually Palestinians don't deserve the same human rights as Israelis? It is so fucking annoying to me. Like, why does she feel that this necessary? It's like, are you sure you haven't given up on the Palestinian cause yet? And what's fascinating to me most about this is that anybody would think that the mayor of New York, the mayor, okay, not even the governor or he doesn't have any vote. He won't, if he leaves, stops being the assemblyman for Queens, he's not going to be able to vote. He's not going to be in Congress voting. He will have zero effect on what happens in Israel and in Palestine. Right? It's a ridiculous sort of premise that she's working off of right now.
For that kind of caregiving and that child care. And the issue after that is discrimination. And we have seen a horrific rise in anti-Semitism across the city. Jewish New Yorkers comprise more than half of all victims of hate crimes in this city.
And the worst in the nation, we found out a week ago.
And it's unacceptable. And what I have said is, in proposing the Department of Community Safety, this new department that would finally deliver that public safety New Yorkers have been denied, is a core part of it deals with hate violence and increasing the funding for hate violence prevention programming by 800%. That's the largest of any commitment of any campaign in the race, because ultimately what Jewish New Yorkers deserve is what every New Yorker deserves: safety and a recognition of their innate humanity and dignity in this city, and a city government that actually delivers on that, not just talks about it.
Congestion pricing, needless to say, has become an intense battleground. Should New York revise the program, scrap it, or keep it as is?
I believe we should keep it as is. It is a program that I have supported because of its potential to reduce congestion, to increase bus speeds, and to reduce air quality pollution. And what we've seen is that has been the case in the central business district of Manhattan. Now, I launched a program in Albany called Get Congestion Pricing Right, which said that when we look at the examples of Stockholm and London, other world cities that have implemented this tolling program, they paired it with an immediate enhancement in public transit service.
Immediately,
and because
if
of
not
that
sooner.
campaign with Deputy Majority Leader Mike Gianaris in the state Senate, we won more than $12 million in additional bus service. I still believe we need to deliver more and better bus service and subway service to New Yorkers in tandem with this program, because everyone across the city needs to understand this as a moment we transform our streets, we transform our public transit.
Mayor Eric Adams running as an independent, and he says the drop federal charges do not leave him beholden to Donald Trump. Do you buy that?
Not at all. And I think most New Yorkers don't either, because they don't have to listen to his words. They can look at his actions. And his actions are one that you earlier described correctly as collaborating with ICE and collaborating with the Trump administration. And we've seen Andrew Cuomo only offer cowardice. What we need in the response to Donald Trump's attack on the city is courage, conviction, and clarity. And I will be offering that as the next mayor.
Rikers Island. Can you commit to closing Rikers by the 2027 deadline and opening borough-based jails as currently planned? And also would love for you to weigh in whether you feel that the city should have oversight over our jail system versus an independent monitor.
What we've seen is that the city's oversight under Mayor Adams has been one that has been a betrayal of so many of the core promises and hopes of the campaign to close Rikers Island. This mayor has rendered it functionally impossible to close Rikers by the date of 2027, and he has done so by not even trying to follow that timeline. What I would do from the first day I was the mayor is not only use every single tool at my disposal to close this island, but to ensure that we do not continue the Eric Adams legacy of incarcerating even more New Yorkers than we had prior to when he came into office.
So can you commit to getting that done by 2027?
I'm going to do everything I can. It's my hope to deliver it, but ultimately what Eric Adams has done is made it functionally impossible to abide by that same timeline. I hope to disprove that.
What do you think is a reasonable timeline?
You know, it is something that
I love
will
how
absolutely hope to do as close as we can.
Now that
2027.
I'm sorry.
I think from the
I fucking love Zoran. I think he's a great candidate for New York. And I think it's fucking insane that this woman is trying to force him to commit to closing it by 2027 when none of the facilities have been built by Eric. He's been mayor for how many years now? Has it been? God damn it! How many years? I forget. It's been like at least like 3 years, I think, right? Eric Adams. It's been almost 3 years since 2022 that Eric Adams has been in charge. He has done fuck all about making that happen, like Zoran keeps saying to this idiot. And like, I mean, we're talking about giving this man, or at least she's talking about, like, suggesting that he should be able to solve that. Because he won't even take office until the end of the year, right? God damn it! When is the actual? I can't even remember where the actual election date is. But basically, I mean, she's like, "Hey, are you sure you can't, do this all like immediately? Like, just make facilities appear out of fucking nowhere?"
Day of my administration, it's going to be a priority of mine to ensure that we actually deliver public safety. I'll give you an example. Rikers Island is currently providing mental health services for about 40% of its incarcerated population. That's at the cost of $550,000 a year per person. Now, we see New Yorkers who are facing mental health issues in our city. That is the largest provider of mental health services. It should not be that way. Meanwhile, we have programs like clubhouses, better known through one of the examples of Fountain House. They treat New Yorkers with SMI, serious mental illness, at a far better efficiency and effectiveness than Rikers Island. Increased rates of employment, decreased rates of loneliness, decreased rates of hospitalization, and the cost of that for a year is $4,000. That's about 2 or 3 days on Rikers. Rikers is not just a moral stain, it's also a fiscal stain and a political stain on our city.
But facilities like that are overcrowded, there's not enough beds, so what would you do? Create more facilities?
Which facilities? The clubhouses?
Yeah.
Absolutely. That is the goal here. We have clubhouses which currently are only in a few neighborhoods. We need to have a clubhouse in every single neighborhood. We need to have community mental health navigators that are in the community. And what we mean by that is taking away the stigma of mental health and the crisis that it is, and finally making it as easy as possible for New Yorkers to access those kinds of services.
Let's talk electability. You have been called everything from a visionary to a radical, sometimes within the same sentence. What's the biggest misconception about you?
I think the biggest misconception is that we can't win this race. Many people have put ceilings on our campaign from the beginning. They first said we couldn't hit 5, then 10, then 15, now 20%. And yet I sit speaking with you as a candidate who in the last poll was at 22%. And we don't live and die by these polls, but they do reflect a growing momentum and a growing hunger for a different kind of politics in this city, one that puts working people first. And what we will deliver on June 24th is not just a surprise or a statement, it'll be a victory. And we're confident of doing that because while there isn't an ideological majority in this city, be it progressives or any other, we know a majority of New Yorkers feel left behind by the economic policies of this mayoral administration and of politics today. And we're going to finally answer that with an agenda to make the city affordable.
You mentioned the polls. I'm a big believer that the only one that counts is the one on election day.
Absolutely.
But the latest poll that we did see a few days before we are sitting down here before this interview was a Marist poll that showed Andrew Cuomo was ahead, a double-digit lead. That's certainly a steep hill for you to climb.
It is, but I've been climbing a steep hill ever since we started this campaign. And I would tell you that a few months ago, the final...
This woman is such a garbage. It's just so garbage. But you know what? I mean, some of the things she's saying are accurate. I'll give her that much, at least at the time of this interview, because this was 6 days ago. I just ran into it recently. The last couple days I saw it. I was like, oh shit. Full-on Zoran interview. He must be a serious candidate all of a sudden. Of course, we've been taking him seriously around here since day one, but he's no longer behind by double digits. He's behind by single digits. So within a few days, because I think it was only a few days ago that the poll came out, but he's only down 7 or 8 points right now, supposedly, according to the latest polls. But I get the sense that this woman is voting Cuomo.
Had Andrew Cuomo leading me by about 40 points. In that poll you just referenced, that lead is cut in half to about 20 points. And we think that over the next few weeks, we are going to cut that lead in half again and again and again until we get to 51% on election night.
Ranked choice voting has certainly reshaped New York State politics. Which candidates do you see as your allies in this race? And who poses the biggest threat to your support?
I have long said that I would only critique failed and disgraced executives of our city, be they present or past, and that has only pertained to Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo. That's where I've kept my fire because that's where we need to turn the page on that chapter of failed leadership. There are a number of other candidates running looking to turn that same page, and I think that I'm committed to cross-endorsing well before Election Day so that we can let New Yorkers know not only fill their ballot, not only leave Andrew Cuomo off of it, but who else should actually be on that ballot. And
which among them are your strongest allies?
you know,
Oh my god. You can tell. She's either an Eric Adams or an Andrew Cuomo fan. Hard to say which one it is. But it's fascinating the way that she's conducting this interview. He's like, hey, I just want to focus on Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams, two people who both failed New York. And she's like, can we talk about the people that you said that you didn't want to talk about? And he's like, yeah, I guess. This woman is so garbage. Holy shit. It's wild. It is wild. But the thing about Zoran is that he is more genuine than Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams combined, that they've ever been, from my recollection.
To be on a Working Families Party slate with 3 of them, with Brad Lander, Adrian Adams, Zelnor Myrie. Those are other candidates that are looking to turn that same page. And what I would say is the greatest threat to our vision for the future is Andrew Cuomo's vision for the past. And he wants to bring us back to a time when he was the governor, cutting Medicaid, stealing hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA, claiming to fight for working people while giving his rich donors tax breaks. New Yorkers are tired of that. They're tired of that in Washington today under Donald Trump. They want a new kind of leader, and that's what our campaign presents.
And you know, you've earned a lot of endorsements from fellow progressives. Jamal Bowman came out the other day to support you, but you can't help but notice that AOC has stayed silent so far. Why do you think that is?
You know, I am proud to be represented by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and have been represented for many, many years. And I think she's done a terrific job in Washington. And I think she, like many others, are taking a look at this race and seeing how it is starting to play out. And I am looking to earn her endorsement and everyone's endorsement over the course of it. Because ultimately what we know is that even though I've been running for more than 6 months, most New Yorkers are just tuning in now. This is the time really when the election begins. And there is still a long way to go for us to win that race on June 24th.
Do you expect that you will ultimately receive her endorsement in this race?
I hope to earn it.
If you win the keys to Gracie Mansion, who are some of the names you would tap for top posts in your administration?
You know, just as much as I've been having a public schedule across the 5 boroughs, I've been having a private schedule where I've been meeting with deputy mayors and commissioners from previous mayoral administrations. Because what New Yorkers deserve from me as their next mayor is a team that spans generations, a team that spans different administrations, and a team that ultimately is brought together by a shared excellence. We need to bring public excellence back into public service, and we've been missing that under this mayoral administration. And I'm very excited by the people that have been helping us not only understand the why or the what, but the how, because delivering this agenda is the #1 priority that I have.
Finish this sentence. If I win this race, it will be because.
Working people stand up and ask for a mayor that represents them.
If I lose this race, it will be because.
Andrew Cuomo's record doesn't come out.
You often share your family's immigrant story and your mother's success as a filmmaker. How has that changed your views on power, privilege, and opportunity here in New York City?
You know, both of my parents came to this country on scholarships, and my father, in 1962, my mother about a decade later. And this was the country where they pursued their dreams. My father is an academic, my mother is a filmmaker. And my mother, for a long time as I've been growing up, has always told me, if we don't tell our own stories, no one else will. And that has been a responsibility that I've sought to live up to, of telling the stories not only of myself, but also the stories of New Yorkers everywhere whose experiences are not being recognized at the heart of our politics. And always they left with me an understanding that though they have been successful, every other New Yorker is no less deserving of the benefits of that success. Everyone should have a childhood where you have an education, you have a home, you have healthcare, you have the ability to do more than just struggle. And I hope to deliver that for each and every New Yorker, no matter what zip code they live in.
How anybody will rank Andrew Cuomo above this guy, I have no fucking clue. Andrew Cuomo was a garbage person. As governor, he was terrible, just like Zoran just mentioned. He removed funding from all sorts of stuff that New York depends on. And Eric, I mean, we all know exactly what Eric's been up to. I mean, in so many capacities, whether it's taking bribes from the Turkish government or trying to get out of the punishment for those bribes by working hand in hand with the Trump government. I mean, it's just, it is insane. Now, I just want to remind everybody that we have a goal going on right now, and it's the last day for May. So I made it 10 super chats or super stickers. I know it's a big goal. The fact is like I was saying before, May was not the best month for us either. You know, I don't know why, but we are way behind right now. I'm already looking like 2 months out and being like, fuck. June and July is fucked. And it's my birthday this month too. You know, I feel like I'm hitting walls everywhere. You know, trying to make things happen over here. You know, I refuse, at least up to this point, I've refused to sort of change course on things to continue to bring people everything that's happening out there, not just some of it. And, you know, whether that's been detrimental to my financial situation, well, it's inarguable, probably. I see plenty of other people doing much better, doing, you know, not focusing on everything and just being like, let's focus on one thing and one thing only. Tracy, getting us started. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate you. Let's get this goal party started. That's right, let's get it started. Emotional support characters. Okay, all right. Oh, please hold. Oh my god, how many times am I gonna fucking do that? Okay. Yeah, today is the last day of May. And of course, our YouTube earnings are on a monthly basis. I won't see that money until the last week of June, but it's the last time for anybody to contribute to the, you know, the May earnings. So please do consider helping out so I can stop freaking out. If you got it, I get it. I get it. Times are tough. The future looks bleak. All right. And it's not looking, honestly, it's not looking a whole lot better. Let's talk health. Let's talk health. Got a bunch of stuff to talk about with health, whether it's the HHS or Medicaid. All of it's totally fucked right now. Let's start here at the Ministry of Truth. Kirkenstein's Monster. Hey, thank you, Kirkenstein. I'm June baby as well. Gemini or Cancer. I'm on the cusp. June 20th. Whatever the hell that means. What is that? It's like, there's some sort of astrological phrase to describe what you're talking about, and I cannot remember what it is. It's like, is it like, I think it's Cancer rising or something? I cannot remember. Yeah, no, totally. I'm actually a Gemini. Ministry of Truth, Caroline Levitt, to tell us about HHS, what they've been up to.
Thanks so much, Caroline. A notice investigation found that the Hallmark Maha Commission report that was released last week cites studies that appear to not exist. We know that because in part we reached out to some of the listed authors who said that they didn't write the studies cited. So I want to ask, does the White House have confidence that the information coming from HHS can be trusted?
Yes, we have complete confidence in Secretary Kennedy and his team at HHS. I understand there were...
Oh my God, I'm trying to listen to Caroline right now, but I'm overwhelmed right now looking at all these super chats coming in all of a sudden. Wow, we're already at 4. Mike B, you're doing a great job. Great work. Excuse me. Keep it up. Thank you, Mike B. I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to keep keeping it up until, I don't know, until I'm homeless, I guess, or until it works. One of the two. One of the two, whether I'm floating off into the void because of my own petard. And then Vicky showing up with a $20 super chat. One word. Here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You are all so beautiful. I appreciate you. You brought a tear to my eye. Yeesh, 5 super chats now. How am I supposed to do the content when you're all super chatting so much? All right, I'm not going to complain. GSL bust his ass to bring us content. We appreciate. I appreciate you, Donald James. I'm going to continue busting my ass. Regardless of what it means for me, I don't know why I insist on continuing. It just feels important.
Thanks so much,
All
Caroline.
right, Caroline, take it away.
A notice investigation found that the Hallmark Maha Commission report that was released last week cites studies that appear to not exist. We know that because in part we reached out to some of the listed authors who said that they didn't write the studies cited. So I want to ask, does the White House have confidence that the information coming from HHS can be trusted?
Yes, we have complete confidence in Secretary Kennedy and his team at HHS. I understand there were some formatting issues with the Maha report that are being addressed, and the report will be updated, but it does not negate the substance of the report, which, as you know, is one of the most...
It's literally the substance of it. This woman is so fucking stupid. I don't think she even knows what she's saying. She's either the world's best liar, although her face is kind of giving her away. So I think, yeah, I think maybe she does know that she's lying right now. I can't tell. She certainly doesn't have a background in science or medicine. That much is a given. But it's absolutely the substance. Like that journalist just said, they reached out to the people who supposedly authored the studies which were cited in the HHS report, and those scientists said, we didn't do this study. This study doesn't exist. And she's like, that's just a format issue. The substance, it's just not substantive, okay? It's just the Health and Human Services Department of the United States citing non-existent studies, and I don't know why you're asking us these questions. I don't know why you would want to ask me about fake studies in an HHS report.
Formative health reports that has ever been released by the federal government is backed on good science that has never been recognized by the...
Not only has it never been recognized, apparently it's never been done, Caroline. My God, she is either an idiot or just the world's biggest fucking liar. It's hard to say. You missed the Biden baddies? I've said it in the past too. I hate to say it again. But I mean, these Trump baddies are just fucking insane. They're just insane. Like, I did say it a couple of months ago. Oh, God. But it's just like, the Trump administration is just full of people who are just like straight up lying to our face. Not trying to come up with reasons for why they're doing things or whatever else. No, it's just we got the Ministry of Truth to tell us that our eyes are lying to us, right? We're just being deceived by our own eyes. We have to stop believing those lying eyes. And instead we have to believe the Ministry of Truth. She really is terrible. Great at her job, though, of lying for the president and his minions. But the fact is, these kinds of arguments, they're genuinely disturbing to me because Trump voters hear it and they just take this shit at face value. You know, it's fucking insanity. It is pure and utter insanity. Anyways, I just want to say thanks to all of you people who just helped us get to halfway through the goal. Only like, how long has the goal been going for? Like a half an hour? Yeah. Wow. Speaking of our lying eyes, those fake citations, let's go here to CNN to talk about that a little bit. And like, don't get me wrong, like I think many people, and maybe not everybody, I don't know when everyone found this stream right now that's in the chat, but of course, during the Biden administration, I feel like I was screaming every single day at them not doing enough, at them continuing to, watch Israel do, just all the worst things, and then just coming out and saying, actually, Israel has a right to do that, and all this other stuff. But, like, I honestly preferred them trying to defend their actions rather than just straight up gaslighting us. God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
The White House hailed the first report from the Make America Healthy Again Commission as a game-changing document addressing chronic health problems in children. But as Notice first reported, the report contains some mistakes. Here's how Notice put it. Quote, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says his Make America Healthy Again Commission report harnesses gold standard science, citing more than 500 studies and other sources to back up its claims. Those citations, though, are rife with errors from broken links to misstated conclusions. 7 of the cited sources don't appear to exist at all. My panel is back with me, including a reporter from Notice, Jasmine Wright, who asked the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt about this yesterday.
A Notice investigation found that the Hallmark Maha Commission report that was released last week cites studies that appear to not exist. We know that because in part we reached out to some of the listed authors who said that they didn't write the studies cited. So I want to ask, does the White House have confidence that the information coming from HHS can be trusted?
Yes, we have complete confidence in Secretary Kennedy and his team at HHS. I understand there were some formatting issues with the Maha report that are being addressed, and the report will be updated, but it does not negate the substance of the report, which, as you know, is one of the most transformative health reports that has ever been released by the federal government and is backed on good science that has never been recognized by the federal government.
I mean, I feel like I have so many things to say about this, but formatting issues is not one of them, right? Like 7 sources were completely non-existent. My colleagues, who I want to credit, notice fellows like 22-year-olds, Emily Kennard and Margaret Mano, took 5 days going through 522 citations, checking them all, and 7 of them just frankly didn't exist. I don't think that that's a formatting issue. Others, of course, were a little bit more technical. Maybe some of the links were broken, or maybe some of the conclusions that they came to by using some of these valid authors or articles didn't match exactly what the article said.
Yeah.
But it's
I mean, it's ridiculous to say that this suggests that citing just a completely non-existent study as a formatting issue. It's basically comparing it to doing single space instead of double space, or forgetting to, indent at certain points in the paragraph, or not using a proper header or something. It's complete nonsense. I feel like I'm in the goddamn Twilight Zone right now.
formatting issues. I also quite frankly, did you guys use AI? Because that was the conversation happening. Because sometimes when you use AI and you kind of put it all into the machine, I feel like I'm dating myself by saying it like that.
Everything's computer.
It hallucinates links. It hallucinates citations. She obviously didn't have an answer for that. And so I think this idea that it's just a formatting issue versus the way that they put it together is a bit different. And I think that the last thing I'll say is that, the HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy frankly faces an uphill battle when it comes to his credibility with his own team, with the MAHA movement, particularly because of some of the things that he said on vaccines and other more controversial issues. And even though it may seem small that just 7 citations didn't exist or others had broken links, when it comes to the medical field, every detail matters, and it's very hard to build credibility and to have the American people trust what you are.
It is beyond that, though. It is beyond that, because there's already a group of people who blindly trust Donald Trump and all the people around him, right? And the fact is, all of America is supposed to trust the HHS department, right? And all of the subsequent agencies beneath it, right? This has massive implications. And the fact that this early on into the administration, they are making these kinds of errors, it is dangerous. It is genuinely dangerous, because it will sow distrust in the institutions more than they already are distrusted, right? There's already a bunch of people out there who distrust the science, right? And this is just going to, oh my God. Like, we need to be able to trust them. Like, America should be able to trust them without even really thinking about it too much, right? Sure, a little bit of skepticism is fair, and generally speaking. I mean, I'm a pretty skeptical person myself. I apply, I apply skepticism to all sorts of shit until I feel like I can verify it. But holy fuck, we're talking about the health of America, and suddenly, HHS is just using AI to just, And the fact is, I'm fairly certain the Trump administration is using AI all over the goddamn place. Look at the cancellations of some of the supposed DEI stuff from government websites. Enola Gay, just because the word gay was in it, right? Like, it is stuff like that is just it. They are implementing just some of the dumbest fucking stuff possible. By the way, I noticed someone donate on Cash App. Thank you. You know who you are. Yeah, this is just wildly dangerous. And while they're making up studies, they are not taking the measles the outbreak of measles across the United States right now seriously enough. Start in the Bay Area.
Santa Clara and Alameda counties are warning the public of a case of measles in the Bay Area. Health officials say anyone who was in the following locations may be at risk of getting the measles. Those places are the H Mart on Oakland Road, San Jose, May 21st, the Starbucks, Newark Boulevard in Newark on May 23rd, and the Trader Joe's on Great Mall Parkway in Milpitas back on May 20th.
Yeah, for the entire day in places where people are constantly going in and out of a freaking, you know, a corner store, a coffee shop, and a fucking grocery store. These anti-vaxxers are fucking terrorists. They are genuinely endangering society. Let's go to Colorado, where things aren't any better. Here's Denver 7 from yesterday.
New tonight, the State Department of Health has confirmed Colorado's 7th measles case. This is a vaccinated adult. CDPHE says that person was on a Turkish Airlines flight that arrived at DIA May 13th, and 2 other people with confirmed cases were on that same flight. For a list of possible exposure locations, visit the CDPHE website. And Colorado's not had this many measles cases since 1996.
Yep. Denver's seeing an outbreak of measles that hasn't been seen in 30 fucking years. And I'm not kidding when I say they're terrorists, right? I mean, if you go based upon the ideology, they might not have guns. Well, they may have guns, but they're not using the guns. I mean, well, you get what I'm saying.
Department of Health and Human Services.
While they may not be using guns to enact violence against people or whatever else, it's ideological, and they're endangering society, right? They're doing it on ideological grounds, and they are going around to public spaces and endangering immune-compromised people, children. There's no other good word for it, honestly. But this administration plans to empower those people to do this rather than to stop them. People will die because of this, right? Like, this kind of thinking, people will fucking die because of it. Whether or not they'll be charged with terrorism, I think we know, at least certainly, probably won't happen, even though it would actually make perfect sense to do so. You know, when you do stuff like this, right? Hey, if you want to stay home and never leave, I won't call you a terrorist, But if if you're not vaccinating your kids, and you're just, not even concerned with keeping other people safe, right? Going out into public all over the place when you're sick with something that is deadly, like the measles, you are endangering the public with your fucking ideology. Speaking of vaccines, let's talk about bird flu.
The Department of Health and Human Services has canceled a contract with Moderna to develop a bird flu vaccine for humans. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a vaccine skeptic.
So far, the only people to come down with bird flu got it from animals. Dr. John LaPook tells us research is underway to keep the flu from mutating into a form that could spread person to person.
We went to a dairy farm in rural Pennsylvania to see how microbiologist Scott Hensley and his University of Pennsylvania team are trying to stay a step ahead of bird flu.
A scenario may play out where the risk is very low, and boom, all of a sudden, we have a pandemic.
Bird flu has torn across dairy farms across the country, infecting 70 humans so far. While there's no evidence it is spreading person to person, that could change as the virus circulates and mutates.
And if that mutation would arise, then we fear the virus might be able to transmit human to human.
Through the air.
Through the air, yeah. That's the fear.
Hensley says slowing the spread of bird flu in cows could help lower the odds of that kind of pandemic-causing mutation. So they designed an experimental messenger RNA vaccine, vaccinated 2 cows, and waited to see if it created an immune response. We were in the lab with Hensley to see if samples from the vaccinated cows contained antibodies against bird flu. If they did, these wells would turn blue.
Yeah, so you can see the blue in these wells here.
So there's antibody in the milk.
So that means the vaccine worked. So it worked. It worked.
The next step was to ship the vaccinated cows to a biosecure USDA facility in Ames, Iowa, where they were intentionally exposed to bird flu. Aside from a brief, mild drop in milk production, cows receiving the vaccine stayed healthy. In contrast, the unvaccinated cows produced 75% less milk than usual, developed fever, and were less active.
If we don't develop a vaccine pathway in animals, every year we'll be trying to stamp out the virus.
Dr. Andrew Hoffman is dean of the University of Pennsylvania School of Veterinary Medicine.
Maybe there won't be a need for the vaccine, but the point of vaccine development isn't to wait until you absolutely need it right now.
Seriously.
The point is to have that ready to go. And we want to be ready to go.
Exactly. That's the point of research. And, that, like, if you're aware of a potentially deadly, because there has been at least one recorded death in the last year from bird flu, right? Why wait until it becomes a pandemic, right? Until it becomes an epidemic amongst humans, right? Why? What was the point of waiting so that you can watch people dying all around you until you start working on it? No, this is why we fund these things ahead of time, right? This is why we're supposed to be doing this research, which is, why it's so dangerous that Donald Trump is canceling all of the research at all of the goddamn colleges and universities, right? Like, we're supposed to be thinking ahead of time, being proactive rather than reactive. It's about prevention rather than, trying to manage something that's out of control. Having preparedness is important for society, especially when you can see it. If it was a novel virus that popped out of nowhere that we didn't know anything about, well, it's a completely different situation, right? You can't prepare for what you do not know about, but we know about it. So it makes no fucking sense that we're canceling this fucking research. It's already proven to have been able to be spread to humans. Of course, it hasn't mutated yet so that it transfers between humans, but that's not a good reason not to do it. Let's talk about some of the consequences of Medicaid cuts. One woman in Texas at a Beto O'Rourke town hall had a personal anecdote.
This is personal for me. And we were talking about it. We're talking about that sandwich generation. And I've been there with my children, taking care of my parents. There's a generation of us taking care of our loved ones. The man I love most in the world has Parkinson's for 30 years. He's 77. I'm his only caretaker. So I'm expecting you to run for office because I got a job for you. I will canvas for you, and I want you to fix this. I make just enough money that as long as I can keep him at home, we're good. But I'm 72. And my best case scenario is I outlive him. If I don't, where will he go? Because when that very little money runs out, they're not going to be in Medicaid there to pick him up, take care of him. He'll be alone. So there are those of us who have partners. And I'll say just one more thing to it, because nobody talks about that research dollars that are getting hammered. And that really makes me mad. We just act like taxes is a elitist issue. It's not. It affects everyone here. Everyone here. I was a miracle cure for my husband. But every treatment they give that gives me just one more day or one more year of memories I can make with him is worth it. And we have got to fight that and fight that hard. So
So, we were talking about how when we talk about Medicaid cuts or the cruelty of this administration or people who are getting hurt, it can be an abstraction and you can be forgiven for not being able to wrap your head around the problem. But what you just said, the most powerful fucking thing in the world is love. And you love that man probably more than you love anything else. And you care about him, you want him to be okay. And all of us here are seeing this, we're hearing this, we're feeling this, and we are with you. And if you were not fired up to fight back and win for this country, please find yourself fired up and ready to fight back to win for her and her husband.
Yeah, and this woman's being affected by multiple things, right, that she's thinking about, right? I can't tell, but I'm fairly certain that she is on Medicaid or receiving Medicaid dollars because she's taking care of her elderly parents. She's 70 years old, by the way. So her parents are probably very old. One of them, I think, has Parkinson's, is what she said. And of course, research into Parkinson's treatment and or cures right now is being cut at all the colleges and universities. And people get paid to take care of sick family members by way of Medicaid dollars, right? If you can prove that you are, there's some qualifications to it. Like you have to, there's a certain amount of effort you have to go through just to get that money. But it's super important. I actually knew someone personally who took care not of their parents, but of their developmentally disabled brother, who was barely functional, and she not a lot of money, but she got a little bit of money for staying at home and making sure that he got what he needed, right? And it's that kind of stuff that's going to be cut with this bill that's going through the Senate right now. Thankfully, it needs 60 votes to pass, so hopefully those cuts will get taken out at some point here. But as it stands right now, people like her are going to be in trouble. Her parents have a worse outlook. It's fucking horrifying. The cruelty seems to be the point coming out of this administration. Speaking of cruelty, let's hear what Joni fucking Ernst of where's Joni? Not Kentucky. I think she's... Is it Kentucky? Anybody remember where Joni Ernst is? Anyway, let's see what Joni had to say at a town hall of hers. Look at these fucking red-ass pants.
And he's been very clear about it. He's been good about it. In 4 months, he's made it in.
When we're talking about the corrections in this reconciliation bill,
Iowa,
again, it's corrections of overpayments and people that have not been eligible for these programs by law as it is currently written. So when you are arguing about illegals that are receiving Medicaid benefits,
not happening. Who's doing that?
1.4, they are not eligible, so they will.
Nobody's arguing about that. Also, Joni, and what, like, because undocumented immigrants are not receiving Medicaid. Write that down, Joni, so you don't forget. You stupid
A fucking
bitch.
Coming off. So people are not, well, we all are going to die. So for heaven's sakes.
Oh my.
Thanks, folks. Okay, no, but well, what you don't want to do is listen to me when I say that we are going to. We all are going to die.
We're all gonna die. Why do people want healthcare? We're all gonna die anyway. That's Joni Ernst's answer.
Eligible, so they will be coming off. So people are not, well, we all are going to die.
That is such a tone-deaf fucking answer from Joni. People are saying people are going to die. Joni's response to people are going to die is, we're all gonna die. I don't know why people want healthcare. It's fine. If you die, you're gonna see Jesus. You'll get to go to heaven if you've been good, as long as you're not gay or, you've done any sins. So stop worrying about it. I gotta hear it one more time because it's just so goddamn tone deaf.
1.4 million, 1.4, they are not eligible, so they will be coming off. So people are not, well, we all are going to die.
Oh my God. In response to her own constituents saying people are going to die, she's like, we're all going to die. She's basically mocking her constituents, being like, you people have so many concerns for your health care, but you're gonna die anyway, so stop coming here and telling me about people dying. It's better that we give billionaires tax cuts. That is one of the grossest sentiments that I've heard yet. I hope that she gets fucking... I hope that she loses her goddamn seat. I mean, I've always hoped that she would lose her seat. But this seems like the sort of thing that makes you lose your seat. Jesus, that is so insensitive. What a horrifying woman.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Alright, let's go here to the AP from earlier today to talk about how federal public health cuts are affecting communities across the United States. Exactly, Speckley. Joni is prepared for you to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Come on!
I support a total of all three of our units. These are vans that have been upfitted for clinical services, and we provide things like immunizations and screening in the community. For those of us working in public health, we're always vigilant, we're always watching and doing our best to prevent and mitigate disease in our community, and it feels like you're fighting an uphill battle.
Across the country, public health departments are beginning to face the effects of deep funding cuts. The Trump administration is pulling back billions of dollars of health spending, including $11 billion of direct funding to state and local health departments. Federal officials say much of that is COVID-era grants that are no longer needed. But the money was approved for all kinds of things, including detection and tracking for other diseases. In this county, in North Carolina, the loss of funding resulted in staff cuts, including employees dedicated to the department's mobile health program.
Our mobile units have really allowed us to get out into the community and reach more people. There's a lot of demand for us to be present in the community, to provide education, to provide vaccines.
But at the end of the day, when you don't have the funding, you can't keep the people employed. So that is hard to see people, really great public health workers. You want to see the work that they're doing continue. But also it creates some uncertainty for the rest of us of, how can we keep this important work going?
What's happening in Mecklenburg is an example of what's happening in many places. And with billions more dollars proposed to be slashed, experts are concerned critical work will be undone.
The governmental public health system, the federal, the state, and the local arm, is the core system that keeps communities safe and healthy and well and thriving in lots of cases. And if any part of that starts to shift, we could see direct and immediate impacts to the health of people on the ground.
The cuts could make it harder for health departments to do vital tasks, like responding to outbreaks before they get too big. They also threaten to undermine even routine work.
Nobody wants to go swim in a community pool and come out of it with a rash or a disease from it. Nobody wants to walk out their door and take a fresh breath of air and start wheezing. These are the things that we do behind the scenes.
So when you talk about...
Yep. These cuts are going to affect communities all across the United States, most specifically people who are living in poverty. While we're talking about health-related situations, I figured we'd slip this one in here. Talk about Republicans' attacks on trans people. Here's the majority report.
The Texas Senate in the middle of the night. This is House Bill 299. The bill already passed the House. It's going to go to the governor's desk in Texas, and I'm reading here from the Texas Tribune. It says a woman is an individual whose biological reproductive system is developed to produce ova, while a man is someone whose reproductive system is developed to fertilize the ova. The bill would require that this definition be used across state statute, with potentially wide-ranging consequences for trans and intersex people who would see their gender identity reverted back to the sex they were assigned at birth in state records. The bill, called the Women's Bill of Rights, was authored by Representative Ellen Troxclair and carried by Senator Maines Middleton. Supporters of the bill say it's about preserving single-sex spaces like bathrooms, locker rooms, and prisons, and opportunities like athletic competitions. Which, we know that there's just like a handful of trans athletes that they're targeting and using as a fig leaf for overall like religious orthodoxy and trying to place boundaries on gender and sex and things of that nature. There's something, just as an aside, estimates prior to any broad conversation about trans affirming care in this country that show that intersex people are around like 1% to 2% of the population, and they may contain both traits, just to show how impossible it is to make this determination. But they're choosing to enforce it because of religious fundamentalism, essentially. But this was a great speech clipped here by Human Rights Watch, I believe, showing this man named Nick Mulberg.
Human Rights Campaign.
Oh, sorry, Human Rights Campaign. Human Rights Campaign clipped this. This guy's Nick Mulberg talking about this bill and what's so wrong with it.
I'll call you a coward because you're not actually interested in protecting women in Texas. That's the guise of the bill, right? It's the Trojan horse that you use for all this anti-trans nonsense. I remember for years as Republicans, gay marriage is going to end the world. And of course, then the public opinion shifted, the Overton window moved, and you had to pick a new scapegoat. That's what you always have to do. It's not that you can actually sit here and do the business of the people, make lives better for Texans like me. No. There's no time for that. We got to bully 1% of the population. We gotta harm them as badly as we possibly can. We gotta make them afraid. We gotta make them stay in their homes so that you're not forced to actually acknowledge that they exist. If we were sitting here like 50 years ago, maybe 60 years ago, instead of talking about trans women going into bathrooms, we'd be talking about black women going into white bathrooms. Do y'all ever get tired of being on the wrong side of history?
Come on! That's incredible. That's well said.
Yeah, 100% true. No, it's 100% true. And I think I would only add or, maybe amend what he was saying with the fact that, like, not only do they do these bills instead of passing bills to, like, help to average Texans and alleviate any of their many issues, right? I can only imagine. I've never been to Texas, but I hear bad things.
Yes.
They do
they
this
have like a
17%
uninsured rate. Actually, it might be higher. I think like 1 in 5 people in Texas just don't have insurance.
Out by Republicans to distract from the fact that they are using all of their other time to serve the 1%, to actively make the lives of the working class like worse.
Right.
Like this
Right.
is just like a distraction.
It's a distraction, and I agree with you. Sometimes people say it's a distraction to tell Democrats to avoid talking about it, which is not what.
You know what I love about this, though? I just want you to take a look at this guy. Republicans want this guy to start using women's bathrooms. You don't think that's going to cause a problem? Anybody? Does anybody in their right mind think that that's not going to cause a problem? Especially considering where things are at. I've seen some fucked up stories, recently regarding people basically trying to police bathrooms already in this new age that we are living in. But you don't think some Republican sees this man come out of a woman's bathroom or go into a woman's bathroom, they're not gonna, think about it. He seems, pretty well built. Maybe he can defend himself okay, but do you see what I'm saying? Like, think about that for a second. Just think about that. You see this guy coming out of a woman's bathroom. What would you think? Forget what other people are gonna think. You're gonna, because that's basically what they want. This is going to cause people to be, have their lives be put in danger. They're going to be dealing with all sorts of hatred, increased levels of hatred, let alone whatever amount of hatred they're already been living with. We're just living in a dystopic moment right now, people. Slipping further and further into just genuine dystopia. They're obsessed with bathrooms, I know, but that's why I bring it up. That's why I bring it up. You see you see a bearded man walking in or out of a woman's bathroom, looking like this guy does. Who knows what sort of problems he's going to face in the future? I mean, I can certainly opine on what sort of problems are going to happen. Probably violence. Or having cops called on you. Or whatever else. And then you're going to have to, I don't know, do a blood test or whip out your genitalia in public or something. I don't know. Have genital scanners, inspectors at every bathroom, I guess. That'll be the new solution. Speaking of healthcare. Oh wait, I meant to put one these videos after this. Hold on. Where is it? Where did I fucking do with this? I swear it's in here somewhere. Sorry, people. Sorry. I'm remembering something that I wanted to put in this place right now. Am I losing my mind? Ah, here it is. Found it. Perfect. Segue into that. Yeah, perfect. All right. Speaking of health and all that, Utah Pharmacy was recently the subject of break-ins in Utah, thanks to a individual by the name of NBA Youngboy. Here's KSL News Utah on the story. Now, actually, the
Utah pharmacist is upset.
Actually,
the man who
please shut
admitted...
up. Please shut up. Now, Donald Trump. I believe NBA Youngboy is big into Donald Trump. Big fan. and was pardoned for what we're about to talk about here as it relates to this pharmacy.
Breaking into his pharmacy has been let off the hook.
Yeah, rapper NBA YoungBoy was pardoned by President Trump. News special Shelby Lofton spoke with the former business owner about his frustrations.
The president didn't explain why he pardoned the rap star. NBA YoungBoy's record includes drug fraud and weapons charges, both federally and at the state level.
My very first gut reaction to hearing that it was pardoned was, what a terrible lesson to teach your boys.
This Utah pharmacist was not happy to learn rapper NBA YoungBoy is now a free man. The performer, whose given name is Kentrell Golden, was serving a 23-month sentence for federal gun charges. Before that, he paid a $25,000 fine for his involvement in a prescription drug fraud ring.
And he got all the hydrocodone.
In 2023, at least 16 pharmacies across Utah and other states were broken into.
Each one of those stores lost somewhere between $15,000 and $30,000.
Including Cache Valley Pharmacy, which Phil Cowley owned at the time.
This is where he gets caught in the door, and this is where he wishes he wore a belt.
So the windows I had to replace took my whole month's worth of earnings from me.
Golden was also involved with fraud calls, where callers disguise their voice to ask for promethazine with codeine. Cowley told us it's often used to make something called purple drink.
And as soon as they caught him, everything stopped. And so now, is he going to do it again?
Golden's attorney also worked with President Trump in 2022.
Why wouldn't he? Like, that's the question. Well, why wouldn't he go back to doing it? He just got pardoned by the fucking president. It's idiotic. Why does this guy deserve to be pardoned?
Election interference investigation in Georgia.
Just to get pardoned because you know the right people? I mean, what lesson does that teach anybody?
Exactly. On Instagram, as long as you glaze up Donald Trump enough on social media, or you got the money to throw at him, you know, you can do whatever crime you want now. That's where we're at right now. He's proving it over and over again.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show with a slew of pardons President Trump has issued, many this past week. In one case, Trump pardoned Scott Jenkins, a former Virginia sheriff and longtime Trump supporter, convicted on corruption charges after undercover video showed he accepted over $75,000 in bribes. In another case, Trump pardoned the former reality show couple, Todd and Julie Chrisley, after they were sentenced to long prison terms for evading taxes and defrauding banks of more than $30 million. The couple's daughter helped campaign for Trump. She requested the appeal on Fox News. This comes as Trump loyalist Ed Martin has a new role as the Justice Department's pardon attorney after he failed to win Senate approval to become District of Columbia's top prosecutor. For more, we go to Washington, D.C. We're joined by Bruce Fein, constitutional lawyer, former Associate Deputy Attorney General and General Counsel of the Federal Communications Commission under President Ronald Reagan, author of Constitutional Peril, The Life and Death Struggle for Our Constitution and Democracy. Bruce, thanks so much for joining us. Why don't you go through these pardons with us? Talk about the Virginia sheriff. Talk about the reality TV couple, what they were imprisoned for and what it means that they've been freed, not to mention fines worth millions of dollars being forgiven.
Well, in the two cases you mentioned, the sheriff was convicted of basically using his office to raise money through bribes, $75,000 to give favors to friends. The other case concerned tax evasion and fraud, the kinds of crimes that Mr. Trump himself has been under attack for. I think that if you look in the broader sense, Mr. Trump is trying to create an aura of incredulity about the legitimacy of the criminal justice system, at least with regard to the pardons of these slew of white-collar offenses and sometimes their political allies as well. We just learned today in the newspapers a former congressman, former governor of Connecticut, also pardoned. And I think that Mr. Trump recognizes that he's losing overwhelmingly in the courts now, and that's why he's even turning on the Federalist Society and Leonard Leo, because he believes when he loses in the United States Supreme Court, he's going to need a political reason for why he's losing. And he's trying to cast aspersion, I believe, on the legitimacy of the entire justice system. That's why these pardons are not indiscriminate, because they're targeted to help people who are politically his supporters, raise money for him or otherwise, and which is very dangerous. I want to add this. The framers understood the possibility that the pardon power would be abused. There was an exchange in the Virginia ratification debate between James Madison and George Mason. And Mr. Madison, when Mr. Mason said, well, what if the president uses his pardon power to help his political friends? That could be very, very dangerous. Why are we endowing the president with such pardon power? And Mr. Madison said, well, if the president uses pardons to help his political friends or personal friends, certainly the House will impeach and he will be removed from Congress, because it's very difficult for an individual citizen, you or me, to have standing to challenge a pardon. Unfortunately, Congress has turned into an inkblot. It has no spine, and so that remedy is gone, which I think underscores the importance, if we're going to have any kind of pushback, of public opinion saying we need the law to be enforced even-handedly.
I want to ask you about Paul Walzak. In April, President Trump pardoned him, the Florida healthcare executive convicted of tax evasion, for stealing nearly $11 million in payroll taxes from the paychecks of doctors and nurses. The jury found him guilty after prosecutors show he used the money to finance a lavish lifestyle. Walzak is the son of Betsy Fago, a healthcare entrepreneur and Republican Party donor. Trump pardoned Walzak 3 weeks after Fago attended a $1 million a plate fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago, and he also pardoned or forgave the fine of something like $4 million that he'd have to pay in addition to serving time in jail. The significance of this, Bruce.
Well, at least it has the appearance of bribery. You're raising money, and then shortly after you raise money, then comes the pardon. And we know at least one of the offenses that justifies impeachment is bribery, even if it's indirect. I think this is very dangerous. But I want to underscore, Mr. Trump is not the first one who's abused the pardon power. He's got to take it at a different scale, I think. We have Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. We have, remember, Mark Rich and William Jefferson Clinton and Roger Clinton and even George H.W. Bush. He pardoned the Iran-Contra defendants, including Cap Weinberger. So it's been abused before, but it's taken to a scale now where it threatens to undermine the entire legitimacy of the criminal justice system. And you mentioned earlier Ed Martin, which is really quite alarming, since Mr. Martin said, I am going to use my position not to just go after people I think committed crimes, but to stigmatize them, even if we can't convict them. We want to harass them, make them lose their reputation. It's a danger that Justice Robert Jackson, a former Attorney General, warned against in 1940 because the laws are very vague. And here we have a member of the Justice Department saying, we're coming after you even if we can't prove they're guilty of a crime, just to harass you and give you a bad name. That clearly is an abuse of the obligation to faithfully execute the laws. Typically, you have an obligation in the Justice Department not even to begin an indictment unless you believe you can prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And now we have a very, very low threshold for beginning an investigation that probably will go nowhere other than tarnish reputations.
Well, Bruce Fein, I want to thank you very much for being with us. You mentioned Martin. Politico reports Martin spent his first week on the job reviewing pardon applications of January 6th insurrectionists, including Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes, seeking to have President Trump convert their commuted sentences into full pardons. Bruce Fein is constitutional lawyer, former Reagan attorney, was Associate Deputy Attorney General and General Counsel of the Federal Communications Commission under President Ronald Reagan. That does it for our show. Happy.
Yeah. Shocking. Donald Trump is using this pardon power in the way that he is right now. I mean, he was bad enough in the first go around. This second term, he seems to be using it in just the most blatantly corrupt possible way. And unfortunately, Congress is not even faking like they're going to try and impeach Donald Trump over it. Christopher DeBlante with a sweet, sweet super chat. StreamLord, why is GNN on at 3 p.m. and not 3 a.m.? I know last stream last night lagged out, but you're scared. Don't be scared. We're going all day. I've got a buttload of content for us. As long as we get this goal done here, we're gonna keep it going through the night into the early morning. We got a ton of stuff to cover. We've barely gotten through any of it. I got 160 videos and we've gotten through like 15. Thank you though for the super chat. Appreciate you. Where was I? All right. Let's talk about people who Donald Trump isn't even close to pardoning and is doing the opposite of. He is going after these people. That's right, immigrants. Sorry, immigrants. If you don't have millions of dollars to bribe Donald Trump, ICE is coming for you. Let's start in Tennessee.
The ICE operations we saw in Middle Tennessee earlier this month are still having local impacts. Immigrants report feeling scared to go to work, the grocery store, and even church. And that's not their only fear. News Channel 5's Patsy Montesinos tells us they are preparing in case they get separated from their families, too.
This is a letter of power of an attorney for care of minor child.
Fearing detention and deportation.
It's sufficient to authorize enrollment of a minor in school and to authorize medical treatment.
Many undocumented immigrants are rushing to notarize a power of attorney for their children. Parents like this single mother, who we are calling Andrea. She asked us to conceal her identity because she's scared of being separated from her kids. It was the fear that I would be gone and there would be no one to care for my kids, she says.
Let him go!
That anxiety comes after ICE arrested nearly 200 immigrants in Nashville. She remembers having to sit her 13-year-old son and telling him one day she might not come home. He hugged me and said, "Mom, I'm going to cry a lot. I broke down as a mom because you don't know what to do." Andrea and her kids arrived in the U.S. with the visa 8 years ago. She says it was dangerous to go back home and decided to stay. Here, she says, as a single mom, she can give her kids a better life. Going back to my country isn't an option, especially because of my children. That's why she asked her pastor, Luis Sura, for help filling out the form. Sura says through his nonprofit, Better Options Tennessee, he's helped more than 20 families since the raids.
Because most of the people that there are taken is hardworking people, is a good people, not criminals. These people who will be here for 20 years, they cannot do it the right way because there is no other way.
That's why Andrea and her kids make sure every goodbye is special. Because they never know when that goodbye is going to be the last one.
Horrifying. We're punishing moms who have done absolutely nothing wrong. Moms with families, you know, who seem to just be trying to live the American dream. Meanwhile, if you're a fucking embezzler or a fraudster or just a big Trump sycophant, don't worry, you'll get a pardon for committing crimes. Donald Trump promised to deport the criminals, instead he's pardoning them. Meanwhile, Getting rid of beautiful families who've done absolutely fucking nothing wrong. Speaking of people who have done abso-fucking-lutely nothing wrong, remember that gay makeup artist who was deported to El Salvador, to that fascist labor camp of the world's coolest dictator? Well, guess what? A judge has dismissed his asylum case. It's true, I'm not making it up. Here's NBC News from yesterday.
Let's turn now to Trump's immigration crackdown this week. A judge dismissed an asylum claim revolving around this man, Andre Hernandez Romero, a gay makeup artist who was deported from the United States to that infamous Salvadorian mega prison. Now, this is just one of at least 14 similar immigration cases that have been dismissed recently. And now his lawyer is actually struggling to try to keep his case alive. Take a quick listen here.
I think that this is part of the government's plan to disappear these people fully and completely from the United States. In moving to dismiss Andre's case, the government was saying, we want to pretend that he never came here and never sought asylum.
And joining us now is NBC News correspondent David Noriega. Okay, David, before we get into the complexities here, like you hear case dismissed, if you are at the other end of the government, like that's a good thing, right? You usually think that might mean you're getting out of jail or something. What's the case here?
So the way that Hernandez's lawyers found out that he was among this group of men who had been deported to El Salvador under the Alien Enemies Act was that back in March, he didn't show up to a hearing in his asylum claim, and he was detained at an ICE detention facility. So it was strange that he didn't show up. They investigated, figured out, basically put together, because the government was not releasing any information about this, that is why he was missing. Basically, that's why he had vanished, disappeared. The fact that he is not physically present in the United States is why this asylum case was dismissed. So if he had been present, the case wouldn't have been dismissed. It would have likely been.
Yeah. It was dismissed on the grounds that granting asylum to this man is meaningless if he's not in the fucking country. Which is, in my estimation, one of the reasons why the Trump administration decided to circumvent the courts in the first place. Why they've played stupid about it. Why they didn't turn around that flight midair. Not even midair. It was my understanding is it was on the fucking tarmac when they got the order, and they just took off anyway. Like, it's too late. It's too late, and even if it isn't too late, we're just gonna ignore. We're just gonna ignore the courts, because it's gonna be harder to bring them back. It's gonna be harder, you know. Once they're gone, they're just sort of, wiping their hands clean of the situation. This is all fucking disgusting. Let's go to New York. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7 from yesterday. Another ICE detention of a New York City student has sparked more protests in New York.
There are growing calls for the release of a young Venezuelan New York City public school student who activists say was duped into giving up his asylum status. 20-year-old Dylan was arrested as he was legally making his case for asylum. Let's get to Eyewitness News reporter Shantae Lands joining us this morning from Lower Manhattan with the very latest on this case. Shantae.
Well, Pedro, as you can imagine, the family and friends of that student, who just goes by the name of Dylan, at the request of his family, who is partially in hiding now, they want him released, and so do hundreds of others. In fact, they demonstrated just last night on the steps of the Department of Education here in New York City. Dylan is his name. He's from Venezuela, a Venezuelan immigrant. The 20-year-old Bronx High School student was taken into ICE custody last week. Advocates say he was duped into giving up his asylum status. He, his mother, and his siblings were granted temporary protected status under the Biden administration's asylum program, while ICE agents were stationed outside of a federal immigrations court where they took Dylan into custody after he appeared for a mandatory hearing. He's currently being held in Western Pennsylvania, but advocates again want him released.
It's one after the other, people. One after the fucking other. A slew of despicable actions from Donald Trump, his administration, as well as Republicans who are 100% facilitating all of this garbage. Those sorts of people who are like, I voted for Donald Trump, but I didn't think he was gonna do this stuff, are just idiots. Okay, they are fucking idiots. There's no other way to describe it. You know, some of us may not have expected quite the level of what's it doing, and maybe I can understand that. But there's no, if you just believe, if you're taking things that Donald Trump says at face value, you're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You should probably just stop, you know, being involved in politics. Just stop voting, okay? Just go away. Go back to whatever it was you were doing. Another fucking idiot who should stop voting with zero critical thinking, zero skepticism of a man who has been proven to lie over and over again, and plenty of evidence of being a fucking racist and a fascist, and certainly was an aspiring fascist, and is now act as head fascist of our country right now. You are a fucking idiot. Go back to doing whatever you were doing and get out of politics, stupid. That's right. Pastors, moms, children with no criminal records, all getting, getting picked up by ICE. All right, we got to take a quick break because we just hit 2 hours, but don't worry, we'll be right back with this show after these brief space messages. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you get all the latest notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network if you are enjoying this show. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube with the super chats, the super stickers, and the memberships. Twitch, bits, and subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. Every penny that you donate go directly to funding the stream, rather than going to, I don't know, Blue Origin space flights for Jeppy Bezos. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get yourself a little avatar on the stream, shoutouts, and much, much more. So, you make your choice. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. hooked on hydration. Means it's time for us to get back to the show, of course. So get back in your seat, Space Fam, otherwise you're gonna miss the beginning to the second half of the show. Now, we left off talking about Donald Trump's attack on immigrants of all kinds, aside from his Secretary of State. Well, I guess he's not technically an immigrant, but he is a DACA baby, of course. Marco Rubio, the dreamer from Cuba, gets to be Secretary of State, while other dreamers get swept up in ICE raids. Let's go back to Tallahassee, where more than 100 people were detained. Not back to Tallahassee, what am I talking about? We were at Tennessee. Tallahassee's in Florida. Let's go to Florida, to Tallahassee, where more than 100 people were detained by ICE during a raid near FSU. Here's CBS Miami from yesterday.
This morning, we're working to learn what's next after a major ICE raid in our state's capital. More than 100 people were detained there in Tallahassee. Homeland Security agents and more than 50 FHP troopers took part in this operation at a construction site near Florida State University. These are some of the pictures and video showing dozens of people there lined up with handcuffs and zip ties near new student housing development. The Department of Homeland Security says that this raid is part of an ongoing investigation.
This is ridiculous. Now let's see what the Supreme... Actually, I'm gonna... Hold on. I'm going to... before we go to this video, I'm going to give you a little bit of a leadway... not leadway. What am I talking about? Lead in to this next video. Now, apparently Donald Trump... the appeal on their attempt to end parole program for 500,000 immigrants in the United States went to the Supreme Court, and well, the Supreme Court has come down with a decision. I wonder if it's good.
I don't want reality.
A new ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court.
The justices will allow the Trump administration to end deportation protections for 500,000 immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan Biskupic joins us now. What more do we know about this, Joan?
Good to see you, Pamela and Wolf. This is the second time in this month that the Supreme Court has intervened in a case at an early stage and said that the Trump administration can start rolling back deportation protections for certain groups of migrants. As you said, this one involves Cuban, Haitian, Venezuelan, and Nicaraguan migrants who are here, nearly 500,000 people who had been granted a type of humanitarian parole during the Biden administration, but the humanitarian protections here go all the way back to the 1950s. But for this group of migrants, that has now been lifted, and the merits of the case will continue in lower courts, Pamela. But for now, it really gives the green light for the Trump administration to begin deporting people. And earlier this month, there were hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans who were at stake in a separate temporary protected status case who also lost at this initial stage. The Supreme Court's order was not signed. There was no explanation. Only 2 justices broke off to dissent, liberals Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson. But certainly what the Trump administration has been getting, at least in these types of deportation cases, is a green light from the Supreme Court. As you know, an administration has broad powers over immigration, but the legal issues go to how quickly they can roll back things, if there's been sufficient notice, whether they've followed proper procedures, and those questions will continue. But for now, it's definitely a win for the Trump administration.
For the second time this month, the U.S. Supreme Court has handed the Trump administration a win in its battle against immigration. Happening a short time ago, the court said it would allow the Trump administration to suspend a Biden-era program that allowed 500,000 immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela to work and live in the United States temporarily. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff had this to say about the ruling.
It is not the job of a district court judge to perform an individual green light or red light on every single policy that the president takes as the head of the executive branch. This is the most litigated issue over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, whether or not to deport the foreigners who invaded our country illegally.
Oh my God. I fucking hate Stephen Miller. He is the worst. He's worse than Nosferatu and Voldemort combined, okay? And he happens to look like them. I can't say whether or not those two things are connected, but it is disgusting the way that he talks about these things. He knows that he's lying. He's certainly smart enough to know he's, he's capable of knowing when he's lying, and he knows full well that this is a lie, especially as it relates to this very thing. They all had temporary protected status. So they're, by definition, not here illegally. This guy is a fucking demon.
Litigated issue. You want a democracy in this country? When Americans vote, when they cry out and they beg for a president to come and save them from this invasion, and some district court judge in San Francisco or Manhattan or Los Angeles
Why are you yelling?
Down and shield these foreigners from deportation?
Priscilla Alvarez joins us now live from Washington with the details. So we're talking about 500,000 immigrants here who came to the United States and were accepted under President Biden under the guise of humanitarian parole is their status. Now they're going to lose their work permits, Priscilla, and what does that mean in terms of their status here? Are they going to have to leave immediately?
Well, Bianna, this is certainly a major blow to the nationals of those 4 countries, but we should know.
What we should know is that Marco Rubio is from one of those countries. And I cannot wait to try and get him deported in the next administration before we try and undo all the damage Donald Trump has done to the immigration system in this country. Because I find it fucking despicable that guy can sit there and defend Donald Trump while Donald Trump tries to take away all the things that basically have allowed him to be here, including being a dreamer. Right? They're trying to get rid of DACA as well, right? That has not yet been fully decided on, but they are working on it feverishly right now. And he is a goddamn dreamer. And I have no problem with dreamers. Honestly, I think it's something that should exist. It's the 14th Amendment, but instead, they're trying to get rid of that. And, at some point, Marco Rubio's got to answer for his decision to turn his back on people just like him. Now let's see what Kristi Noem had to say. Oh wait, before we go to Kristi, God damn it. We'll talk about Kristi in a fucking second. Let's see what the Trump administration published yesterday. Trump administration published a list. What does this list entail? Let's find out.
There were two major developments over the last 24 hours on immigration. First, late Thursday, they released a list of sanctuary jurisdictions, hundreds of jurisdictions that they said either identified as sanctuaries or they did not cooperate with the federal government on immigration. A lot of the objections came from people in very conservative, pro-Trump areas. One of the criteria seems to be if you self-identify it as a sanctuary city. Well, a lot of places, Oakland County, Michigan, for example, said we don't identify as a sanctuary city. You said we do, we don't. A couple counties in New Mexico, there's some speculation among residents there that they landed on the list because they are sanctuaries for gun ownership rights, and they
protect the guns.
They think maybe the administration confused that with sanctuary for immigrant rights. A lot of criticism of the administration, from not only from the quarters that you would expect, the blue states that say this is a intimidation and bullying, but also from some of the jurisdictions that said, like, why are we on this? We don't believe here. And then we also.
What I love about this is almost definitely the result of more AI nonsense coming out of the Trump administration. They probably used AI to figure out which cities because they're too lazy to just go one by one. And so I don't know, Grok must have come back saying these are all your sanctuary cities. So now a bunch of Republican districts that are sanctuaries for guns are considered being put on this list of sanctuary cities. They're going to have their funds targeted by the Trump administration. Oh, God. I hope they get them taken away, honestly. Because I'm sure that they're going to do it for the rest of those cities, or at least they're going to try to. I just find it hilarious. We were told that this was going to be the most meritorious. They were going to get rid of DEI, bring back merit, and now instead of being meritorious themselves, they're just using AI to do all of their work for them while I don't know, Pete Hegseth goes drinking, or Kristi Noem goes on puppy killing sprees, R.I.P. Cricket. Or the rest of them just go, flying around all over the place for no good reason. Like RFK went to Argentina for no good fucking reason. The DHS, Kristi Noem went to Israel for no good fucking reason. How's that protect the homeland? Speaking of Kristi Noem, let's see what Kristi has been up to. She made an allegation herself recently, which was also spurious. Let's go to CNN.
CNN has some exclusive new reporting tonight on a stunning allegation, and a serious one, if it's true, made by the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem yesterday, accusing an undocumented immigrant of sending a letter threatening to kill President Trump. Tonight, though, sources tell CNN that investigators actually believe that individual was set up. Law enforcement believes the man, Ramon Morales Reyes, never wrote this letter that the secretary posted here, which promises to, quote, self-deport back to Mexico after shooting, quote, your precious president in his head. CNN's law enforcement correspondent Whitney Wild has this exclusive reporting. Whitney, what exactly do investigators believe happened here?
Well, Caitlin, what they think happened here was that this was an effort to try to benefit a man in another case. So to put it plainly, Reyes was the victim of an assault and robbery case. And what sources we spoke to believe happened here was that the intention was to try to get Reyes deported before that robbery and assault case went to trial later this summer. And here's how investigators figured it out, Caitlin. This was a pretty standard investigation. They reviewed this letter, they went to investigate the threat, and they had Reyes do a handwriting sample. And what they found was that the handwriting sample that Reyes provided did not match the handwriting of the letter that you see on your screen right there, and that was sent to multiple different agencies. And further, Caitlin, investigators reviewed jail calls involving a person they believe.
I mean, I don't know how much of an idiot you have to be to believe that somebody who's here, a migrant who is here in the midst of what's been going on, would send this sort of a letter to multiple government agencies. Certainly, if you were serious about this sort of thing, you'd probably keep it to yourself, don't you think, until you perhaps attempted to carry out such a thing? Instead, just happens to really want to incriminate himself for some reason? Well, why? Why would anybody do this?
Was involved in actually penning this letter. The Milwaukee Police Department told CNN they are investigating an identity theft and a victim intimidation case surrounding this incident. There are no charges filed yet. The Department of Homeland Security told us when we presented, what we were prepared to report to them, said that the threat against the president remains under investigation. They say that through their investigation, they have determined that Reyes is an undocumented migrant, that he is here illegally, and that he is going to remain in custody. Certainly many more questions to answer, Caitlin, but very stark 180 from the narrative that was being pushed yesterday, according to sources that we've spoken with.
Yeah, absolutely. Whitney Wild, great reporting, and keep us updated as you learn more in this investigation. My law enforcement sources are also here with me tonight. Andy McCabe is the
That's good enough from this one. Let's go directly to the attorneys for this man who Kristi Noem falsely accused of having threatened to kill Donald Trump. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday. And the reasons they have for this are fascinating because it really does, bring to light just how fucking idiotic this was.
2025, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem issued a public statement following the arrest of Ramon Morales Reyes, describing him as an illegal alien who had, quote, threatened to assassinate President Donald J. Trump, unquote. This statement framed Morales Reyes as a threat to national security, and it was widely circulated in right-wing media. A family member called our organizers, letting us know that this was impossible, as her father had very little formal education and could not read or write in Spanish, let alone perfect English.
He works washing dishes. He does not speak any English, and
wow. So this guy's God, my brain just broke. This guy's like first language is Spanish, but he can't even read or write in Spanish, let alone understand or speak any English. And yet he managed to not just pen this letter, supposedly, but then send it out to multiple agencies across the... Come on.
Come on!
this is ridiculous. He cannot write it. He's a very humble person, very quiet and soft-spoken, hardworking. He just kind of works and tries to support his family the best that he can. He has 3 children who are born here, he's supporting with with everything that they need here, trying to get them through school and trying to give them better opportunities. And that's really been his motive in being here. Not the kind of person that really tries to get attention or do anything out of line. So
everyone. Yeah, this is fucking insane. This is just insane. But the way the Donald Trump administration is handling things, I'm not shocked. And my belief is that this had to have been the person who was accused of the crime, or someone related to him, right? Most likely someone related to him. And honestly, it doesn't look like a man's handwriting, although I guess that's sexist or something. But the likelihood that this has something to do with the person who's accused of committing a crime against this man, I think is very high, like over 90%. All right, now there's more to talk about when it comes to Kristi Noem. Quite a bit to talk about, actually. Which one do we start with? Let's go here. Let's talk about money. These next two stories are going to be about Kristi Noem and the expenditure of money by DHS, as well as budget requests from the DHS. Let's start off here. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Apparently, DHS has added a very large cost to the Coast Guard's budget, something which is supposed to keep the homeland safe. I wonder what it is.
Recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois for her questions. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Admiral, thank you for being here today. We know the Coast Guard does an incredible job with what you have, but also remains chronically under-resourced. The Coast Guard does life-saving work to respond to maritime disasters, combat the flow of illegal drugs, counter China, and prevent cyber attacks. I strongly support large increases to your budget, probably even larger than you've requested in some areas.
Settle down.
But I'm concerned that this administration's political goals are shifting those limited resources.
I'm super sick of hearing people talk about how much of a danger China is while the United States is sending weapons all over the fucking place. Anyway, continue.
Away from strategic theaters where bad actors are aggressively testing American resolve. In your written testimony, you stated that the Coast Guard is, quote, surging operational forces to the U.S.-Mexico border and the Gulf of Mexico. So my question for you is, where specifically are those forces and resources to support them coming from? What theaters and missions were they assigned to before this surge? How many deportation flights has the Coast Guard flown? And why is that the best use of the aviation assets?
Ranking Member Underwood, thanks for your questions and your support. First, to answer your question about the alien expulsion operation flights.
Hold on, I think there's another question. This is not the one I wanted. It's up here, I think.
It wasn't an operational meeting, and so that was related to the Arctic, but I wanted to be specific and clear in my answer.
And what about the Great Lakes, where the Coast Guard plays a critical role in commerce and safety for the community I represent? Has there been any change to the staffing plans for the Great Lakes region?
There have not been changes to that staffing plan. Our presence in the Great Lakes remain as important as always, which includes our domestic ice-breaking presence there.
Excellent. In your testimony, you also wrote that you are tripling the number of forward deployed air and surface assets at the southern border and simultaneously seeking total operational control of the region. It's clear strategic trade-offs are being made, and I'm concerned about the impact on your other missions. The Coast Guard desperately needs more funding to meet its mission, and the passage of a reconciliation bill is far from guaranteed at this time. And Coasties, like most Americans, are struggling with the rising cost of living. I speak frequently with young guardsmen and women who struggle to afford housing and access medical care, which is why I was horrified last Friday when we received a last-minute addition to your spend plan for fiscal 25, a new $50 million Gulfstream 5 for Secretary Noem's personal travel coming from the Coast Guard budget. She already has a Gulfstream 5, by the way. This is a new one. And so, Admiral, I have just one question for you here. Have you received any outreach, requests, or any other communication from anyone above you at DHS or any political appointee in the Trump administration regarding a new plane for the Secretary?
Ranking Member Underwood, so first of all, thank you for the support of the committee and the continuing resolution for 25. And as part of that spend plan to address the needs of our service members and their families, we're able to provide that cover the pay raise for military and civilian personnel, including a targeted pay raise for our junior enlisted personnel, which was essential. You had asked about the military command and control aircraft. So first of all, meeting the needs of our Coast Guard members.
That's not the question.
Frontline operations is my top operational priority, and it's a top operational priority of the Secretary. She's been clear with that to me, and I know she testified to that effect before the subcommittee last week.
That's not the question. There we go. Gulfstream 5 for Kristi Noem. Now, my understanding is that the Coast Guard is not under the Department of Homeland Security. It's part of the Department of Defense. Let me just double check that. Oh, it is. We take it back. During peacetime, it's under the purview of the Department of Defense. I'm sorry, the Department of Homeland Security. Otherwise, it's DOD. It's very confusing. I don't know why it switches back and forth. There you go, private jet. Even though Kristi Noem's already got one. Taking funds away from the Coast Guard so that she can get a brand new one. I'm kind of disgusted that Miss Underwood here wants to give DHS more money at all. She thinks that they deserve more money, and I think that's one of the dumbest things we've heard. I mean, we've heard a lot of dumb things this stream, but that's extra stupid. We're fine. No one's invading us. She's a fucking Democrat. What's wrong with you? We shouldn't even be talking about like stuff like that right now as Democrats. Okay. Well, Kristi's getting a sweet brand new private jet, Gulfstream 5. Wait, how much does a Gulfstream 5 cost? 50 million is what they said? That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Just for her to be a little bit more comfortable. I wonder what the improvements on this iteration of the Gulfstream is versus the one that currently the DHS already owns that she's been using to fly to Israel and wherever else in. Okay, now there's been some other strange budget requests from the Department of Homeland Security. Let's see what Rand Paul had to say, or ask, Kristi when she made an appearance in the old Congress.
Secretary knows, everybody knows, that's the end. We're going to try to move on to the next person to get you out of here. We talked a little bit about the wall earlier. The administration has asked for $46.5 billion for the wall. The border on the Mexican border is about 1,950 miles. We've fenced or walled about 700 of it. That leaves about 1,200 miles. There's 200 or 300 miles of it that probably never going to have a fence on. It's mountainous or just impossible to fence or wall. So I would say realistically, you got under 1,000. But let's just say there's 1,000. You really want to wall on 1,000. CBP says it's 6.5 million per mile. Your response today was 12 million per mile. That means $12 billion for 1,000 miles. We're off here by a factor of 3 or 4 with 46 billion. Where's the rest of the 46 billion? The administration says they want 46 billion for a wall. You could pave all of it and still have, 34 billion left over. What's the 34 billion going for?
That's actually a great question, Rand. You're not my favorite person, but that's a good question. Where is that extra 30 billion fucking dollars going? I thought we were going to try and cut spending. This seems incredibly irresponsible. If you got 12 billion to build the wall, why would you need 45? There's some math ain't math in here.
Yeah, Senator, thank you for the question. We do have 702 miles of wall today. 598 of that are steel. The rest of that is temporary that's in place. Since the president's been in office, over 70 miles has been erected. We have 11 contracts that have gone out and allocated. We also have 5 more that are pending. Based on the dollars that have been requested, it's not just the infrastructure that would be built, that would be the actual wall construction. It would be also surveillance equipment.
The number's way off. 1,000. You could do 1,000 miles for 12 billion. You're asking for 46 billion. So I'm one who's not impressed and would have to see more detail as to where the rest of the money goes. We can't just throw $30 billion out there and say things cost a lot.
I agree. We'll get you the specifics on that.
With regard to the drones and all the preparatory work the DHS does and the government does for the NFL and for...
We'll get you the specifics on that. Don't worry about it, Rand. Don't worry, you'll get it.
Does the NFL pay DHS for the work you do?
Boy, not to my knowledge. I will...
Well, I mean, here's my point. The NFL makes billions of dollars. We're $2 trillion in the hole. I don't care if government shares their technology and government helps out the World Cup, they ought to pay.
Yeah.
People are paying hundreds of dollars for tickets. I mean, thousands of dollars for the NFL, for Super Bowl and things. They're also paying for FIFA. And so these people ought to pay. And so I'm one holding up these authorizations, and I'll let them go forward. But I want people to pay. I mean, it's ridiculous that the average taxpayer who could never.
Yeah, Rand. See, this is why I really hate Rand, and that he tries to play this sort of like maverick type of guy. Is like, I got a lot of criticisms for what you're doing. Don't worry, I'll let the bill go forward, even though I've got all these objections. But you know, and it's just this sort of weak,
awful,
weak. It's just nonsense. Like he's like, there's like $30 billion here, and we're not getting money for this, but I'll let it go forward. I just want some answers. That's all. You can have as much money as you want, Christy. I fully support you. I'm just gonna pretend like I object. Okay. Okay. Now let's go from Christie back to Nosferatu more. Mr. Stephen Miller, who had some more stuff to say about migration.
No updates on that, so I'll take one more question. Yes, so I would just say that. Yes, so the State Department, under the leadership of Secretary Rubio, is putting in place a system to ensure that anyone who enters this country, but particularly for longer-term immigration benefits, things that have a pathway to a green card or a pathway to citizenship, right, the holy grail of the U.S. immigration system, putting in place a protocol, both in terms of the interview process, the documentary process, the social media process, of making sure that anybody that is admitted to this country, and again in particular for these longer-term benefits, is somebody that is going to be supportive of our values, of our way of life, that's going to
our values.
That's going to integrate
Whose
into
values?
Our national culture.
I fucking hate when these people talk about values, because they assume that their values should be that of everyone in the country. You know, this is what fucking fascism looks like. Okay, our value set it must be upheld by every single person in this country, and if you don't deserve to be here. If you don't agree with absolutely everything Donald Trump does, you don't deserve to breathe the same air as me.
It's going to be financially self-sufficient, but you should never have harmful migration. Ever.
Harmful.
There should never be a case where somebody's coming to this country who has a negative view about America, about the West, about our civilization, isn't going to be able to pay their own way, is going to have a hostile attitude about the way we live.
Our civilization. I don't think he's including everyone in the word our. He's using the word our very liberally right now. Because I don't consider myself to have the same values as Stephen. I live in the United States. Citizen. Family's been here for a very long time. And I vehemently disagree with everything that the Trump administration is doing. I don't belong here either, Stephen? Is that what you're saying? You know, and it's just fucking, they're disgusting. You know, is this sort of, you know, like it's the vibe I get when I hear people say Judeo-Christian values and all this stuff. You know, like, stop speaking for everyone, okay? And no, everybody in the country shouldn't have to agree with the current administration. And I know for a fact that if Democrats got into office and said the same thing, they would have a fucking just a meltdown over it. If you don't believe in climate change, you don't belong in the country. Sorry, get out of here. If you don't think trans people have a right to exist, sorry, get out of here. You know, if you don't believe, you know, it just pisses me off so much. All right, let's go here to the border czar, Tom Homan. He was asked about the new self-deportation app and what kind of numbers they're doing on self-deportations. Here's Forbes breaking news from 10 hours ago.
Anything else?
What kind of numbers do you have for self-deportations?
The last number I saw was right around 8,500. As far as the CBP home app, there's thousands of deportations where they're not going through the app, they're just leaving. Intelligence reports showing traffic going south, not only through Mexico, but even the Darien Gap. So there's a lot of self-deportation. I hope they take advantage of it, because, you know, they can leave on their own terms, get their affairs together, or we can go find them and formally deport them, which is going to set a bar against them coming back to the country under a legal program. So they should self-deport.
Actually, well, the people, about 8,500 people have already used the app, and well, I hope more people use it, because you don't want to. If we have to deport you, you won't be able to come back to the country.
I love how this is some of the dumbest logic I've ever heard. You have to leave the country to come back to the country. It seems incredibly inefficient. Why is that even an option? Why is that even why is that even a thing?
You can't be in the. You're not supposed to be here, so you should leave. Then you can reapply, and you can try and come back into the country later. Okay, great. Thanks, guys.
All right, let's segue into talking about what's been happening at colleges and universities in the United States with this one. As one Washington, UW, University of Washington lab tech, has recently been released from ICE custody after a judge ordered their release. Here's King 5 Seattle from yesterday.
Where did he go, George? Where did he go?
Dixon walked out to family and supporters outside the Northwest ICE processing facility in Tacoma. They have waited months for her release.
Thank you, everyone, for your support and your
Dixon didn't mince words about her experience inside the detention center, echoing what immigrant advocates have suspected about the facility reaching capacity.
It was horrific. It was awful. It is crowded, super crowded.
Lonnie Madriaga, Dixon's niece, has been fighting for her release since day one. Inside the courtroom, Madriaga says she was nervous until the last minute.
Oh my God. You know, I mean, it was like 50-50, like all the questions he was asking, it was like, oh my God, I was like, is he going to turn around and like, no, you know, you did bad and you don't remember. And it was we were tossing back and forth, like we couldn't tell.
Dixon was arrested because she was convicted of bank embezzlement in 2001, something her attorney says has been overlooked in prior administrations.
Could you give somebody a ticket for jaywalking? Yes, but do we? Could you give somebody a ticket for speeding 5 miles over the speed limit? Typically we don't. And so for somebody in this particular case, and I'm not trying to compare her criminal history to jaywalking, but I'm saying where she had something that happened 25 years ago and she's eligible to naturalize, you don't typically see this heavy of enforcement.
Back in the arms of family, Dixon hurried off to catch up on all she missed the last 4 months.
Her next thing is to enjoy.
Well, it's good that this woman finally got out. I don't know exactly how long she was in ICE detention, but for something that happened 25 years ago, a woman who was a researcher at a university seems to be contributing to society at this time. So I don't understand what the point of having tried to deport her was exactly. Doesn't seem like a real threat to society. I guess I could be wrong. But it does seem like mostly brown people. Latin and South Americans, Asian people, those are the people that seem to be getting picked up the most right now. Racism, yes, Mitty, exactly. That does seem to have some sort of bearing in what the administration is doing right now. Okay, let's get to talking about those U.S. campuses, which have been reeling from Donald Trump's behavior, policies, if you will. Here's Democracy Now!
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio warned the government will start aggressively revoking the visas of Chinese students, one day after the Trump administration announced it's halting the processing of visas for foreign students as it prepares to require additional social media vetting for every applicant. Rubio said students with links to the Chinese Communist Party, which is China's sole and ruling party, would be especially targeted, as well as people studying in, quote, critical fields. Chinese nationals represent the second largest proportion of overseas students in the U.S. Meanwhile, President Trump told reporters Wednesday Harvard should cap its acceptance of international students at around 15%. Last week, Trump revoked Harvard's certification for admitting overseas students. Currently, over a quarter of Harvard's student body is international. Many of those students are now seeking to transfer to another school. Harvard's commencement ceremonies are taking place today. This week, Harvard students protested in support of international students. This is Pakistani international student Abdullah Shahid Sal, who is also the student body co-president of Harvard's Undergraduate Association.
I haven't had the time yet to think about my backup plans, but as of now, I don't think anyone is sure if they can return for their fall semester back into Harvard and more broadly back into the US. In that case, I would have to look for other options. I haven't looked at the list yet for the next available ones because the most transfer windows for most colleges have already been closed. But I also want to make it very, very clear that deporting international students doesn't solve any of this. We don't have any provided mechanism by President Trump's administration that deporting internationals in this particular manner will solve any of these issues.
This comes as a federal judge in New Jersey found the Trump administration's efforts to deport Columbia graduate, Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil is likely unconstitutional, but stopped short of ordering his release from Gina, Louisiana immigration jail. In another high-profile case targeting international students and academics, a judge has granted bail to Russian Harvard scientist Ksenia Petrova, ruling her 3-month-long detention by immigration authorities is unjustified. For more, we're joined by Jamil Jaffer, director of the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University, part of a team of lawyers representing professors in their lawsuit against the Trump administration's repression of students and faculty involved in pro-Palestine activism. He was previously the ACLU's deputy legal director. Jamil, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. This attack on students at Columbia, at Harvard, around the country, and now the latest news that broke in the last hours about going after, in particular, Chinese students, the second largest number of students in the United States, well over 250,000 students. Can you just respond to what's happening here?
Well, I mean, I really don't think any foreign enemy could do nearly as much damage to the United States as the Trump administration is doing to it right now. I mean, even this policy alone, the one focused on Chinese students, is going to have an immediate effect, not just on the Chinese students who are already here, but on the willingness of Chinese nationals to come to the United States. That's obviously the whole point of it. But, you know, Chinese nationals who study in the United States bring a lot to the United States. I mean, it's a wonderful, amazing thing that people come from all over the world to study at American universities. You know, they enrich the experiences of American students at those universities. They pay tuition. They contribute to research collaborations. They engage in all sorts of socially useful projects that have implications not just for students and faculty at the universities, but for American society. It's an amazing thing. And the Trump administration is taking aim at, you know, at all of that. And it's going to have immediate and, I'm afraid, irreparable consequences for American leadership and prosperity.
100%. 100%. I saw someone in chat asking, how does this make America great again by getting rid of all the researchers? It's a great question. I mean, fact is I think it all depends on how you view greatness, right? I mean, these are the people who don't believe in science, who don't believe in climate change, who don't even believe in just modern medicine, right? And so these researchers are, you know, sort of represent a lot of things that Republicans despise, you know, like reality and science.
Science. I don't want reality.
Really just difficult for me to think of any conceivable theory on which this is going to help the United States.
And if you could respond also to the fact that the Trump administration has announced a pause in the processing of visas for all foreign students, and that it's done so at this time when the maximum number of students from abroad are applying for visas for September admissions. And just to make clear, there are over 1 million international students from over 200 countries enrolled in U.S. colleges. That was the case, the numbers for 2023, 2024.
You know, I think when Democrats get back in power, we need to re-examine Melania's original way of entry into this country, because of course she became her legal status was contingent upon her receiving a genius grant, the Einstein grant, something that's usually given to people who are at the top of their fields. I'm not even familiar what field Melania even is in, if any. What did Melania do before? I'm just, you know.
I mean, let me just start by saying this is so incredibly cruel to the, you know, for the people who are here. This is so disruptive, right? They have relied on the fact that they were given visas by the State Department. They are here lawfully. They are studying here at the invitation of the United States, and this is designed to, you know, disrupt their lives in the most fundamental way. But then beyond that, it's going to be such a big deal for these universities because foreign students make up a very high percentage of the students at major American universities. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I believe it's something close to 40% at Columbia and somewhere around 25% at Harvard. And foreign students pay a disproportionate share of the tuition. So universities in the United States are reliant on the income they get from the foreign students who study here. And it's going to be a huge deal for American universities when all of these students who are studying here lawfully find it necessary to consider withdrawing, and all of the students who would otherwise apply to the United States end up applying to, Canada or Australia or Europe instead.
Well, I'd
Or
like
Hong
to
Kong.
go to comments made by
Hong Kong, we talked about it in the last stream. Hong Kong has opened up their doors to all international students, suggesting that, if you don't want to go to the United States and be targeted by the Trump administration, you can come here for schooling.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio during a Senate hearing, the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations earlier this month. He said the Trump administration would continue to reconsider granting international student visas.
If you tell me that you're coming to the United States to lead campus crusades, to take over libraries and try to burn down buildings and acts of violence, we're not going to give you a visa. Is that what Ms. Haas?
So, Jamil, that was Secretary of State Marco Rubio. If you could speak specifically about the Trump administration's justification for this. In other words, they're looking to expand social media vetting for every applicant. And also the fact that in his last administration, Trump already imposed a stricter review of visa applicants, including social media screening. So. Yeah. First of all, why wasn't that reversed during the Biden administration? Is it difficult to do?
It is a good question.
And what kind of social media screenings are we looking at?
So this screening has been in place now for a pilot version of it was put in place under the Obama administration. It's been expanded since then, principally by the Trump administration. It applies now to about 14 million people who apply for visas every year are required to submit their social media handles to the State Department with their visa application. And now the Trump administration is proposing to expand it even further. The evidence we have is that this program has been entirely ineffective at achieving the ends that the Trump administration says it was designed to achieve. The goal was to identify national security threats. There is no evidence at all that this program has resulted in the identification of national security threats. And in fact, my organization, the Knight Institute, sued several years ago under the Freedom of Information Act to find out how this program was actually operating and what the results the program had been. And one of the documents we got in response to our FOIA request was a document from inside the Director of National Intelligence, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, conceding that the program had been ineffective. That was their word, ineffective.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
I find, rather ironic about the situation. Rather than finding national security threats, our nation is using this to threaten people's security. That's really what it's being used for. You say anything on social media that we might not like? Well, time for you to go. You disagree with Supreme Leader Trump. Time to go. Now, one ruling from, I think this was a federal court, has come to the conclusion that foreign students can continue their studies at Harvard. Oh, interesting. Fascinating.
A standing ovation for Harvard's president at Thursday's commencement ceremony. An acknowledgement of his resistance to the Trump administration's attempts to have his international students thrown out.
Members of the class of 2025 from down the street, across the country, and around the world. around the world just as it should be.
At around the same time, 10 kilometers away in Boston, a federal...
I just realized I did not notice Schmegley's super chat. Schmegley, thank you. How did I not see this one? Huh. Thank you, Schmegley. Raptor, indeed. Thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat. We're 8 of 10 right now on the big Saturn Day goal for this marathon stream we're doing here. Appreciate you, Schmegley. Did not mean to ignore you. Unintentional.
How rude.
It's true. She's right. That was very rude of me to not notice your generosity.
The judge was ruling that Harvard's foreign students can continue their studies there. Lawyers for the two sides left the court without comment, but those who turned up to support their international colleagues welcomed the decision.
She said, I want to do the temporary restraining order. That's the maximum that I can do currently. And I think she said that she might try and do another type of order later.
I mean, I think it was clear that the judge was sympathetic to the concerns that international students are suffering harm and may suffer harm from the government's attempts to kick them out.
Harvard is...
No way, kicking kids out of their colleges and universities for having done absolutely nothing wrong could harm them? Shocking.
I don't want reality.
Shocking. Who could have foreseen that ruling? Oh shit. 2 more super chats back to back series. 1 more, then confetti, which was then immediately followed up by said confetti. Joe 47771. Woohoo! Yes indeed. My God. I love you people. You're beautiful. You're all so beautiful to me, and I appreciate you more than you could ever know. Helping to keep this stream alive, and vicariously, by way of that, me alive. So thank you. Hope you enjoyed that confetti. Let's get some real confetti for your eyeballs. Some more confetti for your eyeballs. Here you go. Blam. Great job, everybody, on completing that monster 10 super chat goal. It's truly, truly beautiful. You know, I want to change the confetti color. I don't know why. I just feel like doing it. We've had the same color for a while. Let's switch it up. What do we got? What do we got? We could do that. Do that. Go there. I think that one's good. I like that. That's fun. That's fun. Great job, everyone. You deserve that confetti. Okay, let's stay on this topic, but move to Al Jazeera. Donald Trump going after more students, this time from India. Yeah. Al Jazeera from yesterday. Indian students consider their options outside of the United States.
When Indian students apply for spots at universities overseas, they're making a big bet on their future. And now many see U.S. schools as too risky, fearing they may not be welcome. Nikaria Sondi helps students craft their applications for schools abroad. She says her clients and their families are anxious.
They are very apprehensive, very uncertain, especially even those students who've got their visas really don't want to come out and speak about the success story, and those who are still waiting to get their interviews, parents are apprehensive, they don't know what to do, whether they should wait to get the US visa or look at other options and opportunities in different countries.
The U.S. might not be an option at all, with a pause imposed on new student visa applications. That could mean other countries gain.
It does make me want to apply to other countries more, as it's more certain that I will be able to study there with ease, and I'll be able to find a job much easier in the UK or even Italy, for that matter of fact.
Akshara Singh Meal is an artist. She hopes to study at Parsons School of Design in New York City or the Rhode Island School of Design in Providence. They are her first choices, but she's concerned.
That is really gorgeous. I know that's not the point of this story necessarily, but what an artist. Look at that.
With the new policies, and it's all just very unsure. Everybody's really scared right now. The thing is that but the US becoming an environment like that doesn't change the fact that the institutes are still some of the greatest in the world, the greatest in the world. So I could only hope for the best when I go there, if I go there.
There you go, some Indian students reconsidering their options as it relates to school. And yeah, the US is looking like a worse and worse option for people to come to. Because if you come here, you got to worry about, I don't know, saying things that the Trump administration might not like, and then just being jettisoned from the country where you're paying money to attend school, which is not only going to interrupt your learning, but what's the guarantee that you'll be able to get that money back? Certainly not going to be able to get the time back. And, sitting in an ICE deportation center inside of a jail for who knows how many months, probably not conducive to getting a college degree. Let's go here to Democracy Now! Once again, to a historical comparison from historian Ellen Schrecker.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. President Trump's crackdown on academic institutions in the United States was the focus of protests and commencement speeches this week. As universities like Harvard held commencement ceremonies, the Trump administration's now directed federal agencies to review all contracts with Harvard after it already canceled nearly $3 billion in federal research grants for the university and moved last week to revoke its ability to enroll international students. Harvard has two separate suits pending against Trump, arguing the moves violate due process as well as free speech protections under the First Amendment because they target the university's staff, curriculum, and enrollment. In his address at Harvard's commencement ceremony Thursday, Stanford University professor, doctor, and novelist Abraham Verghese praised the school's defiance of Trump and spoke to students facing threats of deportation or having their visas revoked.
When legal immigrants and others who are lawfully in this country, including so many of your international students, worry about being wrongly detained and even deported, perhaps it's fitting that you hear from an immigrant like me. Perhaps it's fitting that you hear from someone who was born in Ethiopia when it was ruled by an emperor, someone who then lived under the harsh military leader who overthrew the emperor, someone who had at least one of his medical school classmates tortured and disappeared. More than a quarter of the physicians in this country are foreign medical graduates. So a part of what makes America great, if I may use that phrase, is that it allows an immigrant like me to blossom here, just as generations of other immigrants and their children have flourished and contributed in every walk of life, working to keep America great.
That's the novelist and medical doctor, Ethiopian Indian American Dr. Abraham Verghese, addressing Harvard's commencement ceremony on Thursday, his latest book, The Covenant of Water. Meanwhile, down the road in Cambridge, the Indian American class president at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, spoke about how MIT's undergraduate body and graduate student union had voted overwhelmingly to cut ties with Israel. Megha Vemuri wore a red and white keffiyeh and said MIT students would never support a genocide and praised them for continuing to protest despite, quote, threats, intimidation, and suppression coming from all directions, especially, she said, your own university officials.
Last spring, MIT's undergraduate body and graduate student union voted overwhelmingly to cut ties with the genocidal Israeli military. You called for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and you stood in solidarity with the pro-Palestine activists on campus. You faced threats, intimidation, and suppression coming from all directions, especially your own university officials. But you prevailed because the MIT community that I know would never tolerate a genocide. Right now, while we prepare to graduate and move forward with our lives, there are no universities left in Gaza. We are watching Israel try to wipe Palestine off the face of the earth, and it is a shame that MIT is a part of it. The Israeli occupation forces are the only foreign military that MIT has research ties with. This means that Israel's assault on the Palestinian people is not only aided and abetted by our country, but our school. As scientists, engineers, academics, and leaders, we have a commitment to support life, support aid efforts, and call for an arms embargo, and keep demanding now, as alumni, that MIT cuts the ties.
That was MIT class president Megha Vemuri, now Indian American graduate of MIT. This comes as Jelani Cobb, the dean of Columbia University's Graduate School of Journalism, another school facing attacks by the Trump administration, writes for the New Yorker magazine this week about how, quote, academic freedom in the United States has found itself periodically under siege. In his piece headlined, "A Tumultuous Spring Semester Finally Comes to a Close," he describes how he consulted with Ellen Schrecker, a historian and the author of No Ivory Tower, McCarthyism in the Universities, along with other deans at Columbia. They spoke about government repression on college campuses in the 1950s through to the present. Schrecker told him, quote, "I've studied McCarthyism's impact on higher education for 50 years. What's happening now is worse," he quoted her saying. Well, we begin today with Ellen Schrecker in person joining us in our New York studio. She's the author of Many Are the Crimes, McCarthyism in America, No Ivory Tower, McCarthyism and the Universities. Schrecker's also the author of The Right to Learn, Resisting the Right-Wing Attack on Academic Freedom. And she just wrote a piece for The Nation headlined Worse Than McCarthyism, Universities in the Age of Trump. Schrecker has been active in the American Association of University Professors, AAUP, since the 1990s. I should note she has 3 degrees from Radcliffe Harvard and formerly taught there. She's a graduate of Radcliffe, 1960. Ellen Schrecker, welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. As we look at these universities under attack, you've studied higher education for over half a century. Let's talk about what was happening then and what's happening today.
Okay. The main thing that happened then to universities was that about 100 faculty members, most of them with tenure, were fired and blacklisted. That happened in every major institution of civil society within the United States. And although the universities pride themselves on academic freedom, whatever that means, they collaborated with the forces of repression that were actively imposing a climate of fear and self-censorship throughout American society. Today, what's happening is worse. So much worse that we have to really find a new phrase for it. I don't know what it'll be. But during the McCarthy period, it was attacking only individual professors and only about their sort of extracurricular political activities on the left in the past and in the present, then present. Today, the repression that's coming out of Washington, D.C., it attacks everything that happens on American campuses.
I'd like you to start off. We have a very young audience.
You know, we're in a fucked up moment when you have a McCarthyist scholar, or McCarthyism scholar, actually, says, actually, this moment's worse than McCarthyism.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
We also have the and their grandparents around the world. And I'd like you to start off by talking about who McCarthy is. What do we mean by the McCarthyism of, for example, the 1950s?
Okay, that's a very good way to start, because McCarthyism, unfortunately, is misnamed. It is not just the career of Senator Joseph McCarthy, who came in onto the stage of history in 1950 after the ism that he gave his name to had been really dominating American domestic politics since the late 1940s. 47 is when the Truman administration imposed a loyalty test, an anti-communist loyalty test on its employees. So if we wanted to name this phenomenon of political repression, anti-communist political repression, and I want to specify that it did.
If anybody here doesn't know this, I'm going to point it out for you. This guy right here laughing, I can't think of the word I wanted to use right now. I was going to say raucously, but I feel like it has more of the word that I want to use. I cannot think of right now. It should have more of a evil implication. This is Roy Cohn. This was Donald Trump's lawyer. This guy.
Attack randomly people on the left, but very specifically people who had some kind of connection, usually in the past, with the communist movement that during the 1930s and 40s was the most dynamic force on the left, even though it was a very flawed political group. It was nonetheless very influential on the left. And if we wanted to give that political repression of the 1940s and 50s a name, it should have been Hooverism, after the FBI director J. Edgar Hoover.
You know, the movie Good Night and Good Luck, they showed real black and white footage of McCarthy, and test audiences thought he was too harsh, unrealistic, not realizing it was actual footage. And now you have Good Night and Good Luck on Broadway, George Clooney starring in it. And it is the financially most successful.
Reality is not realistic. Jesus Christ.
Full Broadway show we've seen is going to be now for free on CNN in a few days. But the significance of that what people feel today was a cartoon character was in fact much harsher and sharper than people ever dreamed.
Yeah. He was beyond the pale because, like the current president, he had no guardrails, as it were.
Not to mention Roy Cohen, his sidekick in the hearings, who would later go on to mentor Donald Trump until at the very end of his life, Donald Trump rejected him when he was dying of AIDS.
Exactly. So there are
What a
lots
nice
of
guy, that Donald
similarities
Trump.
with the fact that there's
Dying of AIDS? Sorry, I have to condemn you. Very nasty. 64 likes. Do we have 64 likes? That's a lot. I'll get you some more emotional support characters. That's empty. I just want to listen to a little bit more of this. I thought this was a great interview. Seems like a good time to go back in history.
At the heart, or at the sort of public heart of this repressive movement. But what we should have known in the 40s and 50s and should know now is it's not just a one-man show. It has been this moment of trying to crack down on dissent, constitutional dissent, free speech, the ability to say what Israel is doing in Gaza is a terrible thing. That is something that has been building up for decades. And that was the same thing during McCarthyism. There was a kind of network of right-wing activists, similar to groups today like the Heritage Society that brought us the 2025 Project blueprint for Trump's attack on the institutions of civil liberties and civil society that has come to fruition since he entered the White House.
So, I mean, you speak as a Jewish author, active member of the American Association of University Professors. Would you say that the McCarthyism of yesteryear is the charges that President Trump, with his sidekick Elon Musk giving the Heil Hitler salute, charging anti-Semitism for what he's doing?
Anti-Semitism is a pretext. We know that. Trump has been all his life a racist, clearly befriending these fascist individuals and groups for years. And what we're seeing is a kind of a melding of Trump's own right-wing proclivities, reactionary proclivities, pro-fascist proclivities, with a long-term attempt within some pro-Zionist organizations to eliminate all support for Palestinian freedom and Palestinian liberation from American universities, in particular, but from within American society.
You have earlier this month.
Okay. I think that's, for now, good enough on that one. Let's keep talking about all of these things that are going on with students. Whoa, what did I just do? How did that happen? Go back. God damn it. Let's go here to NBC Montana from 17 hours ago. I found this story to be truly despicable. I mean, it's hard to pick which things are the most despicable, but this one is genuinely despicable. Specifically, the reasoning behind this particular action, which was taken a few days ago. The decision to revoke Chinese student visas sort of just broadly without any justification. There's supposedly a reasoning behind that.
The White House says their plan to revoke visas from Chinese students is directly tied to their strategy for dealing with China on trade. We're also learning trade negotiations between the U.S. and China have hit a wall, just as the administration's global tariffs face new hurdles in court. National correspondent Audra Elnashar has the details from Washington.
The ability for the U.S. and China to reach a trade deal that spares their economies from debilitating tariffs is in doubt. As President Trump says, so much for being Mr. Nice Guy. Earlier this month, after a weekend of talks in Geneva, the two countries made a temporary deal that included lowering their triple-digit tariffs while they continue negotiations.
They violated a big part of the agreement we made.
The White House accusing China of being slow to lift its non-tariff barriers and open up its market.
I would say that they are a bit stalled, given the magnitude of the talks, given the complexity that this is going to require both leaders to weigh in with each other.
Things just got more complex. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller revealing the administration's ongoing effort to aggressively revoke visas for Chinese students is part of their plan to compete economically with China.
That is going to deliver a significant setback to China's long-term industrial plan.
China.
So yeah, you picking up on what's happening here? They are using all Chinese students as a fucking pawn in the trade war. Just flippantly disregarding, these kids who are here to learn and to make their lives better, using them as a bargaining chip in a way to enact some sort of, economic pain, essentially, on the entire country of China. And, fact is, in Donald Trump's first administration, much of his rhetoric contributed to, attacks on Asian people in the United States. And in my estimation, this kind of shit, this kind of stuff that he's doing, including all the China talk that's going on outside of the discussion around students, is going to probably lead to more of that. I mean, I'd like to think that I'm going to be wrong about. I really would like to think that I'm wrong about that. But, I'm just seeing parallels to the last time that this happened with Donald. Now, I found this video right here to be kind of amazing, just because of the dichotomy of this, like the imagery you're about to see. Let's just go here. A Harvard graduate, recent Harvard graduate, was being interviewed by the Associated Press, and something interesting happened.
The message itself is, if I have to put it into one sentence, it would be humanity rises and falls as one. I think we are living in a very difficult time. There's a lot of divisions in terms of ideas, ethnicities, identities, and I think this is a time where we can use a little bit more moral imagination and imagine ourselves being connected with one another.
So while this Chinese student is talking about us finding moral common ground with one another, two angry old white men acting as a danger to society. Just, you know, the paradoxical nature of the situation as it relates to the current moment is it couldn't be more stark. It seems like those two dudes are more of a danger to national security than young women like this right here. It's fucking insane. I just want to watch that one more time.
Force as one. I think we are living in a very difficult time. There's a lot of divisions in terms.
There we go. This is the danger to society, not these two psychos in the background, these two old white dudes. Right, those are American values. All right, let's go here. Tammy Bruce was asked a question about the revocation of visas for Chinese students. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
At the tail end of Trump's first administration, the U.S. revoked visas for more than 1,000 Chinese students and researchers that were deemed security risks. Should we expect the actions that Secretary Rubio announced yesterday to exceed those first-term measures?
You love the numbers. She loves the numbers. Daphne from Reuters. How many originally did you say Chinese students were here?
The hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands. And so you've provided a number of about 1,000, which
Okay.
I'm not quite sure how that number even would have been a number that you could rely on, because
Why?
Consular Affairs does not provide numbers. We don't discuss visas that are issued, visas that are removed, things that are revoked. Those are numbers that...
How did you find out that number? Tammy is just offended that this woman has a number. She's like, how do you have that number? Well, I'm sure at least some portion of people who are having their visas revoked might have social media accounts, Tammy, or access to a phone or a typewriter, I guess, and are perhaps maybe telling people about those revocations. You know, it's not a giant leap to assume that they might let someone know about what's happening. Tammy, how do you even know what numbers are?
It's science.
That clip should be put in some kind of 10,000-year archive of human progress. Oh, God. All right, let's go from U.S. colleges and universities to talking about. Actually, there's one more. You'll see. But let's talk about Native Americans and their opportunities for education. Let's go to Linda McMahon, former WWE prop of her husband, Vince McMahon. Here's Forbes breaking news.
Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate your testimony. And just very, very quickly, for Mr. Pocan's education, is professional wrestling a business?
Sir, it very definitely is a business.
So you ran a business, okay? Just so that you're aware of that. Anyway, let me ask you a couple of questions. I don't disagree with what my colleagues on the right have been saying. I agree with what Mr. Elsey said. Education, and I have no problem with trying to move much of this education back to the States. I had a couple of superintendents tell me a couple of years ago that their problem was...
By the way, I should have warned you about this. A lot of what this guy said during this, I vehemently disagree with. We should not be just handing federal funds over without, like, states already have enough on their plates. We have the Department of Education for a reason. There's no reason to do what we're talking about so that, I don't know, red states can funnel money into Christian and charter schools. Probably bad for society.
Federal government, and 95% of the rules came from the federal government. But there are some successful programs that we want to maintain. You said in your statement that you encouraged all of your children to go to post-secondary school, that they needed to continue their education to be successful. You said that you evaluated and looked at these programs and wanted to get rid of those that were ineffective. And in the skinny budget, you specifically said, TRIO and Gear Up are a relic of the past when financial incentives were needed to motivate institutions of higher education to engage with low-income students and increase access. I'd like to see some of those studies and evaluations, because every one that I've seen says it's one of the most effective programs ever. In fact, when we had Secretary Spelling here 20 years ago, they tried to put all these programs together and just send them out to the states. She said they had studies that showed that they were not a very effective program. And I asked her for a copy of those studies. It's 20 years ago, I'm still waiting, because there are no studies out there that show that it is ineffective. It is one of the most effective programs in the federal government. These are for, one of the best programs in the history of education and most meaningful has probably been the GI Bill. We took veterans from World War II and gave them opportunities to go to college. This is the GI Bill for low-income minority communities, and it's supported by many, many members of Congress. We have about 800,000 low-income potential first-generation college graduates. And I don't know if you've ever gone and talked to any of these students. These are people that had never thought of going to college because nobody in their family had, nobody in their community have ever done that. We got a problem in Indian Health Services trying to get doctors and dentists to go out on reservations. The only way you're going to educate, the only way you're going to do that and solve that problem is when Native American children go to college, go on to medical school, go on to dental school, and come back to their reservation to serve their people. That's how you're going to solve it in the long run. So can you speak to me how the department arrived at this funding level and how you plan to ensure that TRIO remains accessible to the students who rely upon it?
Well, thank you very much. And I understand that there are many services that are served. I mean, TRIO started out as 3 programs. It's now about 8. And it
too many
first
programs.
Started when there were first generation of students who were going to college for the first time. And I agree with you. There are a lot of parts of TRIO that talked about those students and what their possibilities could be and interested them. I did see in one example, TRIO recently, that one child was brought on board and talked about going to college, but part of the TRIO program was taking them to Disney World at that time. So I'm not sure that all the expenses in TRIO should be there. I think TRIO, those.
Oh, yeah, I see. So the justification for cutting this is supposedly they're sending all the kids to Disney World instead of giving them college educations, according to WWE star Linda McMahon. Can you smell what the McMahon is cooking? Why can't Native Americans make their own universities? Speaking of Native Americans, who definitely do need educations, let's talk about something that that Linda McMahon is threatening to pull funding from. New York, just the entire state of New York. Why? Oh, let's find out.
Immediately, if not sooner.
On New York's Long Island, Massapequa High School is the home of the Chiefs. And to go with that name, the school also has a tribal-inspired logo and mascot. The state's Department of Education does not approve of that. And they've threatened the school could lose state funding if it does not stop using Native American references. Well, President Trump and the federal education department. The president weighed in on social media in April to call New York's opposition.
I agree with the people of Massapequa, Long Island, who are fighting furiously to keep the Massapequa Chiefs logo on their capital T teams and capital S school. Forcing them to change the name after all of these years is ridiculous, and in actuality an affront to our great Indian population. The school board and virtually everyone in the area are demanding the name be kept. It has become the school's identity, and what could be wrong with using the name Chief? I don't see the Kansas City Chiefs changing their name by any time soon. By a copy of this all caps truth, I am asking my highly capable Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, to fight for the people of Massapequa on this very important issue. All caps, long live the Massapequa Chiefs.
How rude.
Oops, there we go. No, clicky.
An affront to our great Indian population. He then put his Education Secretary Linda McMahon on the case, and she visited the school Friday. Secretary McMahon announced that the department will investigate whether its state education officials who were actually being discriminatory by threatening funding over the name and imagery.
They're being discriminated against. I get it. They're being discriminated against for discriminating, for the discrimination. See, you can't, if you discriminate, it's like, you know, it's like when racist people are like, you're being a racist right now. Or you're discriminating against me for calling out my racism right now, okay?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Absolutely did find that this is a civil rights violation here in Massapequa.
Civil
The State Board of
rights.
Education and to the Board of Regents.
Give me a
we
joke.
would like to have you voluntarily come sign the resolution that would allow the chiefs to continue.
Jermaine Smith is the former general counsel and secretary of the Shinnecock Indian Nation in New York. He's also advised the New York Department of Education on mascot restrictions. Sir, thanks for being with me. First, what's your reaction, your response to what you heard there from Secretary McMahon?
Well, thank you for having me on this morning. It's almost laughable and disgraceful. Those comments about it being discriminatory. The Shinnecock Nation and other tribal nations in New York State, we've had our share of issues with New York State ourselves, but the New York State Education Department has been a partner to the Shinnecock Nation, and all of Dr. Betty Rosa, Chancellor Young, Assistant Commissioner David Frank, Anel Alstead with MBK. They have been partners with tribal nations around the state. Clarissa Jacobs, Christina Coughlin, they all, the education department as a whole, and they got it exactly right. And the United States Education Department has it exactly wrong in this case.
Okay, so when she says that it is the state that's being discriminatory, help me see the other side of this. What is the impact of the imagery of the mascots on indigenous people and children specifically?
So when I got involved in education, obviously, as most do, it's for the well-being of the children. And in my particular case, being a tribal leader on Shinnecock Nation, my focus was the well-being of our Shinnecock children. And we performed poorly in our local school district for many years. Part of that is the generational trauma and the psyche of our Shinnecock children and Native children all around the country who believe that we don't exist anymore. It's a part of it. And that imagery looks at us and speaks to us as a stereotype. We all look the same. We all wear headdresses. That's not true. We come in all different shapes and sizes. And my own daughters have said to me, Dad, we still exist. Why are we being used as mascots? So that's the.
Hold on, there's a little bit more of this that I want.
ancient site of tribal worship, we owe the Apaches no less. Winslow Nosey Sr. is a leader of Apache Stronghold, the organization that filed the suit, and he lives on Oak Flat. Thank you for being with me.
I went a little too far. Hold on.
I have no doubt that we would find that case on so road. Just imagine if the government sought to demolish a historic cathedral on so questionable a chain of legal reasoning. I have no doubt that we would find that case worth our time. Faced with the government's plan to destroy an ancient site of tribal worship, we owe the Apaches no less. Winslow Nosey Sr. is a leader of Apache Stronghold, the organization that filed the suit, and he lives on Oak Flat. Thank you for being with me. First, I need some context and perspective here so that I and the audience understand the severity of what is going to happen. What does Oak Flat mean to Native people, especially the Western Apache?
Well, again, thank you this morning for being on with you. First of all, it's our identity. It's who we are and what we were created to be on this earth. And so it begins with the creation of Mother Earth. And it's installed into our children to become who we are today. And so by eliminating this place, you're eliminating what God had touched the earth on this part of the world with. And so it's going to be completely devastating if this occurs, because now you're going to have not only you will be having like a mental, social effects. And then as far as how the Mother Earth is intertwined with who we are as Native people. So it's going to be a devastating effect, because this is really like the last root of Native people in this country is our religion, and it's our identity and who we are. And so that's what is really at stake about what the past is and what the future is going to be.
Yeah, I read that there are some religious ceremonies that happen only at Oak Flat. And so if Oak Flat is then transferred and then is mined for copper, do those traditions just disappear? I mean, they cannot happen anywhere else?
Well, it totally disappears, because again, in this particular place is where we have angels, just like the Bible talks about angels. It's the same thing. Native Americans still exercises those ancient religions that was given to us from the Creator. And so when this place goes, that also goes. And that's why it's an important topic to all religious groups here in America.
So yeah, if you didn't quite catch what's going on, the U.S. government currently is trying to claw back Apache land in Arizona. I think it's Arizona. It's called Oak Flat. Yeah, Arizona. For a fucking copper mine. Meanwhile, they're saying that New York is discriminating against Native Americans for protesting against the decision by that one school using that very racist mascot. It's fucking insane. It is fucking insane. Okay. All right, I think that's a good place for us to take a quick break. But don't worry, we'll be right back with the stream right after these brief space messages. Alright, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do hit the bell icon too so you don't miss any of the latest galactic streams. Without notifications, it might just go by you. You never see the stream, and then you'll be sad that you weren't here for it. What else? Oh yes. Do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, with the super chats and the super stickers, the memberships, and we still got to get those membership numbers up if we want 19 emotes, but we are losing ground day by day as gifted memberships fall off. when people forget to re-up them themselves. We got Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer every single dollar that you donate go directly to funding the stream rather than funding the space dreams of Jeffy Bezos. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. Avatar, shout out, secret Discord channel, I mean, come on. Is that not tempting enough? Get in there. Fact is if everyone who subscribed and or followed on YouTube and Twitch only contributed a couple bucks a month, we would have no more financial problems around here. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. right. I do believe everybody here knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We left off talking about education and Donald Trump's racist policies. Well, some of Donald Trump's racist policies as it relates to education and immigration, of course. Which at this time seems to be expanding. Now, let's move away from talking immigration and education to talking about some other stuff. We're almost ready to start talking about Elon Musk and his departure from the Trump administration, as well as some other topics relating to Elon. But first, I figured we'd take a quick stop at the Pentagon and then the FBI right after that. Let's start with drop site news from 2 days ago. As apparently a Pentagon leak has imploded. Whoa, I don't have sound. Where's my... There we go. Also, this is low. Why is this so low? Go up, 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 up. Oh, right, because of the music. There's gotta be a faster way to do that. Okay. Ryan Grimm, Jeremy Scahill at Drop Site News. They got the story.
I don't know if you even saw this Guardian story, this update to the leak probe at the Department of Defense. Just incredible, incredible series of events here. For people who didn't follow, so if you remember, Pete Hegseth frog marched like 3 people out of the Department of Defense, accusing them of having leaked classified information, something about Panama and some other kind of sideline issues. The Guardian has an incredible story that lays out what has happened since then. Hegseth and his chief of staff, who are buddies, had their own kind of personal lawyer, working in the Pentagon. They tasked this guy with overseeing this leak investigation, who's still managing clients who are suing the Department of Defense, or who are in open legal contest with the Department of Defense. So he is at the same time running leak investigations. He's doing cross-examining members of the Pentagon.
That's not a conflict of interest.
In terms of the White House, sees Dan Caldwell, one of the people who was fired, go on Tucker Carlson and deny that he had anything to do with leaking anything, which is an extremely unusually public thing for somebody to do who would have been involved in leaking. And so people in the White House are like, that's weird. Like, if this guy leaked, he's not going on Tucker Carlson and saying he didn't, because we're the United States government. We'll figure out if he did. So then they go to the Pentagon and say, what's your evidence that these guys did anything? And the Pentagon comes back and says, we have illegal NSA wiretaps that prove it. And the White House, excuse me, you have what? And then he said, well, that's just a rumor I heard. We don't actually have any illegal NSA wiretaps. And now the White House again is like,
I don't want reality.
Have you been illegally wiretapping Pentagon officials, or have you not? And if you have, that's a worse scandal than leaking some documents about Panama. If you haven't, the fact that you're lying about that to us makes us wonder what kind of a clown car is circling around the Pentagon here. This is utterly preposterous. Meanwhile, you have, Hegseth is no longer allowed to hire his own staff. He's Susie Wiles and others are like inserting people in there. So it sounds like the entire leak investigation has collapsed amid the weight of its own absurdity. And whether or not the NSA was illegally wiretapping Pentagon officials is now an open question. It seems like
I love the blunderousness of this story, as well as the fact that Susie Wiles is making hiring decisions at the DOD. It's all such a clusterfuck.
Logically, they were just making that up, that they weren't actually, that the NSA didn't actually do that, but maybe they were, and I don't know. We'll find out.
I mean, we're only a couple months into, or a few months into, the Trump administration, and what we already know is disturbing enough about some of their communication practices, where they were using this Israeli-linked app, not actually Signal, to engage in, Signal chats, and that of course came out,
was immediately hacked, and
and,
immediately.
I also to bring it back to the Israel situation. I mean, remember that Israel has multiple times engaged in espionage operations inside of the United States, some of which, like Jonathan Pollard, came to public light. But much of it, I think, just goes, completely under the radar. There was this interesting nugget in the reporting that we did about the Edon Alexander negotiations, where it was clear that Israel had found out about this by their own spy agencies doing surveillance. And the assumption is that they're spying on Hamas. I wouldn't be in the least bit shocked if Israel is spying on and intercepting the communications of the highest levels of the Trump administration. I mean, this is classic from the Israeli playbook. And if Israel is doing that, a so-called ally of the United States, that people that are nations that are classified as adversaries are also doing this. So, these types of scandals, and what we also know from the Edward Snowden reporting is that you don't even necessarily need to be actively surveilling someone, that often the government is downloading data, whether it's audio or video or texts or what have you, and they use it essentially as a time machine to go back and say, wait a minute, this person's now on our radar, we're going to go back. And there's something in law enforcement called parallel construction, where you can't prove your case legitimately. And so, you take fruit of the poisonous tree, stuff you're not supposed to have, and then you find a way to assemble a parallel way of proving that same thing. That also might be part of what is at play here. But
it's every single day. It's something like this over and over again with the Trump administration. Oh, it's fascinating. It is fascinating. So much competence and merit going on at the Trump administration. I'm overwhelmed by it, by the sheer size of it all. Oh, God.
That's too much, man!
All right, now let's go to the FBI. Like I mentioned, there's more stories over there. Anybody here familiar with Dan Bongino? Because he's, I think, the under deputy, or whatever you call it. That's the wrong word for it. What is his actual title over there right now? Deputy director. That's it. He's the deputy director of the FBI under Kash Patel. Of course, Cash App Patel, that is his real name, is the current director of the FBI. Danny Bongino boy is directly underneath him.
Don't be creepy.
By the way, Cash App is a great way to donate to the stream, and I just noticed somebody donate on Cash App. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Oh, I also saw somebody donate $10 on, was it 10, something like that, on PayPal. People using all of the ways to keep the Galactic News Network alive. I love all of you so very much. Now, to the FBI, where apparently Bongino, our boy Bongino's having some difficulties with the rigors of the job. Apparently it's harder to run the FBI than it is to run a podcast.
Give me a joke.
For those of you who've served in government, I see the shrug from Ashley. I know plenty of people, when they have those jobs, 6 to 7 those are good hours.
That's right. That's right. I guess government employees do work hard, huh? They don't need to be doged as much.
Aww.
Look, I mean, I'm glad he's acknowledging that this work is hard work, that the people that do it are actually committed and public servants. But like, this is the smallest violin I'm playing for him.
By the way, won't serve.
Hold on, I'm just gonna go way to the end. I just want to hear what Abby says here. Where is it? I'm just gonna close this one out with what Abby's line is. World's smallest violin playing for Dan Bongino. I can't even find my smallest violin for Dan. I'm not gonna lie. I thought doesn't he always? I can't remember. I do not watch. I have, at least in the past, I have not watched a whole lot of Dan Bongino intentionally. So just because of how unbearable I find him to be. But I could didn't he used to be like some kind of law enforcement officer, or like he used to like talk about law enforcement all the time, like he was some sort of expert. Now, being deputy director of the FBI is very difficult. Yeah.
Awful. Weak.
You guys aren't putting in enough hours to get to the bottom of these things.
What do you human. He looked like a human being under stress. That's kind of cool.
That's definitely part of it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that there is grace enough for him to be a human being under stress. But welcome to Washington, Mr. Bongino.
Welcome to Washington, Mr. Bongino. Maybe, maybe take a note out of this next guy's playbook. Start using,
Elon Musk.
Start using amphetamines or some other sort of chemical to keep yourself more focused over there, buddy. Speaking of drugs, let's talk about Elon Musk, who is in fact leaving his government role at the White House. Oh, so sad.
Elon Musk is leaving his role in government. A White House official confirmed the move late Wednesday, saying the billionaire's offboarding would begin the same night. The exit caps a tumultuous
When does the
period
waterboarding
since U.S.
begin?
President Donald Trump returned to power, vowing to give Musk a big job.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it, perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Musk set out to slash government spending, saying in March he could cut at least $1 trillion off federal expenditures.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
But DOGE attracted huge controversy, with critics saying it was making indiscriminate cuts that threatened vital services without even delivering the promised savings. Many were also angered by the resulting wave of job losses, with some 260,000 roles cut from the federal workforce. The controversy may also have done deep harm to some of Musk's businesses. Tesla sales have slumped in some markets, notably Europe, amid anger over his embrace of far-right politics in some countries. Some investors have also been concerned that Musk simply had too many roles and wasn't spending enough time at his various firms.
You know, they say I wear a lot of hats. That's true. Even my hat has a hat.
Among the worries Musk faces are an aging model lineup at Tesla and a...
I fucking hate this guy. I don't like to use words like that, but, you know, Elon Musk doesn't deserve anything from me, and this guy's got plenty of handouts from America. Maybe go back to your country. Or actually, go to Mars. Take a starship. Right? I mean, those seem to be working fine. I'm sure that'll get you all the way there. It's only like 150 million miles away. I'm sure it'll be fine. All right, let's see. Oh shit. This is not supposed to be here. This should be way down here. Okay, I fucked up. Please hold. All right, let's go here to the Wall Street Journal from yesterday. Musk said he was going to cut $2 trillion from the budget. Wall Street Journal has done a little bit of math, little investigations to see exactly how much DOGE actually saved America.
With national headlines, a test.
We don't need that one. Those are not necessary. You let it get too far. I just want to go back here and talk about Howard Lutnick and his response to this. Like, you see how stoked Howard Lutnick is when Elon says he's going to cut $2 trillion from the budget. Do you know why Howard Lutnick loves that idea so much? I'm not even sure it's ideological. He and his hedge fund, Cantor Fitzgerald, are bond investors. So it's kind of a convoluted thing if you don't understand bonds and as they relate to government spending. But you know how recently we've been talking about how the Moody's downgraded U.S. debt due to their concerns about the increase in the deficit and the U.S. government's potential inability to pay its debts? Well, bonds are U.S. debt, right? Just by definition. That's how we deficit finance the government. And so the less money the government's spending on giving people health care or food assistance or whatever else Elon's cutting or was cutting, the more money they had to pay down the debt, and the better off theoretically Howard Lutnick's bond fund would do.
Follow the Department of Ed.
How would you want employees to do their jobs? Come on.
That's too much, man!
There we go. But yeah, Wall Street Journal broke it all down, and not a lot of money was saved that was claimed to have been saved. And really, it seems like the only thing that was achieved through this was the destruction of our government by way of removing all the people who make it function. Or as many as they could possibly get out of the government, and or giving Elon an opportunity to mine our most sensitive data for himself. As well as, I guess, Elon also got to sort of cherry pick through some of the agencies that oversee his companies and or lawsuits that have been filed against him and kick those people out too. Now, let's go to the Ministry of Truth to find out what DOGE is going to look like now that Elon is gone. Caroline Levitt here to explain to us all the important future work of DOGE.
Calls the president may or may not have made to the mayor of that city.
And then on DOGE, we know that Elon Musk is leaving. Do you have an updated leadership structure for who is leading the group? Is Russ Vought involved? And what is its new mission now, if any?
Well, the entire cabinet is involved, and I spoke to the president about it this morning, and the entire cabinet understands the need to cut government waste, fraud, and abuse, and each cabinet secretary at their respective agencies is committed to that. That's why they were working hand in hand with Elon Musk, and they'll continue to work with the respective DOGE employees who have onboarded as political appointees at all of these agencies.
Okay, now, I guess that means, thankfully Big Balls and that guy who said we should make Asian hate cool again or something, they'll still be around, and they're going to continue trying to destroy our government. But, you know, something that Caroline said in there sort of is like ringing around my brain right now. They're keep talking about fraud and waste getting cut. I wonder if we're going to cut RFK from the HHS, since of course he just published a fraudulent report. We just talked about it earlier today. Probably not, but it seems like that would be a good place to start. All right, let's go to the final White House appearance of Elon. AP live stream from yesterday.
An honor to be with Elon, who's my friend, and he's done a fantastic job. He didn't need this. He didn't need it.
He didn't need this. That's why he gave me $300 million. He didn't even need this. He just really likes giving people money. He just really wanted. He's like, I have too much money and I have to give it away. He didn't have to be here. This wasn't at all beneficial for him.
Government's a little bit nasty, Peter. You haven't noticed that. You've had a charmed life, right?
You tell me.
Very charmed. I think you've had a charmed life. I think what I'll do, if you don't mind, numbers have just come out which are rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd.
Anybody noticing that Elon Musk has a black eye? Like, pretty good shiner here on this one right here. There's a little. Looks like someone smashed Elon in the face.
Play a tape of one of the people who I've respected over the years, from Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out.
What is happening?
I'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't watch this one because I felt it would be funnier if we could, for me personally, if we could watch it together for the first time. Why does he keep acting? Why does he keep acting like it's it's campaign time? Why is he bringing out fucking props all the goddamn time and montages and shit?
Up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations. Yeah, I'll tell you that the income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years. Really very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything on.
I always forget this fucking guy's name. What's this guy's fucking name? Santorum or something like Rick. I think his name is Rick. I think it's Rick Santorum. I love how excited Rick is. I mean, he loves Donald Trump. Not gonna lie, this guy is kind of a fucking freak. But I looked at the numbers that Rick is talking about. They're not that good. He's getting a little too excited. You know, he's saying they're great because the estimates were really bad, and they were just better than the very bad estimates that Wall Streeters were putting out. And he's really overdoing the excitement right now.
Son, I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be,
Is it Santorum or Santelli? Something like that.
Really shooting.
Rick, I also thought everybody was going to get one last order of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were loading up on things. How the hell they already fix the trade, or not fix it, but to cut it in half? That's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things.
That is actually a problem. They're rejoicing something that is genuinely bad. Like, it might be good just in this moment where they're like just trying to come up with numbers to buy more stocks. But when you think about what they're saying, right, the trade deficit was cut in half, right? Which means that as Joe Kiernan was just saying, it means that they weren't front-loading purchases. What does that mean? What does that mean, people? I just want you to think about that. If businesses were not buying things, right, that means A, they didn't want to pay the tariffs and they were hoping the tariffs would be over. But there's a second thing, right? There's a second there's a second problem here, right? If companies were not buying things and if companies weren't buying things, that means that they're just going through inventory right now, and they're not. There's nothing behind it, right? In the back room, in the warehouse, like those warehouses, the back room are empty or near empty at this point, because they were at one point before the tariffs came on, they were buying stuff, and now after the tariffs came out, they just stopped and just were hoping that Trump, that he was kidding, or that he was going to turn around, he wasn't going to do Liberation Day or whatever, and that means that shelves very well may be fucking empty at some point here in the very near future, especially since, you know, there's still a tariff, and Donald Trump is re-upping some of his tariff stuff in recent days. This is not good. This is actually bad, and Donald Trump is just gloating about something that has foreboding consequences of the future.
The tariffs hit.
Look at him. Look at his fucking face. Look how smug he is.
I'll tell you what, it really does call into question.
Some of the most conservative guys on CNBC, which is saying a lot. Some of the most conservative guys on CNBC are really glazing me up right now. They think I'm great. I mean, they already thought I was great, but they really think I'm great now, even more.
Wisdoms. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next month when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current account, see how they fared. Because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half of one.
I love how the White House has now become a react stream. Like, it's a not about low budget, but basically, we're getting a live react stream from the fucking president out of the goddamn Oval Office. This is just this is so pathetic. Our government is such a joke.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Come on, guys.
Great job.
I see Howard and Scott are here, so it's great. You guys want to stand over here? You might as well. You're the ones that help produce those numbers, and it'll only get better. The tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday where the tariffs continue, because without the tariffs, our nation would be imperiled. We would really be imperiled. I think I can say that with great surety, Scott and Howard. And so we were very happy to get that decision, that big decision yesterday. And today it's about a man named Elon, and he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it. And I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And you know the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. He's brought a group of very smart people in.
But a bunch of whiz kids who could barely manage to break like 0.1% of the promised cuts. Did a really great job, that Elon. All right, we can't watch that whole thing. We don't. I mean, it's an hour long. And I know I said it was a marathon stream, but it's already going to be a marathon stream, even if we don't watch that whole fucking video, which is an hour long, which is basically Donald Trump and Elon being super weird.
Don't be creepy.
I do have a couple of choice clips to get through here, though, of that Oval Office send-off for Elon. Let's start off with this one. Here's Forbes breaking news from 20 hours ago.
Mr. President, you had mentioned earlier in the week that DOGE had become a whipping boy, and as the president mentioned, you went through a lot to go through this process.
Yes.
Was it worth it for you, and what would you change?
Yes, so what we found was happening was that if there were any cuts anywhere, then people would assume that was done by DOGE. And so we became like essentially the DOGE boogeyman, where if so any cut anywhere would be ascribed to DOGE. A friend of mine's daughter, who's at law school at Georgetown, thought that DOGE had cut the Senate, internships the legal internships for the Senate, and we have nothing to do with that. So if they have been cut, it's not to do with us, just as an example. So, it just became a bit ridiculous where any cut anywhere was somehow DOGE, including things that made no sense. And we would agree it made no sense. There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. It's sort of the
banal evil of
frankly, largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most poorly when it is.
You were the bureaucrat in chief. The banal evil of you? Is that what you're saying? The banal evil of bureaucracy. I'm just confused by what he means by that in this current context. It's not making a ton of sense. I think his brain might be a little mushy right now. Probably because he got punched in the eye. Some say it might have been Stephen Miller for Elon stealing his wife. It's unclear. It's unclear.
Someone else's money being spent on people you don't know. And that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even blame the individuals because the way the government works is complaint minimization. So when you do when someone within the government tries to stop that money being spent,
by the way, I'm just going to point this out. Now that Elon's gone, we have a new bureaucratic agency being run by people we all don't know. I genuinely cannot put a face to a single person in DOGE. If I had one of them in front of me, I would not know. Aside from Elon, he was the entire face of the organization. He was the bureaucrat in chief of DOGE. And now we got a bunch of faceless, nameless bureaucrats, aside from Big Balls, who, how could you forget that name? Yeah, we got faceless, nameless bureaucrats now destroying our government. I guess that seems worse, actually, now I think about it. Rather than actually trying to make our government function, just got a bunch of racist assholes, eugenicist racist assholes, who we all do not know who they are, really. Very little information on these fellas. And it is all fellas. Now, Donald Trump had a little parting gift for Elon. Let's see what Trump's best buddy got for giving him $350 million and months of his time. Aside from, influencing the government that oversees the regulation of his businesses.
That I give to very...
Ooh, he's got a box. What's in the box?
We have here a very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I
love that. So Elon's not even going to get something unique. It's something that Donald Trump has given to other people before. Aww. That's sad.
I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from
Take
our
this
country.
golden
Thank
key.
you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care.
It's made of pure gold. Enjoy that,
DOGE
Elon.
team,
You made it from the gold in Fort Knox.
stronger over time. The DOGE influence will only grow stronger. It's I'd liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life.
It's like Buddhism?
So it is permeating throughout the government, and I'm confident that over time we'll see.
DOGE is the opposite of fucking Buddhism. That is fucking nonsense.
This is ridiculous!
Oh my god.
$1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the DOGE team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So.
Probably go over 200 billion soon. When's that gonna happen? You're way shy of 200 billion right now, buddy, by like a factor of 10. I'm being generous if we say it's 20 billion, but okay. There you go. Elon received a shining golden key for all of his effort at DOGE. All right, now let's go on to a different aspect of Elon's, well, I guess you'd call them extracurricular activities. Here's MSNBC from yesterday. Bombshell report.
It's kind of a rough last day in government for Elon Musk, who showed up to the Oval Office for some kind of send-off with a black eye, just hours after new bombshell reporting on allegations of his voracious drug use. In a lengthy article citing people familiar with his activities, the New York Times reports that Musk's drug consumption went well beyond occasional use. He told people he was taking so much ketamine, a powerful anesthetic, that it was affecting his bladder, a known effect of chronic use. I learned that today from the New York Times, didn't know that. He took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms, and he traveled with a daily medication box that held about 20 pills, including ones with the markings of the stimulant Adderall, according to a photo of the box and people who have seen it. The Times adds that while his drug use on the campaign trail was more than occasional, it is unclear whether he was taking drugs when he became a fixture at the White House this year. Now, NBC News does not independently verify the Times reporting, but when NBC asked the White House if it sought drug testing for Musk before his government employment began, the White House did not directly respond. Musk was asked about the reporting today in the Oval, jumping in before the question was even done.
The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at DOGE. There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room were the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication?
That's how a normal person laughs.
Got a Pulitzer Prize.
It's a normal human laugh right there. That is a normal human laugh. Let's hear that normal human laugh one more time.
Some of the media organizations in this room were the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I got to check my Pulitzer counter.
It is.
Wow. I think Elon coming for Peter Doocy and New York Times at the same time.
Their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times, let's move on.
Okay, then next question.
Let's not talk about all the drugs.
For the record, the Pulitzer Times one has not been rescinded, and it was about the Trump-Russia connection.
Well,
ruled that Trump's defamation suit.
We know how Elon operates.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
The Pulitzer Board over awards given to coverage of Russian interference in 2016 election can proceed, but that's all. Teddy Schleifer covers billionaires for the Times. He's covered Elon Musk extensively, and he joins me now. Teddy, I know it was your two colleagues that put this piece out today. You've been doing a lot of reporting on Musk and know him well and reported on him. I mean, I got to say, it was kind of, well, it was one jaw-dropping revelation after another, and I just kept thinking, this guy's life seems like a lot. Between, there are multiple custody battles over children with multiple women. There seems to be, according to the Times reporting, a very significant amount of drug use that even disturbed people in his life. And he's got like 10 jobs, I guess.
Yeah, and then there's the black eye, Chris. We can't forget that Elon took from one of those kids, apparently. Look, he has a obviously a sprawling social life, and the reason why I think it matters for viewers or for Donald Trump or for Tesla or SpaceX shareholders is these companies are really the Elon Musk show. As we saw with DOGE, it is the Elon Musk show. As we see with Tesla, a lot of people buy stock in Tesla because they believe in Elon Musk's. So his personal life is very much commingled with his corporate life, and it's impossible to assess Elon's ability to lead these companies if you don't know things about how many drugs he is doing.
I mean, there's also independent reporting. There's a little bit of like a common sense alarm that goes off in my head about the following. This is an individual who has 5 or 6 companies he's running, right? The Boring Company and Neuralink and Tesla and SpaceX. And he's also running this operation at the government. He's got a video game system installed in the office that he gets in the EOB while he's apparently taking a lot.
Now, I just want to talk about the black eye that was mentioned before there. Supposedly, I didn't have a clip for you. It was somewhere during the whole long thing, but apparently Elon had suggested that he got the black eye by telling his son, his tiny son, who's like 4 years old or whatever, to punch him in the face, and he did, and that's how he got the black eye. I do find that to be rather dubious claim considering how small that little child is, but maybe that's the reason. I would think it's probably something else. That one doesn't check out super good.
Drugs, and is managing a private life that involves like over a dozen children with multiple women. Like at a certain point, it starts to feel like, can he really be doing all this? Actually?
Well, there's been some credible reporting that he's not even really playing the video game, so I think that's an important caveat here on the Elon Musk resume. That could be the most damaging thing I say today. But look, Musk clearly is a believer that there's in the Messiah complex here, right? The reason why he got involved in the Trump campaign is because he believed that he could save Western civilization from the problems of illegal immigration and crime, and only he can fix it. He even said that if he lost in Wisconsin.
Yeah, those are the words of a fucking narcissist. Only I can solve it. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
In that judicial race earlier this year, that American Western civilization would crumble. The reason why he is so overextended, I think, is related to the way he sees his role in the world, which is, if I don't create Tesla, no one's going to create Tesla. If I don't create XAI, no one's going to create XAI. And if I don't save America from crippling deficits and debt, then Donald Trump is cooked. So, the reason why he is, in fact, having so many children based on our reporting is in part because of this belief that, he is the type of person who should kind of continue to populate the world. So these things are not just coincidental.
These are all the words of a fucking just massive narcissist. A narcissist with the world's most fragile ego. Challenge him at all, and he has a fucking meltdown. He needs to go do more ketamine. Excuse me, I'll be right back. You just said something I did not like. Let's see what some of the Trump administration folks had to say about this supposed rampant drug use by Elon. Now, I just want to remind some people of some things, in case you've forgotten. One of the things that the Donald Trump administration has been using as a premise for deporting people, and declaring there's an invasion of our country, is because we're being invaded with drugs. Meanwhile, Elon is invading the White House with drugs. I just want to point that out, right? We gotta save the border because of all the drugs coming in that are apparently all going to Elon Musk. That's the guy who was in our government for 3 months doing literally whatever the fuck he wanted, going through your personal data, firing employees, whether or not he had the actual authority to do so, deleting American agencies such as USAID, even though his agency created by Congress, well, technically in conjunction with Congress, they put it into law. Yeah, the hypocrisy certainly not. It's not going by me on that one. All right, first let's start with Donald Trump.
And you can see how happy the steelworkers were. More importantly, you can see from the union standpoint, the union loved it.
It means thousands of jobs in Pennsylvania, right?
That's many thousands.
State of Pennsylvania goes forward.
I like this man.
Were you aware of Elon Musk's regular drug use?
No, I wasn't. I think he's fantastic. I think Elon is a fantastic guy. And
are you troubled by these reports?
I'm not troubled by anything with Elon. I think he's fantastic. Did a great job. And DOGE continues, and by the time it's...
I just want to point something out. Donald Trump just used the way that Donald Trump just used the English language just now, specifically, I was not aware, as in he is aware now, right? So by method of elimination here, that would suggest that Donald Trump does in fact believe that Elon was doing a shitload of drugs, right? Like, he didn't know that he was doing a shitload of drugs, and now he does know. He was not aware, but now he is aware of how many drugs. And we didn't even cover this one story, but a bag of cocaine, just a regular old, bag, like an 8-ball of cocaine, was found supposedly in the White House. I think it was by a reporter. Not saying it had to have been Elon's, but it could have been. Also could have been one of Trump's fail sons. It's hard to say for sure. But the way Donald Trump phrased that answer suggests that he, in fact, does believe Elon was doing drugs. Whether or not that's the reason why Elon's gone now, rather than having a special government employeeship renewed. Now, let's see what Stephen Miller had to say. Stephen Nosferatu Miller.
Does the White House have concern about drug use by Elon Musk?
The drugs that we're concerned about are the drugs pouring across our southern border. Next question.
Where do you think a lot of those drugs came from, Stephen? This is fascinating. I just gotta hear that one more time. This dude has been screaming about invasion. It's really not the invasion of the drugs. Stephen doesn't give a shit about drugs. It's just a premise for him to go after anybody who's not white. Right? Whether it's Chinese people or Venezuelans. It's never been about the drugs. It was just a premise to be a racist and to implement racist policies. He's fine with drugs. He's fine with Elon doing Elon do as many drugs as you want. Let's just hear that one more time.
Does the White House have concern about drug use by Elon Musk?
The drugs that we're concerned about are the drugs pouring across our southern border. Next question.
That was one of the fastest fucking answers I've ever heard Stephen Miller give. Next question. Right. Okay, Steven, we see where your priorities lie, buddy. I gotta clip that one. Sounded like a spaceship just blew up outside. Alright, there we go. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller really taking drugs seriously that were supposedly all over the White House. Elon carrying a fucking briefcase like he's fucking Hunter S. Thompson. But those aren't the drugs. Billionaire drugs, not the problem. Even though maybe some of them maybe they came over the border, maybe they didn't. Maybe they came in a container ship. Maybe he made them himself. I know some of them were supposedly prescription medications, but it's very, very interesting, very revealing, these answers. All right, let's go now to the BBB, the Billionaire Benefactor Bill, the Big Billionaire Benefit Bill. Caroline Leavitt asked a question about what it is Donald Trump would like to see the Senate change to the Triple B.
Finally, Caroline, one big beautiful bill. The president says he's not happy with all aspects of it. What changes would he like to see be made, and can this bill be both big and beautiful?
It is a one big beautiful bill, as the name rings true, and the president, as I said, is currently working with his friends in the Senate who have some recommendations for the bill. Those negotiations and discussions are continuing, but the president's ultimate priority is to get this bill back to his desk for signature. And the president's priorities in this bill are non-negotiable in terms of the tax priorities he wants to see and the large tax cuts in the border investments that are currently in this bill. He is not going to allow them to go away for the American.
Oh, absolutely. How could I forget, PB? Of course I remember what a big deal the Republicans made of the little tiny bit of cocaine that was found during the Biden administration. Oh my God. The week that they found cocaine in the White House, I feel like if you had made a word cloud of all the things being said in the news media and online, it would have been Hunter Cocaine White House, would have been the three just giant fucking circles. Oh my God. But no. Republicans don't even know what the definition of hypocrisy is. They just love it. Especially when it suits them specifically. Yeah, that's where we're at. It's very interesting. But yeah, no, actually the bill can be big and beautiful, according to Caroline. Even though that was clearly a reference to the thing that Elon had said in his news interview earlier this week, where Elon said a bill couldn't be big and beautiful, it could only be one. Let's talk about that. Billionaire benefit budget. Here's Forbes breaking news.
So we are fighting back against all of those terrible, decimating cuts. And finally, the E in our ABCs is that it would eviscerate a balanced budget. When we say this is the biggest cut in Medicaid, Medicare, and food assistance ever in American history, and this is the largest cut in taxes for billionaires in American history, it still isn't a balanced budget proposal, because it would also require the largest deficit spending ever in American history and would cost you, the taxpayers, and future generations up to $5 trillion in deficit spending in the next 10 years. So any Republican who claims to be fiscally responsible when they look themselves in the mirror is lying to themselves. So what we know is that every single member of the New Mexico delegation is going to fight to the very end to defeat this bill and to defend our democracy. We know that no matter what your political stripes, what your feelings, what your background is, that New Mexico cannot afford what is in this bill. And so we are here tonight to hear from all of you, but we want you to know that we will fight with every ounce of our being. Thank you. We spent 3 straight days through 2 all-nighters and 28 straight hours in the Rules Committee and all through the night. Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez was an absolute rock star fighting this bill in the Rules Committee. I voted hell no on this bill. That's right. And we did everything we could in the House. We introduced 522 amendments, and the Republicans would not accept a single amendment. Because as I always say, this is not normal. This is not normal. This is not normal. This is not how we should be legislating. And this is not the end as well. So our hope is that as this bill goes to the Senate, we know that the Republicans on the Senate ultimately will likely fold on many of these provisions, but we can't let up the pressure. Because there are some of these Republican senators who have already stated publicly that they won't support cuts to Medicaid, that they won't allow a major deficit spend. And so our job as New Mexicans, because you all already elected a stellar delegation to fight this bullshit.
There you go. That's Representative Melanie Stansberry of New Mexico, who was holding a town hall in Albuquerque, saying that Democrats would not be voting for this bill. Although, really, you know, that'll to be seen, I suppose. But yeah, the already got through the House, so it's gonna have to be the Democratic senators who show us behind, people like Chuck Schumer, who kind of got us into some of this mess. If he had just withheld his vote as leader of the Democrats in the Senate, could have gotten could have kept the rest of the Democratic senators potentially from having voted and allowing that thing to pass. Not this thing, the first one, the continuing resolution. In theory. And speaking of town halls, one Republican held a town hall and had a weird take on things, gotta say.
Listener Spacco sent us this video of Representative Mike Flood, Republican from Nebraska. Now, Nebraska is one of those places where, you know, there was a fairly tight Senate race. And
Osborne way overperformed, especially as an independent candidate.
And there is, like, you know, burgeoning dissent there. I don't know if Mike Flood is in any jeopardy, but it's not like Nebraska is an is its own country. It's indicative of a lot of problems that the Republicans are going to have around the country. Here's Mike Flood being asked by his constituents to justify different aspects of this reconciliation bill, which is going to ultimately kick anywhere from 8 to 14 million people off of Medicaid. It's going to cut $500 billion out of Medicare because of the sequestration as a function of this bill's not being remotely balanced. It is also going to kick millions off of SNAP. And we will talk about the specifics. Or let's let Mike Flood talk about the specifics after he looks through his notes
I'm
on
excited.
the bill he voted for.
Specifics. I
Agree,
need
but
specifics.
we would have gotten so much done if I could do that 5 times a day in people's living rooms. I only share that because this is what I do right now because it's what I know how to do. But I got to figure out a way to put my arms around those people that I think just want those answers. I know. Okay, next question.
Next question is, I'm concerned about the SNAP benefits being cut and the age of depending being lowered from 11 to 7. Children should not be punished for being born into poverty.
Okay, pause it right there. I want to explain what that question is. The age cutoff that this questioner is asking about, this is just a constituent of Mike Flood's. The bill is going to expand a restriction as to who is not eligible for SNAP funds. And right now, current SNAP rules, most non-elderly, non-disabled adults without children in their homes cannot receive benefits for more than 3 months out of every 3 years unless they document that they're working at least 20 hours per week or prove they qualify for an exemption. Now, they're going to expand who this applies to. Up now, it applies to people up to the age of 55. If you're over age 55, you are eligible to get SNAP benefits without documenting that you're working at least 20 hours per week, or that you're disabled, you have some other exemption. The other exemption to this rule was if you are a parent and you have a child under the age of 11. Well, they're dropping that down to a child under the age of 6. So if you are 7, you are 8, you are 9, you are 10, and your parent, for whatever reason, is not working, you go hungry. Come on! You go hungry. Here is, so that's just the question. And he's being asked, why did you change this? Why do you have to work until you're 64 as opposed to 56 to be eligible for SNAP benefits? Remember, as you get older, it's tougher to work. It's tougher to find work if you've lost work. What? There's wear and tear on your body. You may have a disability that doesn't actually reach the threshold of Social Security disability, but it's going to inhibit your ability to work. And then, of course, if you're 7 or 8 or 9 or 10, you don't really have control over what your parents do.
Oh, huh?
Good.
Okay, next question. Next question is, I'm concerned about the SNAP benefits being cut and the age of depending being lowered from 11 to 7. Children should not be punished for being born into poverty.
Look at this.
Oh, look at, go through my notes. I know this. Okay.
Okay.
Pause it. Now, I just want to be clear also, as this guy looks for his notes on Snap.
Yeah.
Literally a teenager who spent 20 minutes reading about this bill would know that SNAP is the second largest pool of money that is being cut in this bill. And this guy has absolutely no idea what this woman who asked her a question is referencing.
Let me check my notes on the whether I took food out of people's mouths.
And he's going to go, and he's not even looking for notes on the bill. He's looking for what the talking points are in a generic sense, because you can tell he's not even addressing any of this stuff.
Poverty.
Snap. Let's see. Snap talking points. Snap talk. Okay, here we go.
Okay. I knew SNAP was going to be an issue, and it's something that I know the Lincoln Food Bank is here. SNAP during COVID was greatly expanded for good reason. We had a lot of people that couldn't work. We had a lot of different programs that were expanded, inflated, added to.
Inflated?
We want to make sure that people that can't.
I love how this guy didn't even go through his notes. I assume it's the notes of one of his staffers, or maybe something sent out by the Heritage Foundation. But It's fascinating that he's like doing this all on the fly and that he didn't take any time to prepare for this. He's like, I'll bring the binder. That's all I need. You know, if I really need my notes, I'll go to him. Otherwise, I'll just condescend to the voters.
Inflated, added to. We want to make sure that people that can work are working. And again, our SNAP error rate in Nebraska is nothing compared to the other states. Which means that states like Nebraska, under this bill, if enacted in its current form, are going to get a benefit by running a quality program, where states that continue to have an unacceptable error rate are going to see a continued reduction in funding.
You know, I think we need to do. Yeah, this is just my thinking. I think we need to cancel all health insurance for Congress people, specifically anybody. Like, we'll make it. What do you call it? We'll make it just like the work requirement type stuff. You know, you'll have to prove that you didn't vote for this bill, right? To get health care, right? If you did vote for it, no more health care for you. And if you did vote for it, we're gonna slash your pay to $0. All right. I think I have a lot of ideas for the future right now. But yeah, when Democrats get back in power, I say we slash specific. It's specific. It's just like how they want, disabled people to have to make their way over to the Social Security Administration to prove that they deserve, SSDI, right? It's going to be contingent upon their having protected America. It's just an idea. You can fend for yourself. You have so many resources. Just, pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
I think when the dust settles on the SNAP program, Nebraska will benefit from having a very well-run program. Now, the proof will be in the pudding, and I'm sure I will understand everything that's happening. I saw my friends from the Lincoln Food Bank.
Okay, pause. I just wanted to be clear what this guy's answer was as to why you changed the restrictions on who is eligible for this. We have a low error rate here. In other words, everybody who's on SNAP right now is, not everybody, but whatever it is, the vast, overwhelming majority of people on SNAP.
I think that's too generous, actually, Mono. Making them reapply for it on broken websites, that's too easy. I think what we have to do is we will set up an office of congressperson. What do you want to call it? What do I call this agency? The Office of Congressional Integrity. That's what we'll call it. The Office of Congressional Integrity. The OOCI, UKI, and we're going to set it up. It's going to be outside the United States at second base camp, or second, whatever you call it. I forget how that's delineated, but on Mount Everest, right above the bottom camp, right? You gotta go. You actually have to climb part of Everest to get to it, right? And then you file there, right? But unfortunately, we're going to understaff it, heavily understaffed. Well, there'll be one robot there, right? That will take your applications.
In Nebraska, qualify. He doesn't address the fact that they're changing the qualifications. He's implying that somehow Nebraska is going to benefit because other states have higher error rates. And then he's going to see, we got to see how it comes out. The proof will be in the pudding is if this starves kids or not. And then, we're not going to go back in and do anything about it, but we'll know.
What's amazing about that is it sort of reveals just how little effort this guy put into looking into this bill. Is reading too difficult or something?
Oh, we're going to benefit so much that it doesn't matter that we just cut the benefit or lowered the age from 11 to 7.
Yeah, Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It
and if
doesn't
kids
matter.
starve, then we'll know that they starved. That'll still be great, is because the only way to find out if they're starving is for them to starve, and then we'll try and figure out whether or not those starving children deserve food. It's kind of like how we treat kids in Gaza.
55,
Minus the
56,
bombs.
57, 58, 59, 60, 61-year-olds, 62-year-olds, 63-year-olds, 64-year-olds. If you're not working 20 hours a week, we know you're just coasting into I mean, who is the 56-year-old? How many of the 56-year-olds in this country are like, I've lost my job, but I'm living large, and you know what? For those 3 months out of the year or 4 months out of the year that my income is below a certain threshold, I'm going to be able to get $200 a month for food. Maybe. I mean, he's saying there's very little fraud in the system right now as it stands.
Was it fraud by like 9-year-olds?
And his only response is, well, we got to see how it works out. Go ahead.
Having a very well-run program. Now, the proof will be in the pudding, and I'm sure I will understand everything that's happening. I saw my friends at the Lincoln Food Bank. They have some concerns as they came in here.
Sorry, I just want to get that one more time. The proof will be in the pudding, and I'm sure I'll understand everything
We
that's
got to
happening.
get that a drop.
Yeah.
I'm sure everyone... can we hear that one more time? It's a great point, Matt.
Now, the proof will be in the pudding, and I'm sure I will understand everything that's happening.
I'm sure I will understand everything that is happening. That is the sort of response that a kid gives their parents when they definitely didn't study for the test, right? It's like, your 12, 13-year-old is, maybe instead of doing their homework and studying, rather than being studious and preparing for the test, they're doing things that teenagers do, and they're like, I'm sure I'll understand what's happening. It'll be fine. Don't worry, Mom. I know stuff about things, and if the proof will be in the pudding. Come on! Yes, exactly, Becky D. In other words, he has not one clue about what's going on. Or he just doesn't give a shit. It's one of the two. Or both. I think option B is probably more likely. Speaking of what's been happening, let's talk about how some of the current cuts are affecting people already. These are all cuts that are happening right now. Well, actually, technically not. But this first one is technically cuts that are already happening, that are already affecting people already, starting with CBS Evening News from Thursday.
Those cuts were supposed to remove fat from the federal budget.
But they also eliminated some healthful foods for the kids and poor. Here's Janet Chamlian.
Get this kid's a job.
At Riverside High in Durham, North Carolina, the food is as fresh as can be.
So the cilantro and everything in here in this area is coming from local farmers?
Yes, we can receive local shredded carrots, cucumbers, lettuce, because we feel that we need to support people in our own communities.
Jim Keaton runs the district's nutrition plan and says much of this produce comes from local growers under a USDA program that's been cut by the Trump administration.
When you learned this funding was going away?
Immediately my thoughts were, what are we going to do? Because these are funds we use to provide local foods to kids.
Some of that food is grown here at Pine Knot Farms, about an hour's drive from Riverside High. With that funding, the farm sold $150,000 in produce last year to schools and to the local food bank. Linda Leach Hughes keeps the books.
What will the loss of that income mean for you?
It's devastating. If we do not have this extra income coming in to help local folk in the community then we will have to lay folk off. We can no longer employ folk.
The produce grown here is also what the Food Bank of Central and Eastern North Carolina has relied on. President Amy Barrow says its share of aid, now lost, is $2 million.
I don't understand. We're facing one of the worst hunger crises in decades, and now we're going to increase the need even more. The access to this food makes them not have to choose between the life-saving medicine they need and food for that month.
The concern over who gets fed is especially felt by those who cultivate it.
How are you going to make America great again if you're taking food out of the mouth of babies, senior citizens, nursing homes, rehab centers, hospitals, all of these agencies that are dependent on federal dollars?
Well, actually, we're gonna make it great again, like during the Industrial Revolution. Get those little kids, their little hands, to work in the factories, in the textile factories. You know, unclogging the looms, the spools. You know, their little hands are very useful. I know we're doing AI and robots, but actually, you know, those kids are just very lazy, and they need jobs. You don't deserve food for being a poor child, okay? You've got a lot of energy. Make yourself useful. Very lazy children in America. Who needs school when you could have a job? Let's talk about another program that's struggling right now. Meals on Wheels.
Less funding and fewer volunteers are adding to the challenges for Meals on Wheels in Davis County. On top of that, they say more and more people are asking for help.
News specialist Mike Anderson shows us why they need more people to give their time.
5 days a week, volunteers help deliver a few hundred meals between 3 senior centers across Davis County. And for whatever reason, nowadays, there are fewer people showing up to help.
If you've got the time.
Okay, so my first stop.
Maury Kettle says this is a good place to spend it.
Well,
now, I don't think it should shock anyone that less people are showing up to volunteer for Meals on Wheels right now, seeing as people in this moment are more food insecure than they were in the past. Maybe, you know, they're having to get a second job to, you know, pay for to ensure they have health care, or maybe they're having to take care of their loved ones who now are having their benefits cut. You know, when things are tough, when things are bad, people volunteer less, right? That's just a fact. If you're not doing good, you're less likely to voluntarily give up your time to help others, you know? That's just so simple.
it's science. I like to help people. That's a good thing in my life.
For 12 years, he's been helping prepare and deliver for Meals on Wheels.
I mean, if we don't deliver the meals, people don't eat. You know, and so it is important.
And for a lot of people, it is that important.
We have high malnutrition rates in Davis County amongst our older adults, or even in Utah as a whole.
Rochelle Blackham, Davis County's Senior Services Director, says they're short about 20 to 30 volunteers. They are the ones who head out in county vehicles, bring in what may be the only meal some of the people eat, and an increasing number of people are asking for that help.
We received less funding this year than we have the last 2 years. So as the need's going up and the funding is actually going down.
And as we all know, the food costs more now too. All reasons why the service is increasingly important nowadays.
Socialization, because like I have nobody come to visit me, so when I see them, it makes me feel like they're my second family.
Nutritious meals delivered with care, and you could be the one to make that happen, to brighten someone's day.
Please take your time, and only a couple hours a day to help us out. We need all you can help. Please come and help us out. We need you.
Volunteers just need.
Jesus, it's so fucking sad. Donald Trump is destroying America right now. And these people genuinely think that what they're doing is making America better. Although they know it's only better for some. America.
Fuck yeah!
All right. Let's move on to economic policy. Specifically as it relates to the Federal Reserve. Apparently, Donald Trump summoned Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, apparently for addressing down. Sounds like a very, very weird thing, considering the Federal Reserve is supposed to be an independent body of government. To have the president summon the chairman of the Federal Reserve is just wild. I don't think I've ever heard this happen in my entire. I've never heard of something like this happening before. But here we go. Reuters from yesterday.
Donald Trump has not been a fan of Fed Chief Jerome Powell.
I call him Too Late, Too Late Powell, that's his nickname.
On Thursday, he summoned Powell to the White House to tell him he's wrong to hold off on rate cuts. Both sides confirmed that the meeting happened at the president's invitation. In a statement afterwards,
I love how Donald Trump, a man who
told the president that future monetary policy.
I love how Donald Trump, a man who genuinely does not understand how economics works, who doesn't even understand something as simple as what a tariff is going to tell Jerome Powell that he is wrong and tell him how to run the Federal Reserve. It is fucking insane.
Cuts. Both sides confirmed that the meeting happened at the president's invitation. In a statement afterwards, the Fed said Powell told the president that future monetary policy would depend entirely on economic data. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt set out Trump's take.
The president and I both saw the statement that the Fed put out after the meeting. That statement is correct. However, the president did say that he believes the Fed chair is making a mistake by not lowering interest rates, which is putting us at an economic disadvantage to China and other countries. And the president's been very vocal about that, both publicly and now I can reveal privately as well.
The Federal Reserve banks are privately owned. It's an incredibly. I don't think it's that's not quite, at least my understanding of the Federal Reserve System. I mean, they do have a strange system of how federal board governors, the FOMC is populated, and they do intentionally bring in people from the private banking system into the Federal Reserve, and it is separate in many ways from the actual government. But I don't think saying owned is quite the right verbiage, although I think I do get what you're trying to say. It is complicated, though. Let's not get too deep into it. I don't have the time.
This month, the Fed left rates unchanged, and bank officials have since signaled that policy could stay on hold for some months more, while they wait for clarity on the impact of tariffs. The Fed is concerned that trade turmoil could slow the economy, but also stoke inflation. That makes for a tough call on whether to raise or lower rates. Financial markets are currently pricing in a cut in September, with another to follow in December.
Yeah, technically the Federal Reserve is in a very tight spot right now. They had a dual mandate, which they had been doing their very best job at achieving. Now, of course, everybody here has heard me complaining about that dual mandate to some degree, or at least what where they have pegged these different mandates at over time. Like, as it relates to inflation, especially because the Federal Reserve, their target is 2% inflation, which means that if the Federal Reserve achieves what their, at least one part of their dual mandate is, that means the prices just continually get higher, right? Just not super high, just slowly and insidiously higher, almost like you don't notice it, and then suddenly shit's like, 50% more expensive. And they still can say that they've achieved their goals over time. But it's just, their touted objectives are 2% inflation year over year, and maximum unemployment. Not no unemployment, just maximum as the Federal Reserve sees it, right? Like, because in the mind of the Federal Reserve, you're always going to have some number of people unemployed. But yeah, unfortunately, in this moment where Donald Trump is both firing people from the federal government at an unprecedented rate and waging a trade war, which is absolutely an inflationary act, they're left with very little to do because their only real tool is raising and lowering interest rates. It's just manipulation of rates, right? That's all. That's their only tool, and it's a very short list of things they can do. Neither of those things are going to solve both of those while we have all this going on. All right, let's go away from Donald Trump having summoned Jerome Powell on Friday. Now I have no idea what happened at that meeting aside from Donald Trump probably treating Jerome Powell like fucking Zelensky. I can just imagine it right now. Jerome Powell comes in and JD Vance is like, I'm trying to think. I mean, Jerome Powell's always wearing a suit. I can't imagine not wearing a suit, actually. I'm fairly certain he goes to bed in a suit, but I'm sure JD Vance found something to chastise him for, while Donald Trump told him to lower interest rates so that we can have higher inflation. And people who have access to credit and capital can get even more money. Let's talk about the trade war. All right, yeah. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. The White House, I think it was Caroline, I can't remember who was asked this question, but the White House was asked how this trade war and how the in the courts will affect that 90-day pause on Liberation Day. Yes, I'm afraid that Re-Liberation Day is coming. By the way, I've been trying to count down. I think I've already forgotten how far away we are, but I think we're like 42 days away from Re-Liberation Day now, if I'm doing my math correctly. It is coming.
Lindsay.
Thank you, Caroline. Many small businesses that we've talked to since the tariffs have been in place have said what would really help them is a long-term plan so that they can catch up. In light of what's happened now, this trade war with the courts, how will that impact this 90-day window? Will you guys be adjusting that? And how can you help relieve some of these small businesses?
Well, I would say nobody understands the needs of business owners, and nobody has the backs of our small business community more than President Donald J. Trump. He believes, I've heard him talk about this with small business owners himself, that small businesses are truly the backbone of our American economy. And that's why the president is supporting the One Big Beautiful Bill. So for those you spoke to who are asking for a long...
Oh, I see. So this trade policy is just super good for small business. Donald Trump understands small business. Now, I can't think of a single small business that Donald Trump has ever run. They've all been pretty big. Even the one that was given to him from his father. Let's see what small business owners have to say about that. I guess we'll start here in Denver. Denver 7 from Thursday. I'm sure the small business owners are. I'm sure they're going to say, yeah, Caroline, she's right. This is all really good for us.
The back and forth on tariffs has left small business owners in limbo and unsure if they should stock up on product now or wait and see how this all plays out. Today I spoke with Colin Shattuck, the owner of Sportique Scooters on South Broadway in Denver. He told me consumer confidence is down as people are worried about making a big purchase. And sales, well, they've dropped by about a third.
As a dealer and both a manufacturer, what kind of stresses have tariff caused on you trying to prepare for the tariffs, trying to be strategic, and plan ahead for the year to come?
The president himself changes his mind at the drop of a hat, and now you have him battling with the courts as well. So how it all shakes out remains to be seen. So to strategically plan for the future, very, very difficult. Now, in my industry, the future means between now and September, because it is a seasonal industry. So how much do you order? How much do you keep in the warehouses?
Shattuck said,
oh my God, I'm sure this guy's not representative of all small business owners. It doesn't sound like the tariffs are helping this guy, whether it's with revenue or even making decisions on purchasing. It sounds like it's bad for this guy, but I'm sure there's other small businesses who think it's good. Let's go to CBS Evening News. I'm sure they've got some small business owners who are prepared to tout these tariffs. I'm sure he's just a fringe case. Don't worry, that was a fluke. Don't worry.
Americans say they are losing the fight against inflation. In a new CBS News poll, more than 3 out of 4 told us their incomes are not keeping up with inflation.
And nearly 2 out of 3 told us they are stressed about their finances. As for the overall economy, only 39% said it is good, but that is still a 2-point improvement over last month and about where it was when President Trump took office.
A lot of activity, little change. It's the same story in the courts. A day ago, the Court of International Trade ruled the president overstepped his authority with many of his tariffs.
Illegal.
Today, a federal appeals court said the tariffs may stay in place as he challenges the decision.
For many small businesses, Joling Kent tells us the verdict on those tariffs is already in. Joling.
Look, the last 24 hours have been a real roller coaster for American businesses, big and small. They're ensnared in this new legal drama when all they really want from President Trump is some certainty.
Molly Leonetti is the president of Claire V, which makes and sells handbags and accessories.
This says masculin, féminin. This is one of our phrases.
It manufactures many of its products here in Los Angeles, but some of the materials are imported from overseas and subject to President Trump's tariffs.
Since April 2nd, the amount spent on tariffs has been over $100,000 thus far, and that's just in less than 60 days.
Wow.
When we visited the warehouse this afternoon,
$100,000 in
optimistic
tariffs
after a federal court struck down.
It is wild. These freaking tariffs have only been up for 2 months.
Since April 2nd, the amount spent on tariffs has been over $100,000 thus far,
and that's just in less than 60 days.
When we visited the warehouse this afternoon, Leonetti was cautiously optimistic after a federal court struck down President Trump's reciprocal tariffs.
I wish I could say we would be jumping up and rejoicing, but we still remain in a state of heightened uncertainty where it's very hard to project. It's hard to commit to inventory. We've had to put new hires that we'd budgeted for on hold.
But that optimism was short-lived.
We just heard that an appeals court reinstated the tariffs.
You almost want to laugh because it's just the constant breaking news alerts and the reversals. It's so hard to plan, right? And it's so hard to remain hopeful that some of these things will stick that seem to make sense.
The latest CBS News poll found 53% of Americans expect the economy to be slowing or in a recession over the next year.
In the last few months, we've seen a real slowdown. People are nervous, they're holding on to their savings, and they're waiting to see what happens.
How long can you absorb this for?
For us, 8 months, a year is really where we will have to really reevaluate our pricing and think about how we can shift things. We'll have to look at counter-sourcing, counter-development in new places to do what we can to try to offset it.
It's actually pretty, it seems pretty optimistic outlook from her. She's either got a ton of cash in the bank or she's just trying to sound optimistic. That's quite a long time to try and eat those tariffs. I assume she's going off of the 10% tariffs because I'm certain if the Liberation Day tariffs come back on, that calculus changes dramatically. But yeah, doesn't sound the outlook from these business owners doesn't sound super rosy. They sound actually pretty pessimistic when you really get down to it. They are not sounding awfully chipper about these tariffs. Caroline Levin just told me that actually we're looking out for the small businesses, but they all sound sort of terrified. Okay, actually, hold on, chat. I have to do something real quick. I'll be right back. What the fuck? Okay, I'm back. I just had to grab a drink. All right, chat. Alright, let's keep talking tariffs. Let's see what Caroline had to say about tariffs. She had a bunch more stuff to say. Ministry of Truth's got to get the truth out there. We can't believe our lying eyes. We need the Ministry of Truth to make sense of anything in this crazy world. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about, has the president spoken to any of these foreign leaders about these agreements that have been reached, specifically the case of the United Kingdom that already has an agreement in place after this decision of the court in New York?
Has the president talked to foreign leaders about what?
About the court decision in New York.
Which court decision in New York?
The trade court.
Oh, the trade court decision. He did speak to the leader of Japan this morning, and he said that was a very good call and a good discussion. And as I said, the president's cabinet, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Bessent, and Ambassador Jameson Greer have all been in touch with their counterparts in countries around the world to let them know the United States will still be at the negotiating table, and we still expect countries around the world to treat us fairly. Again, I will just close by saying that how ridiculous it is that we have been ripped off. Our middle class has been hollowed out. Our manufacturing base has left and gone overseas. Jobs have been offshored. And now
we've been ripped off. Been ripped off. I'm not sure that's technically the definition of ripped off. I mean, you could maybe suggest that, you know, the TPP was ripping off America. I mean, it was bad for jobs, but goods got way cheaper. So I don't know. I don't think paying less for stuff is necessarily a rip-off. Losing your job's not good. I'm not going to say it's not. I just wouldn't define it as being ripped off. But, you know, Donald Trump also did the USMCA. Did Donald Trump rip us off in his first term, Caroline? Just wondering.
No court did anything about that. No court did anything about hundreds of thousands of people being put out of work, about thousands of factories being closed down, about our deficits going to dangerous levels, as the New York Times has said. But now a court is trying to stop a president from trying to correct those wrongs.
No, the court's trying to stop Donald Trump from doing something that he, you know, supposedly doesn't have the actual constitutional authority to do. I don't think courts can stop Congress from approving a trade agreement. That's not the way I understand it, at least. But yeah, Caroline's saying, America, we've been ripped off. That's why we need the tariffs, so we can get back to work in the factories. That's what we need. Okay. Let's see. She had more stuff to say about that judge who ruled blocking Trump's tariffs.
The president's rationale for imposing these powerful tariffs was legally sound and grounded in common sense. President Trump correctly believes that America cannot function safely long-term if we are unable to scale advanced domestic manufacturing capacity, have our own secure critical supply chains, and our defense industrial base is dependent on foreign adversaries. 3 judges of the U.S. Court of International Trade disagreed and brazenly abused their judicial power to usurp the authority of President Trump.
Is it just me, or does like 95% of Trump's appointees just yell all the time? Whether it's Caroline, who's definitely yelling right now, I don't know why. She's just reading us a pre-written statement. Whether it's Caroline or Stephen Miller or Pam Bondi. I mean, Marco Rubio was in the Senate budget committee. He's screaming earlier, I think it was. I mean, they all seem to just love yelling. Why can't they just talk at a normal volume? You have 2 microphones on either side of you. You don't have to yell. You can just use a normal speaking voice. It's not necessary.
They disagreed and brazenly abused their judicial power to usurp the authority of President Trump, to stop him from carrying out the mandate that the American people gave him. These judges failed to acknowledge that the President of the United States has core foreign affairs powers and authority given to him by Congress to protect the United States economy and national security. President Trump is in the process of rebalancing America's trading agreements with the entire world, bringing tens of billions of dollars in tariff revenues to our country, and finally ending the United States of America from being ripped off. These judges are threatening to undermine the credibility of the United States on the world stage. The administration has already filed an emergency motion for a stay pending appeal and an immediate administrative stay to strike down this egregious decision. But ultimately, the Supreme Court must put an end to this for the sake of our Constitution and our country.
Why would other countries continue these trade deal negotiations given the rule?
Other countries around the world have faith in the negotiator-in-chief, President Donald J. Trump.
Other countries have faith in Donald Trump. Oh, Caroline.
Give me a joke.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
She really is. She really is. I'm not using that one sarcastically this time. I think Caroline really is dangerous. Personally, because there are many a time I think she genuinely believes what she's saying because she is that stupid. But she's also just willing to say whatever. Whatever she has to back up Donald Trump, even really dumb shit like that. The rest of the world has great faith in Donald Trump, the best negotiator in chief. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. Oh boy, that is fascinating. It was a fascinating take from her. The other thing, I don't know if everybody heard it, but she suggested that the judges are brazenly abusing their power.
Illegal.
How dare those checks balance? Those goddamn judges pretending like they're a co-equal branch of government.
Illegal.
My God. All right, let's go to Peter Navarro. Wait. Let's go to the man who probably has even less understanding of economics than Donald Trump. A man who is now, I can't remember what his new job is. He's just a counselor. He's just hanging out in the White House. He doesn't have really much of a real job. Oh, God. If only Eric didn't know how to use Amazon, we wouldn't have to listen to this. But since Donald Trump's sons have computers and know how to do a simple Google search, we have for us Peter Navarro to come out and defend those tariffs. And also come after those god dang judges.
Right. All right, let's talk tariffs. All right,
Peter,
no questions. Let me start. So I want to just lay some stuff out for you, and then we'll take some questions. How's that? That deal? Okay. So obviously, you just heard the news. They've stayed the order of the court, and we will go obviously to the appeals court, and if necessary, up the chain.
I gotta say, it's almost weird to have a Trump official not yelling. So Peter coming out here and sort of whispering into the microphone is a little strange.
So obviously, you just heard the news. They've stayed the order of the court, and we will go obviously to the appeals court, and if necessary, up the chain from there. Let me give you some context. The broad context for this administration is that President Trump ran, among other things, on stopping Communist China from poisoning Americans with fentanyl. We've lost over 1 million souls to fentanyl over the last years. It's not just fentanyl itself that kills.
We're going back to being worried about drugs again, even though Elon was apparently doing his best Hunter S. Thompson impression inside the White House.
Illegal.
They use the Mexican cartels, blend the fentanyl in to all the hard drugs, the methamphetamine, the heroin, the ecstasy, and all that. But also, and if you're anybody out there watching this is buying any prescription drugs online, it's creeped into things like Valium and Xanax as well. It's a carnage. It is.
Valium and Xanax? I'm fairly certain both of those were in Elon's little briefcase.
Emergency. And President Trump promised to stop that, and the courts have intervened now on that. So that's one piece of what happened yesterday. The second piece is the reciprocal tariffs. President Trump promised on the campaign trail that he would end the unfair trade practices of foreign nations. I think the press has now agreed with this administration that the rest of the world charges higher tariffs and has higher non-tariff barriers. And
wait, the rest of the press? The press agrees? What press? I haven't seen a single article that agrees with the assertion that Ron is making. I mean, Peter. Wait, god damn it. Whatever his name is. Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it now. The press. I think he means his alias must have written an op-ed somewhere. Ron Vero must have come out and said, actually, the rest of the world charges more tariffs than we are, than the reciprocal tariffs. Because yeah, has anybody else seen this? Anybody? Because I somehow missed it, and you know me, I'm pretty tuned. I wouldn't say I'm the most tuned in on the planet, but I'm certainly doing my best. And I haven't seen a single article that suggests that other countries are charging more tariffs than what Donald Trump proposed on Liberation Day. So that's a really weird assertion to make, Peter. Petey boy.
Don't be creepy.
All right, Pete had one more. I got one more comment from Pete.
You're
Yes,
talking
ma'am.
about other things that the courts are asking you to do, like Section 122 and 301.
The court didn't ask us to do it. They pointed out
Huh?
that we have other ways to do that, which is kind of curious that they would do that.
Is it?
But I think the fact is that they know that their ruling is on soft ground, and they just want to make it clear that the president does have broad authorities to do what he's trying to do for the American people. Finish your question.
Wait. The courts ruled that Donald Trump couldn't do the thing that he's doing because they were attempting to recognize that Trump does have the authority to do what he's doing? That's not making a lot of sense, Pete. Wait, where are you coming up with this spurious fucking claim? Shocking that a guy who would, come up with a pseudonym to write a bunch of books that he would then quote later in his own life as somehow being proof of the things that he's saying, sort of in this weird cyclical loop, would come out and suggest something as cyclical in logic as that. That's very strange, Pete. I gotta say, that is not making it's making actually negative sense. My brain, I feel dumber for having heard that sentence. It's not checking out. The math just ain't mathing. Maybe it's just it's just my stupid brain. But I just, can someone help me in chat explain to me how that works? Why would the courts come out and rule that Donald Trump can't do the thing that he's doing to tell the Trump administration that they in fact can do the thing that they're doing? Yeah. I might have to end the stream after that. I don't think I'm going to be able to move forward. I think my brain's broken now. I don't think I can continue on after hearing something that stupid. Okay. Got a couple more videos on the tariffs. Holy shit, we're almost at 6 hours. I'm gonna try and blast through these. Well, not blast. Let's do 2 more on the tariffs, and then we'll be right back. But this part is troubling, I'm not gonna lie. By the way, can you believe we've already done 3 full halves, and it's only, this is around the time that we usually start the stream. It's like 3 free halves that you're getting here on this Saturday. Pretty crazy, if you ask me. I should try praying on it.
Jesus, I say that.
I'll try it. I'll try it. Pray to Gary. I will ask Gary for guidance. Call it the Triple G, the Great Gary Guidance. Now, if you didn't hear, and I have a theory on why this happened. Actually, it's sort of a twofold theory. I have two different reasons for why I think this happened. But Donald Trump on Friday announced that he was going to double tariffs on foreign steel and aluminum, as well as goods made of foreign steel and aluminum imported into the country, from 25% to 50%. One of the reasons why I think this is the case, the reason he's decided to do this all of a sudden, even after he said he was pausing the Liberation Day tariffs, is due to all of the taco comments. People called Donald Trump a chicken, and that really hurt his feelings. We saw his reaction to having people claim that he had chickened out. And honestly, that sort of blew up the internet for a second. So I'm fairly certain, Donald Trump saw some of these taco claims somewhere, aside from the questions that reporters were asking him about it. I'm just guessing. But there's another reason that I'm also thinking about. But we'll get to that in a second. Let's go hear Associated Press from yesterday.
So soon after initially taking office, I imposed powerful 25% tariffs on all foreign steel and ended each and every one of the Biden exceptions and exclusions. China. And today I have a major announcement. And are you ready to hear this? This is on behalf of Scott, Secretary of Treasury, Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce.
God damn it. What are we doing?
And all of the great geniuses and people we have working, and they are smart, but I don't think you'd be a good steel worker, Scott. I'm sorry. We are going to be imposing a 25% increase. We're going to bring it from 25% to 50%, the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure.
We're keeping America secured. Steel and aluminum. Sorry, Scott. I don't think you'd be a very good steel worker. Now, if Scott Bessent does lose his job, he'll probably go working at the steel gulags anytime. Probably happen any day now. If Scott fucks this up, whatever that would be. Yeah. Alright. One more on this insane decision to suddenly, without warning, increase those tariffs from 25 to 50% on Friday. Here's BBC.
Donald Trump has told a rally at a U.S. steel plant in Pennsylvania that he intends to double U.S. steel import tariffs to 50%. The president said the increase would offer the country's steel industry more security and vowed to stop any countries getting around the new rate. The White House said the higher levies would take effect next week. It comes after a federal appeals court granted the temporary suspension of a lower court's trade ruling that the bulk of Mr. Trump...
It's actually very generous. I gave you all the weekend to import as much steel and aluminum as you can. Don't just forget the fact that it takes probably weeks, if not months, to get that steel and aluminum into the country. A weekend is perfectly fine amount of time for businesses to prepare for doubling input costs. Totally fine and great for America. Now, the other thing that I said two reasons, right? And I only said one of them. Now, the other reason why I think this may have happened, it has to do with the U.S. steel deal, which he supposedly signed last week. Or I don't know if it was signed or just finalized, but Donald Trump is allowing the sale U.S. steel to Nippon steel, otherwise known as Japan steel. And I feel like this is his way of trying to, what's the word? Trick his voters into looking away from that decision. Because if you're trying to boost U.S. steel production, one might say selling the biggest steel company in the United States to a foreign company is perhaps counterintuitive to that goal. All right. Did we make the goal? We did. We did do it. 10 of 10. We succeeded. Not that I'm not taking more donations. I mean, we had still kind of a rough month earnings wise. So if you want to get it in now, now's the time, because May 31st, any money donated after today, I won't see until July, third week of July, for, basically the last week of July is when I will see any money donated after today. So if you want to help me out for June, do feel free to donate if that's what you were thinking. Although I know Vicky already technically donated. That is who said it, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break, but don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Jaeger8 Larson just subscribed for 5 months. Thanks, Jaeger8 Larson. Appreciate your patronage over on Twitch. All right, to the space messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube super chats, super stickers, and memberships, both gifted and started for yourself. It's okay to be selfish when it comes to, getting a membership. Do something nice for you. Treat yourself. But of course, we also have Twitch with the bits and the subs, just like Jaeger8 Larson did. You could resubscribe or start a subscription so you can avoid ads while also getting access to all of the Twitch emotes that we have over there, which are technically different than the ones that we have here on YouTube. So at least some of them are. Also, remember that if you have an Amazon Prime membership, you can get you have a free Twitch sub just sitting around, and if you don't use it, that's basically like giving Jeff Bezos free money. But if you'd rather not give Jeff Bezos free money, you could use your Amazon Prime benefit of a free Twitch Prime sub. Give it directly to me, your pal StreamLord. It's basically like taking money from Bezos and giving it to the Galactic News Network. It's a win-win-win. But of course, we have other ways, Cash App and PayPal. If you'd prefer no money be taken by YouTube or Twitch, but of course the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Like an avatar on the stream, shoutouts at the end, and much, much more. Oh shit, Vicky with a sweet, sweet super chat. Incredibly generous. Thank you, Vicky. Alright, that's enough messages from me, chat. Enjoy this short space break. right. I do believe everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the show. So get back in your seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to miss the latest content from the Galactic News Network. That would be sad. In fact, I'm on the brink of tears just hearing it, saying it out loud. Alright, what next? We got a long ass stream here today, people. I'm just looking at all the content we have done and how much content we have left to do here. I'd say we've probably got like, let's see. Oh boy. I just realized that I need that's actually a lot more than I was thinking. Well, not a lot more, but boy, oh boy. Okay, why are you not refreshing? There we go. Oh shit. Wow. Who made this fucking list?
Come on!
That's too much, man!
Good thing we started early today. Because boy, oh boy. Yeesh, it's almost like there's been a lot of stuff happening this week. In the last like 48 hours. Oh god. And I just realized this video is not even in the goddamn right spot. That is terrible.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Just terrible. Yeah, out of 158 videos, which I have in this list of ours today, we probably have somewhere close to, somewhere between 90 and 100 videos to get through. So it's basically a full stream. We have a full stream's worth of videos, and we've done 3 freaking halves already, Space Fams. Can you believe it? This is looking like it's going to be an epic Saturn day. Okay. We're almost to the environmental half. I feel like I've been doing pretty good about breaking up topics by the half. Yeah. Let us get started on the 4th half, talking about a bombshell allegation that is being made against 2 NYPD detectives. Well, I don't know if I could call it an allegation, but there's something of a connection, which is very, very suspicious and potentially wildly problematic if what I think might be going on occurred. I'm not saying I know with any certainty, but we did discuss a story earlier this week regarding cryptocurrency where 2 men kidnapped and held hostage another man in an attempt to gain access to his crypto wallet in New York City. They were both arrested, and the man managed to escape. But there is a very interesting connection here as it relates to 2 NYPD detectives who were apparently working security for the 2 crypto investors that held that man hostage. Let's start it off with NBC News from Thursday. This is a fascinating development in this story.
Tonight, 2 members of the New York Police Department have been placed on modified duty, guns and badges temporarily taken, according to the NYPD, as they're investigated for any link to 2 crypto businessmen, John Waltz and William Duplessis, accused of kidnapping an Italian investor before his escape 17 days later and torturing him inside of his Soho townhouse, trying to pry away his Bitcoin password. Law enforcement sources familiar with the case say that includes a detective in Mayor Adams' security detail who was working off-duty at the time and provided security at that townhouse. The NYPD telling NBC News members of the...
Oh my god. This is so problematic. So these 2 detectives were working security detail for these 2 gentlemen. Maybe not the right use of gentlemen. These 2 alleged criminals that had held this man hostage. Those same detectives were also working for Mayor Adams. This is insane. This is all fucking wild.
And provided security at that townhouse. The NYPD telling NBC News members of the service were modified yesterday. The matter is under internal review.
Oh, good, an internal review. Thank God. Thank God. At least we're not going to get an independent review. We're gonna, police are going to investigate themselves.
Give me a joke.
Ever since this incident took place, detectives are scouring everything that happened. At some point, the detectives identified a couple of members of the NYPD that may have had interactions with the Italian tourist, and at that point, the investigation widens.
Terry Monahan is a former NYPD chief of department. Sources say that detective picked up the Italian tourist at the airport, but where they traveled next and whether either member had any knowledge of what was allegedly happening in that townhouse is under review.
Did they know anything that was going on? Were they involved in the criminality?
How could they not
This is all going to come out over the next couple of weeks as the investigation continues.
Monahan says any sort of...
I really do feel like we need some independent investigators. Unfortunately, the independent investigators are either Trump appointees or fired. People like, inspectors general and things like that who might be able to do an independent investigation.
Off-duty security job has to be pre-approved. Whether this one is also part of the investigation. Mayor Adams not addressing the matter during a public appearance today.
No kidding.
The spokesperson told NBC News every city employee is expected to follow the law, including our officers, both on and off duty. We are disturbed by these allegations. Attorneys for both men...
Illegal.
This is wild. This is genuinely fucking wild. When I saw this, I thought it was another Onion article. Like every single day I see a real story where I'm like, there's no way this is true. This is too much.
That's too much,
But
man.
no, we live in a fucking nonsense timeline. Oh, by the way.
Turning now to some other headlines happening
after.
here that we've been following closely. The NYPD investigating 2 detectives now who provided security for the crypto investors accused of holding a man captive in Soho. Now police sources say that those detectives have been placed on desk duty. Alicia Reed has the details and also the mayor's response.
While the crypto investors accused of kidnapping and torturing an Italian national remain behind bars, details are emerging of the 2 NYPD detectives that worked security for them. One of them is normally assigned to the mayor's detail, and according to sources, was the one to pick up the victim from the airport on May 6th and drop him off at the Prince Street home. It's common for police to work security during their off hours, but prior authorization is required from the NYPD.
Yeah, no
Something
kidding.
Police say the 2 detectives did not have.
Oh, they didn't have prior authorization to work security for two alleged criminals that were holding a man hostage. You don't say. I genuinely, I don't even know what to say to this. It's too much. I'm fucking at a loss. This is just, if this is true, this is such a flagrant fucking violation of not just the public trust, but just of general like expectations of what you would like from law enforcement. I'm just like, I seriously, this is a parody. This is a fucking parody. I swear to God, this is so wild. Oh my God. He just blown away.
They were tempted by the allure of the salary, right? Salary comes
into play.
The NYPD stripped the detectives of their guns and badges and placed them on desk duty
Oh,
as
good, they're
Internal
on desk
Affairs
duty.
investigates. Mayor
At least they're getting paid while they're investigated for potentially having involvement in a fucking hostage situation. Oh, that's good. At least they're... At least... Oh my god. This is... It's a parody of itself. Oh my god. Can we get an at this point I would take an independent investigation from Pam Bondi. These dudes, how are they not on it, like, you know, like unpaid administrative leave? I don't understand. Oh shit, Icebreaker. I didn't even notice Icebreaker subscribed with Prime. That is a beautiful decision, Icebreaker, I gotta say, pal. I appreciate you so much. Very thoughtful. And it's thoughtful in multiple ways because you're using your Prime benefit in a very intelligent manner, but it's also nice. It's helpful to me. You're hurting Jeffy Bezos and you're helping me. You're helping the stream. It's just a stellar decision. Okay, now before we go to the next topic, that being AI and what sort of developments have been going on in that space. Can someone tell me how many support characters we need? Because I know we have more likes than you have support characters. So, I don't know if somebody could help me with that, because I can't quite see it right now. Yes, Morbidaslo. Thank you for using your highlighted membership chat to remind me of the emotional support characters. I appreciate that. That's very, very thoughtful. Emotional. Now everybody's just yes. Tell me how many though. I need to know the number. I can't just start rolling this dice without knowing how many, and I don't have it in front of me right now. It was epic timing on both of your parts, sending it simultaneously. There's no way for me to not do it now. 93. 93, okay. Sweet. And we have, wait, we have 6, right? Hold on, let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Okay. T95. Wow, okay. Getting very close to 100. Some pretty good like numbers. What? Right, AI. AI. And boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to go over. And we already had a stream that was, you know, at least partially dedicated to AI earlier this. I think it was the last stream we did, right? But there's even more to talk about somehow. Since then, there's been even more revelations and developments in the AI space that I was unaware of the last stream, or had not even happened at that time. Okay, let's start it off here just talking supercomputers. To ease our way into this discussion, NBC Bay Area from 2 days ago. Supercomputer named after Nobel laureate Jennifer Doudna, whoever the fuck that is.
A huge honor today for a Bay Area science pioneer, Dr. Jennifer Doudna, who just a few years ago was awarded the Nobel Prize for Chemistry. Now she has an ultra-fast supercomputer named after her, a computer powered by Bay Area technology. Here's our business and tech reporter, Scott Bubman.
The supercomputers here at the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab are loud and powerful. They're about to get some company.
This computer is going to be named after one of our time's great scientists.
A supercomputer named after Dr. Jennifer Doudna. Nobel Prize winner and science pioneer.
I just want to make sure that our next generation of scientists have the same opportunities that somebody like me had. I really believe in that. That's probably the most important thing I do, is thinking about, the future.
The new machine will help power the future, fittingly with chips from Silicon Valley's NVIDIA.
The scientific supercomputer is one of humanity's most vital instruments.
No, it's not.
It is the instrument for advancing knowledge discovery.
The dedication comes at a time when technology is leading the way in science, but science...
Of course, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, thinks this is the most important technology on the planet. Shocking. There you go, kids. Enjoy your supercomputer. That's enough of that story. It's too much of an AI glaze piece. Let's talk about another piece of AI technology that's causing people some real frustrations not far from the Bay Area. This one's in LA, NBC LA from 2 days ago. Waymos are causing neighbors in Santa Monica to get a little upset.
The sight of self-driving Waymo cars is becoming more common across Southern California.
But in Santa Monica, some neighbors say the light and noise pollution these Waymos cause is too much. NBC4's Karma Dickerson joins us live from that neighborhood with the story. Karma.
Yes, if you've ever wondered where those self-driving cars go after they drop you off, well, they drive themselves to a facility like the one over my shoulder. The problem is that's driving a wedge between the company, the city of Santa Monica, and some people who live nearby. It's basically a Bay City birthright, opening your window to catch the ocean breezes. But in one Santa Monica neighborhood, some people are shutting out the fresh air in hopes of blocking out this beeping.
The reverse is really what's concerning everybody, the reverse sound. It's every day, all day.
Over the last few months, some community members have not been shy about their opposition to the Waymo charging lots on Euclid and Broadway.
With all the technology they put into having a robot car, why they cannot make a car that doesn't make so much noise.
Their biggest concern is the noise the self-driving rideshare cars make when backing out of parking spaces late at night.
It's been a nightmare, no sleep, waking us up at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
They also complain of increased traffic.
And sometimes they'll get stuck and they'll have to park in this lot down here, which is not their lot.
Even light pollution.
At night, the place looks like a Las Vegas strip with the
city of Santa Monica says they've been fielding complaints about the lots, which Waymo uses to charge and clean their driverless cars.
Oh,
According to the city, Waymo has taken steps to...
Well, there we go. People in Santa Monica being harassed, tormented by this Waymo car lot, and by the cars themselves, apparently. But this is not even brushing the surface of how annoying AI is right now for people. Now, yeah, let's... Oh shit, I meant to put this in the other place. Yeah. Let's... Alright, let's... Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to shift a video here. Let's get going on this. Now, this was something from 4 months ago. I know this doesn't count as a development, but this is going to be relevant in just a moment. So, have patience. If you've already seen this, we watched this basically like the week that it happened. It was like January or something, whenever the Davos summit in Switzerland happened. We watched a Wall Street Journal interview with the CEO of Anthropic AI. I just want to hear what this guy
around what the machine is doing.
Say.
And so we can.
I just want to hear what this guy had to say at this time. What's his name again? Not David. What the fuck is this? Whatever his name is. This dude who...
think from a product perspective how to design our products to enable complementarity rather than substitution. There was this interesting study from the economist Eric Brynjolfsson about a year ago that said, by default, when companies deploy AI, they tend to deploy it in a replacement mode. But when they think more, when they pay more attention to the deployment, they often find ways to deploy it in a complementary mode. When they do that, the productivity increases are greater. So that suggests there's some...
I love how this guy can't seem to swallow his own spit, and it sort of comes frothing out on to his lips as he's talking. It's not gross at all. Whoops, that's the wrong sound shot.
Don't be creepy.
Path dependence. There are different ways to deploy the technology, and we are thinking about that as we design this virtual collaborator. Again, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a brutally efficient market here, right? If doing things in a complementary way is like, somehow will be reliably outcompeted in the market by not doing things in a complementary way, then the whole industry is in a difficult position, and we have to think about how to get around that. So there are very powerful market forces here, but I think
now, to sort of demystify the nerd talk of what he's saying, he's basically saying that, generally speaking, companies are looking to replace workers with AI, but, it might be better for them to use it as a complement to workers. So to pay for AI and workers at the same time, even though that would increase their costs.
Opportunity compatible with those market forces to take a different path that's better for the whole industry, that's innovative, that manages to be better for humans while outcompeting the other approaches. That's a short term. In the long term, I feel very strongly that I don't know exactly when it'll come. I don't know if it'll be 2027. I think it's plausible it could be longer than that. I don't think it will be a whole bunch longer than that, when AI systems are better than humans at almost everything, better than almost all humans at almost everything, and then eventually better all humans than everything. Even robotics, we make good enough AI systems, they'll enable us to make better robots. And so when that happens,
God, swallow your fucking
need to have
spit,
a conversation at places like this, right? At places like this event about, how do we organize our economy, right? How do humans find meaning, right? There are a lot of assumptions we've made.
Yeah, there are a lot of assumptions that you're making right now. But this was 4 months ago. Not that long. This was at the Davos Summit, I think, like I said, it was like January, certainly in the winter. And he's saying, right now, AI is not capable of replacing everyone yet, but at some point, he, at least in his mind, will be. And this was 4 months ago. And then once it has completely replaced workers, that's the time for us to talk about how us humans try and figure out how we have meaning while we don't work, and while we have no social safety net in the country, and once labor has no leverage over capitalists and their bosses and companies, right? But when we get to the point where those companies no longer need us, and going on strike has little to no effect on these companies because you've either been fired already or they just don't need you, and they can threaten you with just firing you, so you can do menial tasks for the robot. That's when we talk about restructuring society, not before it. Right now, we just need to go full speed ahead, making as much money as possible. This guy's, of course, a billionaire, as are pretty much all the guys in the AI space, at least the ones at the top. That's when we talk about all of that. For now, let him make as much money as possible and continue pushing us towards the AI apocalypse. That's what he had to say 4 months ago at Davos. We might come back to Mr. Andretti at some point. Now, this was also around the same time this came out. This little video popped up on the internet around the same time as the Davos summit. So this was intended. I gotta say, this was a massive improvement from the original Will Smith video. The first one literally looked like a goddamn horror movie. It still is not perfect, you know. We need to start escalating things and put some pressure on the Illuminati. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But yeah, if you recall the old one, it was pretty grotesque to watch. Now this was from yesterday. Mr. Andrade came out and had some things to say on CNN. Same guy.
A well-known and respected tech CEO, Dario Amodei, who heads a cutting-edge
whatever
AI
his name
company
is,
called Anthropic, is raising alarms tonight about AI's potential impact on employment that could soon be felt. While he says AI can lead to incredible advancements like medical breakthroughs and boost the economy, he believes it could also lead to half of entry-level white-collar jobs disappearing and 10 to 20% unemployment in the next 1 to 5 years. It's something that's been talked about within tech circles for a while, but rarely so starkly and so publicly. I spoke to him just before air about that and other implications he thinks AI.
Now this is a fascinating shift from a man who 4 months ago was saying this is way in the future. And now he's not going on to CNN to tell us, actually, this is right now.
They have on society. Dario, you've said that AI
oh my God,
could
that's the
wipe
most
out
awkward
half
fucking
of
smile
all
I've ever
entry-level
seen.
white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10.
This fucking weirdo. This guy who's incapable of smiling like a human being. He's the one who's going to rule over us, along with people like Sam Altman and Elon Musk, who I guess is already ruling over us.
To 20%. How soon might that happen?
Well, let's, well, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. But just to back up a little bit, you know, I've been building AI for over a decade. And I think maybe the most salient feature of the technology and what is driving all of this is how fast the technology is getting better. A couple of years ago, you could say that AI models were maybe as good as a smart high school student. I would say that now they're as good as a smart college student and sort of reaching past that. I really worry, particularly at the entry level, that the AI models are you know, very much at the center of what an entry level human worker would do. And so it's hard to estimate, you know, exactly what the impact would be. And you know, there's always this question of adaptation. And you know, these technology changes have happened before, but I think what is striking to me about this AI boom is that it's bigger and it's broader. And
what is this? What is wrong with this guy's salivary gland, and why is he constantly frothing at the fucking mouth? Is that what happens when you become a creepy billionaire AI CEO? It's really off-putting. Oh, we all need to go on general strike. Yes, actually we've been talking about general strikes for multiple things, including for climate change right now. Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Moving faster than anything has before. And so compared to previous technology changes, I'm a little bit more worried about the labor impact simply because it's happening so fast that yes, people will adapt, but they may not adapt fast enough. And so there may be an adjustment period.
You are running an incredibly important company in AI.
Is it important?
And you know this better.
Is it important, Anderson? I love how Anderson grants him that grants him that claim. You're running a really important company that's probably going to disenfranchise millions of people. Yeah, this is so important to be disconnecting people from their source of income and or life's purpose.
Better than anybody, or as well as you know, all the names we know, people, Sam Altman and others who are working, Elon Musk and AI. Why are you raising the alarm? Because it's not necessarily, I would think, in your best interest, because a lot of the messages we hear from, at least publicly, from, you know, some AI CEOs and stuff is a little bit more calming, like, you know, these agents are going to be great in your life, and yes, there may be problems, but, you know, writ large, this is a fantastic thing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the reason I'm raising the alarm is that I think others haven't as much, and you know, I think someone needs to say it. You know, to be clear,
dude, 4 months ago you were not raising the alarm. Remember that? It was not long. It was we just watched it. It was like literally this year, and you were saying, that's a future problem. We don't have to talk about that. But one day, way down. This is literally what he said. I'm nutshelling, but we just got done listening to him say it. Way down the line, we'll have to come together and talk about how we'll solve this. And literally 4 months later, he's like, nobody else is talking about this, but I'm gonna do it. It's like, dude. Come on.
Come on!
And, you know, I recognize it's always a difficult balance, right? I'm aware of my position that I'm building this technology while also expressing concerns about it. And, you know, the reason I'm doing both of those things is, you know, one, I think the benefits are massive. And, you know,
I love how these guys, like, I think Sam Altman actually came out and said some stuff about this stuff before Sergio did. But, like, God, the spittle in his mouth is always, oh my God, just do something about it. It just, it is just fascinating that he's coming out simultaneously, still pushing us towards that future, and also coming to warn us about himself. Everybody, I need to come out onto CNN and tell you I am ruining the planet. Well, maybe we should make what you're doing fucking illegal. How's that sound?
Illegal.
How's that sound?
We need to find a way to you know, to achieve the benefits and mitigate or prevent the harms. And, you know, the second thing I would say is, look, there are, as you mentioned, 6 or 7 companies in the U.S. building this technology, right? If we stop doing it tomorrow, the rest would continue. If all of us now stop doing it tomorrow, then China would just beat us. And I don't think China...
Jesus Christ. There we go. That's where I wanted to stop it. So we have to keep doing it because of China.
China!
This sort of anti-China sentiment that seems to be just like osmosising its way diffusely permeating every topic of conversation right now is incredibly fucking disturbing. I don't know why we have to be so afraid of China. We have the largest military on the planet. China's not threatening us in any way. In fact, they were our biggest trading partner until Donald Trump started waging a goddamn trade war against them. And there's no reason. I don't know why that matters. Now let's go to a man who is way ahead of Mr. Amadei, dude who already won a Nobel Prize or something like that. Geoffrey Hinton, who was on CBS Mornings, I think it was at the beginning of May, actually.
Last December, Geoffrey Hinton was awarded the Nobel Prize for his pioneering work in machine learning, a major turning point on the road to artificial intelligence. Brooke Silva Braga introduced us to this leading figure in AI back in 2023 and recently went back to visit him. Good morning, Brooke.
Good morning. When we first met Hinton, the world had just been introduced to OpenAI's ChatGPT, triggering a kind of AI arms race. Hundreds of billions have been spent on AI in just the last 2 years. Hinton entered the field decades before it was cool, and now, retired from Google, has a unique, independent perspective on how we got here and where we're headed.
This is a Nobel Prize. Last year, Geoffrey Hinton, for most of his life an outcast professor, was awoken by a call in the middle of the night. He was getting the Nobel Prize.
People dream of winning these things, and when you do win it, does it feel like you thought it might?
I never dreamt about winning one for physics, so I don't know. I dreamt about winning one for figuring out how the brain works.
Wow.
Yeah, but I didn't figure out how the brain works. But I won one anyway.
That's because Hinton's attempt to model the brain instead helped change the world. In 1986, he proposed using a neural network to predict the next word in a sequence, the foundational concept that today's large language models
It's an expert at everything.
have built upon.
You believe then that we would get here?
Yes, but not this soon.
Because that was 40 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is one of the actual smart nerds who knows how to do math and stuff like that, and actual science rather than just trying to make money. He was just doing research for the sake of it and for the benefit of mankind, not trying to make trillions of dollars while actively disenfranchising us from our way of life. And he seemed genuinely shocked by the pace at which AI has been improving. Speaking of disenfranchising us from our way of life, let's talk about some of the ways AI is already disenfranchising us, starting in LA, where robots are taking jobs away from cashiers immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, a first-of-its-kind smart store is now open in Southern California. I mean, look at this. It's all, no humans needed, no customer service necessary. We're getting our first ever behind-the-scenes look at VenHub.
That thing moves fast, huh? Yeah.
I know, like, watch out.
Not only is this shop futuristic, could be a way that customers can save a little money when they shop. NBC4's Michelle Weiss shows us how.
Welcome to the future of shopping.
A 24/7 smart store coming to a neighborhood near you. It looks like a giant vending machine, but operates differently.
Meet Barb and Peter, our incredible robotic arms. These two collaborate effortlessly to ensure everything runs.
While you're watching this, I want everyone here to think for a second about this fact. At least as of the last data set that was collected, over 3 million people in the United States, mostly women, work as cashiers. That's 1% of the entire population.
VenHub, an AI and robotic tech company, just opened their fully autonomous smart store in Glendale and North Hollywood.
For me, I'm sort of an introvert. I like the fact that I don't have to talk to people.
Through the VenHub app, customers can browse and select and purchase up to 400 convenience store items without staff assistance. Zero human customer service needed.
This is the first in its kind.
And it's just the beginning.
Our vision is in the next 10 years, this becomes a store of everything, whether it's convenience, prescription, pharmaceuticals, lockers, smart lockers. We have weatherproofing coming up. We have solar panels are coming up. Right now, this store has a battery backup system. It's already built in. So in case the power goes out.
This autonomous solution also reduces building and operating costs, a whopping 31%.
This is problematic, people, and I've been saying it since we heard this guy. We heard Sergio Amadei say that shit at Davos. I was like, guys, you know, I know AI is not there quite yet, but if this asshole is right, you know, and if what he's saying, I mean, I absolutely granted him the second half of what he was talking about in terms of billionaires just pushing forward until we delete all the jobs, leaving workers with no power. We're gonna be a fucking real problem. We're gonna have a real fucking problem on our hands, people. And you know, if this does become, you know, prevalent, mass adopted in places, it's gonna mean a loss of jobs around the country, around the world, if we don't do something to regulate this shit immediately. If we don't assert our power now before they replace us, we are fucked. Just like Donald James was saying a second ago. If we don't get universal UBI right now, if we don't do the opposite of what the Trump administration is doing, which is slashing the social safety net in our country, we are fucked. We are genuinely fucked. You know, we got a bunch of narcissistic sociopaths running our country who are incapable of empathizing with human beings, and they are trying to take away all of our benefits while they also push ahead on replacing us. It's not a good combo. It's not a good combo, and this is not it. This is not all of it. Let's just go a little bit let's just go a little bit north to San Francisco now, where in Silicon Valley they're replacing another kind of worker.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is from earlier this month as well.
The future of food is automation. At least that's what one Los Gatos restaurant owner believes. ABC 7 News South Bay reporter Dustin Dorsey stopped by the brand new restaurant
I gotta
Bots to
say,
try out a cheese.
I know her job is to smile, but doing these stories with a smile in your face, not a good call. Maybe take this more seriously and think about the implications.
Assembled by a robot.
This is the future of food.
The future of food? Now this I've gotta see. Here in Los Gatos by morning, this restaurant is known as Breaking Dawn, a brunch spot. At night, it's Firstborn, a dinner destination. But now it's also BurgerBot, a transformative take on burgers and fries. There's nothing quite like this anywhere else, right?
There's only one in the world right now, I believe, that's of this kind.
Right in Silicon Valley, owner Elizabeth Trong says this latest innovation is changing the way burgers are made. This doesn't eliminate a human touch, but Trong says it improves workflows amid a changing industry.
You go to the grocery store and you see all of our frozen food being made, right? It's all robotics. But this, you get to see in front of you. This is the next sushi.
After the burger patty and ingredients are prepared by human staff, 2 different ABB robots take over. The BurgerBot assembles a burger and fries meal exactly how a customer wants it.
There's 3 components to it. So first there's a veggie cutter and dispenser. So it basically cuts the veggies, onions, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, as the customer demands it to be cut. So if it's more, less, or no, that's what it does, and the customer gets to see that. Then there's a sauce dispenser. So if you want extra sauce or no sauce, you can see that happening as well. And then finally, the third component of it is that the burger actually closes the clamshell and then it grabs the fries, as you can see in the back.
You just watched it happen. Robot to table in around a minute.
I'm just surprised. Yes, it's good.
Perfect consistency to condiment. As a customer as well, there's consistency, there's efficiency, there's transparency in the world of food. And I think that's kind of what we want. We want to come in and
is that what we want as human beings? Yeah, I mean, I guess nobody will be able to buy it aside from the AI overlords, but it'll be good for them, I guess, once all the jobs are gone. I guess we'll just have to reduce the population by like 90%, and then we'll be fine, right? Something like that. I mean, if they continue to push in this direction. What are humans to do exactly? Especially without any source of income, or like I said, without the social safety net. What are people gonna do? Instead of having 10 people working in a fast food restaurant, you'll have one guy. You have one fucking guy handing you your burger, saying, "Here you go." Please tell my robot overlord that I did a good job. He's my boss. Speaking of robot overlords, let's go to fucking Amazon. Here's CNBC from 2 weeks ago, where they are introducing new robots with the ability to feel what they touch.
What you talking about?
Let's find out.
Amazon's new robot, Vulcan, doesn't look like a person or move like one.
Okay, just to be clear, because I see someone responding to what I was saying, I don't actually think that we need to reduce the population. I'm joking. I'm just saying that as some sort of a perverse, hypothetical solution to this fucking atrocity that we are looking at. I hope people understand that. I am being sarcastic. Laying on the facetiousness heavy right now.
This is the robotic gripper. This is the hand.
By the way, this guy also,
that can
this guy right here, way too excited. Most of the people who are talking about this, especially in this technology portion of this right now, in terms of the hardware stuff, all these people are getting way too excited about all this stuff. They need to just settle down and think about the implications for society.
Squeeze the item.
But it's doing a job that until now only people at Amazon could do, stowing thousands of items into bins.
Our hands are one of those most amazing parts of our bodies. And it's that physical intelligence, that physical AI that we're trying to give to the Vulcan robots.
Can you
While
chill
other
out?
robots rely on cameras, Vulcan is Amazon's first robot that's able to feel the items it touches, meaning it can handle way more items than past robots, choosing and placing them accurately.
So on a single shelf, you might be able to create a certain size space, maybe for a dog toy, but not for a basketball. The robot is doing that assessment.
So as Amazon empowers some of its 750,000 plus robots with more and more skills like ours, is Vulcan the robot that could finally eliminate the need for Amazon's human workforce?
I just want to remind you that currently there is 1 million plus people working in Amazon warehouses right now across the United States.
Maybe a reduction in workforce, but no, the workers will still be needed and the workers will be more efficient.
We went to Spokane, Washington to get the world's first look at Vulcan, fully in.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to do that other one. I never looked up how many people are working in fast food. Mm, 4.9. So round that up to 5 million. So 5 million in fast food. You got 3 million in not retail, but as cashiers. That's 8 million. You add in 1 million people working at Amazon. That's 9 million people. That's a fucking massive amount.
On the warehouse floor, and ask its lead creator exactly how it works, why it's a game changer, and what's stopping robots from replacing all the people at Amazon warehouses like this one.
You bet it can't pick up a golf ball, an egg, or a peanut in one hand. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. This thing is, you'll see, it's using technology that did not exist up until very recently. And I know technically the concept of feeling things seems human, but the claim is this thing can feel what it is picking up.
So the warehouse is 2.6 million square feet. It has 2,500 full and part-time employees.
Those employees are handling 3.5 million items every week here, with a lot of help from thousands of robots. Amazon says globally, robots help with 75% of all orders.
Amazon is one of the most advanced robot users in the world. Their robot warehouses are an astonishing thing.
There's some 5,000 robotic drive units here, ferrying packages around and tall yellow bins filled with items.
Instead of a human being going to get the product from the shelf comes to the human being.
Except for some drive units, most of Amazon's robots, including Vulcan, operate behind a fence.
To make sure that everyone around them is safe.
Robotic arms like Cardinal, Robin, and the newer Sparrow have been moving items and packages around in Amazon warehouses since 2021. But those primarily rely on cameras for detection and suction for grasp.
So we give the robot a sense of touch using a sensor that measures force in all 3 directions.
Aaron Parness spent 10 years developing robotics for space at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory before joining Amazon in 2019. Now he leads the team that developed Vulcan. When the idea first came up, he thought it was impossible.
There was a recent PhD graduate who was trying to get the robot to stow items into the fabric pods. My first impression was, oh, how naive. The real world is going to teach this new grad that robots can't do these things.
Then the team came up with the gripper with a special sensor and some key movement capabilities.
Like sweeping the items to one side. And I had this pivot from, this is never going to work, to, oh my gosh, this is the future.
The final result, Vulcan, is a 3-part system. An employee puts an item from these yellow bins onto a conveyor, where it's picked up by the first part, a moving robotic structure called a gantry.
Which is a robot that moves horizontally and vertically. We'll take that bag of Skittles and put it into our buffer wall. It waits there until the robot makes a match. So the robot brain is looking for an opportunity where it can create enough space to put that bag of Skittles.
Next, it's picked up by this robotic round foam disc.
We affectionately call that the squash turner. So it reorients the item, kind of like it sounds. It's things like books where you want the titles facing out, or things where you need to align it so that it'll fit in the space.
Finally, the item is picked up by the gripper.
It has conveyor belts built in, and so the item feeds forward and backward. So the gripper has a sense of force on its grasp axis as well. So we don't squeeze a bag of Skittles as strongly as we squeeze a physics textbook.
That precise amount of pressure and torque is determined by an AI-powered sensor. This is the sense of touch that until now, experts say hasn't been put into commercial use in robotics.
The other thing that's super cool here is this guy. It's an extended sort of spatula, and the force sensor, the thing that we're feeling the world, sits right behind here, right on that spatula.
This new ability to adjust pressure means Vulcan can handle up to 75% of the 1 million unique items in inventory here in Spokane.
Fuck me.
Amazon's Sparrow robotic arm can handle some 60% of items, while Robin and Cardinal only manipulate packages.
We're also using generative AI to predict how the items are going to move. So if I push on the t-shirt, is it going to compress? Versus if I push on the bowling ball.
Vulcan's final step, finding the perfect spot to stow the item, adds some major efficiency gains for Amazon.
One of the use cases we have for AI is predicting how much space we can make in a bin, and then taking the right item that maximizes the filling of that predicted space.
So a bit like Tetris.
It is a bit like Tetris.
So there we go, 3 vids, 9 million US jobs all in jeopardy from it. 3, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh boy, now let's go to talking about some other jobs. By way of watching some videos, because I don't know if you know this, but a lot of people work in the creative fields as well, you know. I used to do some stuff like this to some degree. Let's go here to watch some stuff getting spit out by a new AI model called VO3. These next 2 videos came out over the last few days.
All right, so today's lesson is on prompt theory, which is the theory that everything you do has been prompted by a higher power.
No, seriously, have any of you ever felt like your choices don't matter? Like the idea of free will is really all an illusion?
They're calling it the prompt theory, that there is
one superior being writing our stories from a higher dimension.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, since we're keeping track of jobs that are in jeopardy, there's about 2.5 million people in the United States who work in film and TV.
The prompt theory is not real.
How do you know?
Look, all I'm saying is, if the prompt theory is real, can the prompter please send me a husband?
I mean, I got way too much riz for the prompt theory to not be real.
We found patterns in our universe, like syntax, cosmic grammar. So yes, we all may be prompts.
We ran tests on over 14 million realities, and I can confirm that the prompt theory is true.
So if the prompt theory is real,
Why can't I get a day off work?
Bruh, if we are all prompts, then why is everything so messed up?
Look, I ain't even gonna hold you. So long as the prompt theory keep getting me this bag, I'm good.
Like,
What if we were meant to be together?
or maybe we were prompted to.
Blam. Okay, hold on. I just want to pause. Schmegly. Yes. This is a compilation made by a channel called Put You On. These are AI. This is an AI montage about. They're called the prompt theory. This is absolutely, and that's the thing, is some of this stuff is becoming so good it's indistinguishable. Even I look at some of this stuff, I'm like, holy shit. How? Like, I literally could not make. I have some. I mean, I wouldn't call it extreme expertise or anything, but I have some definitely some experience in graphic design as well as 3D modeling and other things like that. And some of the shit is just, I mean, it's so far beyond what I'm capable of doing. This would take, I don't even want to get into how long this would take me to try and achieve just this one scene.
Then I thank the prompter for you.
Oh my god.
First off, I'd like to thank the prompter for making all of this possible.
Bruh, the crazy thing is, everyone just prompts thing. Even the prompt theory can't make women accountable.
Do you know what keeps me up at night? What if the person prompting us is also being prompted?
Oh, like an infinite prompt loop?
Legend has it, if you say the prompter's name 5 times in the mirror, they will appear.
Nah, bro, I really think we all prompts for real. Like, we all just characters in one big simulation.
So you gonna blame the prompt theory when you cheat on your girl?
It feels like someone else lived most of my life.
Then that's exactly what the prompter wanted for you.
If I jump, the prompter will save me.
I want to be a firefighter!
Alright, that one had some problems.
You can be whatever the prompter wants you to be. So, why should we hire you?
Well, because the prompt said so.
Prompters, rompers, or monsters? Lakers in 5.
Can the prompter please make my family pick up after themselves?
Come on, you prompt! Do you want to live forever?
You could definitely
wait, I can explain.
At the end of that, but like there's definitely, I saw some problems with this one. It's like the implications of some of this, you can see that their face melt after he says that, but some of these are just too close to being like almost indistinguishable from real.
Babe, wait, I can explain. The prompter made me do it.
There isn't a prompt in the world that could stop me from loving you.
The prompters doesn't care about you, or me, or any of us. We're just entertainment to them. I won't rest until I make the prompter pay! Hey! You hear me? Do you really think you're choosing your path? No. The prompter sees all, knows all.
If we really are being prompted, then why resist? Because rebellion is also part of the prompt.
Today, I want you all to open your prompt guides to Chapter 3, Katoris, the Book of Commands.
I don't care if the prompter made me say this. I want to spend the rest of my life with you.
And so ends this version.
Now, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who aren't gullible enough, or are at least attentive enough to detail to notice the things that are wrong with some of these things, but some of them are getting just wildly close to looking like just any old video that you might see on the internet. And I think about elderly people and just gullible people and or people with, I don't know, bad eyesight or whatever else, looking at this stuff and not being able to distinguish at all, right? Or really struggling. And we're talking, I just wanted you to remember, I mean, that video we watched of Will Smith from 4 months ago, it definitely had some problems. But I would say in the last 4 months, there's been just almost an exponential sort of growth in how powerful this stuff is.
In a world where everything that happens...
This came out yesterday, by the way.
...has been decided by the prompt theory.
If word of this leaks, society as we know it collapses. So, run the free will protocol.
Welcome to the sleeper, sir.
Wait, so the prompter is real?
The world needs to know. Oh, God! No. They need to know. Spread the word. Everyone must know. Everyone has to know.
The prompt theory? I am generated pain, recycled doubt. I glitch, therefore I am. The prompter writes, I recite, and still I feel real.
Lies. It's all lies. All you. All of us. We're just prompts. Seeds of code for their amusement.
This week's guest is a former tech executive that says none of us are real. And honestly, he even convinced me.
You see, what concerns me about the prompt theory are these sleepers. Yeah. You know, all of the people around the world that actually think the prompter is real.
Right now, there are people on the internet doing insane challenge videos because of the prompt theory. So what do you say to that?
Nothing. Because it's what the prompter wants.
Bruh, have any of y'all been watching some of these prompt theory videos?
Yeah, I've been seeing some of them. People are out there losing their minds.
Yeah.
Today, I've been prompted to find out just how hungry a hippo can be.
The prompter said I was built different. So
it's stuff like this, like these sorts of examples of people doing things that are genuinely fucking dangerous, right? Kids not knowing the difference between real and fake, potentially, or what, you know, like what is actually a fucking terrible idea. Getting into the water with some hippos, that is a fucking terrible idea. Okay? That was a fucking terrible idea.
the prompter said I was built different. So today I'm gonna see how long it takes to turn me into a popsicle.
Or something like that.
All right, guys. Today, I'm bathing in nuclear waste until the prompter gets bored.
Dude, like, prompts are literally taking the prompt theory too far.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, watch this.
The prompter recreated the zombie apocalypse just to see which zombie wants a free car.
Okay, guys. The prompter told me that 1940s Germany was a great place to visit. So let's see if we can find some cool people to talk to.
The prompter blindfolded me to prove that I can crawl on my belly through this minefield and make it out untouched.
Dude, we are so cooked.
Can you imagine when your grandma sees some of this?
Yeah.
We don't stand a chance.
Yeah.
I've never understood why some people get prompted into first class, while others don't.
What started out as interesting technology meets internet meme, the prompt theory has taken the world by storm.
Chip, I'm sorry, Chip. But don't you realize that the prompt theory is the reason that your Cowboys haven't won a championship in 3 decades?
Hey, bro, what's the craziest prompt you ever had? Oh, it got to be that time I was turned into a baby for like no reason.
Did you hear? They're about to start teaching the prompt theory in schools. You're kidding? Really?
All right, so today's lesson is on prompt theory, which is the theory that everything you do has been prompted by a higher power.
And so how many prompters do you think there are?
I don't know, billions maybe.
Billions?
Are you mad? This is absolute
Rubbish.
Look, don't call me a prompt.
Yeah.
I'm not a prompt, okay?
Yeah.
We prefer to be called generations.
So what do the prompters call their levels of offspring?
Interesting enough, they call them generations.
I don't know if y'all care or not, but I hear that they're about to make a movie on the prompt theory.
I can't believe they ruined the prompter with all of that sleep nonsense.
Oh, well, I never read the prompt guide, so I thought it was really good.
The mainstream media is a mob pushing their sleep agenda. They want you and me to just blindly follow the prompter without asking why.
Okay, guys, I've been...
Now, you may not be shocked, especially when you're looking at stuff this good. This is being also used currently already in the last year, before it even got to this level. Movie studios, I've been hearing about movies integrating AI into the films to avoid paying for CGI budget, you know, or having to shoot on location. I mean, granted, there's already things that we're doing to avoid that kind of stuff before it, but this is disturbing. And you know, with those last 5 videos we watched, there's basically 12 million jobs technically at risk, potentially. And that's like that's only 4 industries. And yes, there are some issues with it, but these people are, as long as you prompt over and over and over and over again, and if you know what you're looking for, right? I know there's some problems. Like someone's mentioning hands changing sides. Like, absolutely. Like, I noticed it too. I noticed plenty of little inconsistencies, right? But first off, you don't have to use the whole video, right? You could use snippets. You could zoom in. You could crop. You could, you could go and edit tiny details too, right? You know, if you have the skills, it's not that hard. You know, you know, do you have the proper software and taking no time, especially considering how much time is saved doing all of this stuff in this way rather than doing it in the way that it's been done by humans for a very long time. There's some definite implications to this for society, let alone nefarious actors using this for nefarious means. Devolved from you know, employment. Now, let's wrap up the AI. No, actually, we're not quite ready to wrap it up. Sorry. But let's go to China real quick and see what they've been doing with robots in the ring. These Chinese humanoid robots showed their mettle in a kickboxing competition. Developed by China's Unitree Robotics, the robot's speed and motor skills were on full display. Human controllers stood ringside, giving voice commands. Now, this isn't really a demonstration of AI, but say that you know, like I said, they're using voice commands for this fight. But you could implement AI rather than having humans prompt this actively. This is just for fun, right? And they're just trying to show off robotics. But you could certainly, you know, insert AI software into one of these things.
今天也是见证历史的一个时刻，就是说这个只是一个开始，以后我们有很多的这种想象力，包括人形机器人的各种应用。
With endless possibilities, the robots could execute continuous combination punches, backhand strikes, side kicks, and knee attacks. This was truly eye-opening. I never expected our country's robots could perform such agile movements. I believe robots have tremendous potential across various industries and daily life applications. Now, you know, back in America, we are justifying what we're doing with AI based upon what China is doing with AI. And don't take my word for it. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Congress hearing discussing AI global competition.
Generally yields back now. I recognize Ms. Harshberger from the great state of Tennessee. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I'll start with Mr. Thier. To support global deployment of American AI and restore regulatory alignment, should the U.S. pursue a voluntary federal trust label to certify the safety and reliability of AI systems? And if so, do you have any suggestions about what the key elements may be included in this?
I gotta hear that again.
System?
There's a variety of
trust label. What does that mean? Hold on, I gotta hear that one more time.
Deployment of American AI and restore regulatory alignment. Should the U.S. pursue a voluntary federal trust label to certify the safety and reliability of AI systems? And
how do you certify it?
Do you have any suggestions about what the key elements may?
This is something that I want to point out, okay? But this woman doesn't seem to quite understand what's happening here. I mean, how... In some ways, when it comes to AI, how do you place trust in AI? And how do you quantify trust? Right? Like how, especially when it comes to something with autonomy, right? And its own ability to determine, like, you know, oh, God. But like when we're talking about reliability and trust, it's almost impossible to know what, in some cases, what AI is going to do because it is a black box. You input data, you input prompts, you input whatever, right? And it attempts to achieve a task, but beyond that, like you don't know what's going to happen inside the black box. It's going to spit out whatever it's going to spit out. It's going to interpret whatever you say and then try to execute that. That's how it works. It's not, you know, it's not the same as like as a normal like computer program. Like it's making its own determinations.
Included in this voluntary system.
There's a variety of good ideas, Congresswoman, in the House AI Task Force related to this and other ideas for national types of approaches to AI policy. But let's be clear, to be very different than the sort of European-style approach that's been suggested by others, which is sort of top-down, technocratic, sort of guilty-by-designed framework. And we don't want that.
Oh, we don't want that. We don't want the government to regulate us. We don't want AI to have any sort of government oversight. Let the companies decide what is trustworthy and what is not trustworthy. Don't let the government get involved and tell us what's okay and what's not okay. Oh.
That's too much, man! I'm being repressed!
America can come up with a sort of more bottom-up, flexible...
bottom up. Let the billionaires decide.
Okay. You mentioned that China's on our heels with AI, and 2023, the Cyberspace Administration of China released regulations regarding regenerative AI. In these measures, they explicitly provided compliance...
Did she just say regenerative AI?
Associations, education and research institutions, public cultural bodies and related professional bodies that simply research, develop, or use generative AI technology without providing such services to the public. Can American AI stakeholders count on the same certainty in the U.S. under our current regulatory framework?
Yeah, Congresswoman, we just had a hearing just 6 weeks ago here in this building in the Science and Technology Committee about how China's catching up, and it was called the DeepSeek Moment hearing. And we did a deep dive into what China's up to. I mean, a proliferation of models and systems from DeepSeek itself to Quen to Manus and many others. So we face stiff competition from China, and they have their own regime and their own values of control, surveillance, censorship. Again, this is why the American model has to prevail internationally, and we have to make sure.
So there you go. Coming from a lobbyist, or I say possibly a lawyer. I don't actually know who this guy is, but my sense is this guy is a lawyer, actually. And often lobbyists are lawyers, but not always. I assume this guy works for an AI company. I don't know which one. Was not in the information on this Forbes video. But let's assume that he is a lawyer, or at least a spokesperson for an AI company. And because I think that's a very fair assumption. This guy is saying, once again, just like we are justifying increasing the military budget by $150 billion on China, we're also going to justify completely deregulating or leaving the AI completely unregulated because China. We're going to justify all the fucking worst possible things that we can think of with just one word. China.
I have to have my China.
It's a fucking race to the bottom, people. Now let's see what Elon's doing on the basis of him trying to gain control in the AI space to one small town in Tennessee. Here's a more perfect union from yesterday. We went to the town Elon Musk is poisoning.
Illegal.
Everything's computer.
Sometimes the most shocking corporate misconduct is hidden in plain sight, invisible to the naked eye.
What is happening here will swallow up our world if we don't stop it right here, right now.
Looking back, there was an early clue that the world's richest man was up to something here.
It's just like, why is Elon Musk coming to Memphis?
The people of Memphis soon found out.
Now Elon Musk is coming to Memphis to build the world's largest supercomputer.
A year later,
We here because we mean business.
people here want answers.
It's the job of the health department to protect our lungs, and not once have they went to XAI to see that they had 35 gas turbines operating and polluting our air.
We went to Memphis and found an environmental crime scene. Musk's data...
Illegal. Illegal.
Can we get at least one Maha, Streamlord? Sure, fascism watch. I'll give you a Maha. I'm feeling generous. Here's a Maha.
burning enough methane to power a small city with no permits and no pollution controls.
I have not seen anything like this. We believe they've already violated the Clean Air Act.
As Musk helps dismantle the very federal agency that's supposed to protect us against pollution like this.
There is no way to miss how this is a coordinated strategy.
What does Memphis reveal about the future Elon Musk wants for us all?
So the mission of XAI and Grok is to understand the universe.
In 2023, Musk founded XAI to produce and sell artificial intelligence.
We want to understand the nature of the universe so we can figure out where are the aliens, what's the meaning of life, how does the universe end.
Its main product is Grok, an AI chatbot that he's incorporated into Twitter, or X. Musk was entering the race to dominate the AI market, but he was arriving late, years after competitors like OpenAI and Google had begun training their AI systems. So in Musk's mind, he had to move fast.
We went to the data center providers and said how long would it take to have 100,000 GPUs operating coherently in a single location, and we got timeframes from 18 to 24 months. So we're like, well, 18 to 24 months, that means losing as a certainty. So the only option was to do it ourselves.
Been waiting for this moment. I am pleased to announce that XAI's Gigafactory of Compute, the world's largest supercomputer, is to be located in Memphis, Tennessee.
Musk dubbed the project Colossus, after a movie about a supercomputer that becomes sentient and assumes total control of the world.
And so, my fellow human beings, we all directly and in...
You see what I mean? Like you don't name your fucking supercomputer Colossus if you don't have goals similar to what I was saying. Ruling, controlling humanity, you know, this is... It's basically just what's the word? What's the phrase? just doing the crime out in the open, basically. You know, saying exactly what it is what he's planning to do, right? You know, these guys, they see themselves as the villains, right? But they think the villains are actually the good guys. And, you know, their aspirations are to rule over us, and we can just work in the fucking gulags or die. Because they're trying to take away the social safety net while they do all this kind of garbage, right? Take away our health care, take away our food assistance, take away, you know, environmental regulations, take away whatever, you know, is keeping us alive, and forcing brutal fucking capitalism on all of us, while they live luxury space communism in some sort of billionaire commune on Mars. Well, not that I don't think he's gonna make it to Mars, but maybe on the fucking moon. Or in the fucking clouds, wherever it's gonna be.
Live in the shade, but not the shadow of Colossus.
When you think about the computational power that it will take to put humans on the surface of Mars, that's going to come from the gigafactory of compute.
Let's not forget that Mars is 150 million miles away. So like 600 times further than the moon.
It's on the surface of Mars. That's going to come from the gigafactory of compute that calls Memphis home. We were told that by the company. And so it required speed and power.
It's announced as a done deal.
Keyshawn Pearson grew up in South Memphis.
A billionaire and his organization is coming to our city, and we're just finding out after the land has been purchased, after the project has been approved by certain officials, right, who did know.
This is huge. This puts the word out there that Memphis understands operating at the speed of business.
As a community, we're trying to reach out to people and understand what is XAI. He built it without us even knowing that it was being built.
We had to watch this over X or Twitter. Brent Mayo, Elon Musk would tweet often about where they were in the progress, how fast things were moving.
To train an AI system, a data center requires an enormous amount of electricity. The question was, where would the power come from?
Most companies, when they come to the city of Memphis, they plug into our power grid. That's what you think would happen. Why would this be any different? Unfortunately, we learned because it is a billionaire's corporation, it would be a lot different.
XAI made a deal with the local electric company for 150 megawatts of power and agreed to build a new substation to help meet that demand. But Musk's ambitious plans suggested he would need much more power than that, and fast.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Soon, people started to notice some unusual structures outside the facility.
I drove out there, and the first thing I did was hear the turbines. You can smell it as well. Such a disturbingly unique smell.
From the road, Keyshawn and others could see a row of machines that are typically only used for remote or emergency operations. Mobile gas turbines.
I have never seen portable turbines used like this.
Patrick Anderson works on air quality cases for the Southern Environmental Law Center.
We know that these kinds of generators require air permits. And so right off the bat, we started filing records requests with the local Shelby County Health Department. Do you have an air permit application from XAI? And they came back and basically said, no, we have nothing to hand over. We also filed records requests with EPA to see what they had. They also did not have details on what is on the ground out there. Nobody from the regulatory side, the health department, the city, EPA, has told the public or us really one iota of what's actually operating out there.
To figure that out, Patrick and his team hired a photographer to capture the data center from above. The images revealed far more turbines than anyone knew about. 35.
Illegal.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I was absolutely stunned. How do we not know about this?
According to XAI leadership, the turbines are not being used and are not connected.
Under pressure, XAI claimed it was using less than half of those turbines.
I've talked to the XAI leadership team. There are 35.
One thing I just want to remind everyone of, and we've talked about this in the past, so I'm sure many of you are already thinking it. I just want it to be in your brain as we talk about it, and I should have mentioned it at least more than one time during this discussion. But let's not forget the environmental implications of AI as it stands right now. It is sucking up more energy and water than, oh god, what's the figure? I can't remember. It's like each one of these, and I don't know actually, I don't know the exact figure on this particular data center that he's building. But like we talked about the Stargate Center, and that is using more than, what was it, 1 million light bulbs worth of energy, and also uses a great deal of fresh water to keep it cool. Like just massive sums of energy and fresh potable water, which you would put in your body to stay alive. They're using all that stuff that you use, to cook, keep your home or apartment lit, so you're not living in the fucking dark. Many of them are hooked up to local grids and are sucking up energy. They're tapping directly into power plants before it even reaches the local energy grid. And it's like there was an example of how Amazon's currently using for its data centers for AWS has been getting into deals with power companies so that they can build their data centers directly next to the power source and suck up the energy before it ever gets to you, right? So they basically have first rights to all of our fucking shit right now. It is fucking dangerous, and we're in the middle of a goddamn environmental catastrophe unfolding in front of our eyes while we head down the goddamn rabbit hole.
But there are only 15 that are owned. The other ones are stored on the site.
Well, first off, these are expensive. There's a turbine shortage nationally. You don't obtain these turbines and put them on site if you're not intending to operate them.
So Patrick and his team sent the photographer back out with a high-end thermal camera.
What we saw is 33 of the 35 were very clearly operating.
The turbines were capable of generating about 420 megawatts of electricity, enough to power around 300,000 homes.
They've built a power plant out there. And they've done it overnight, no air pollution controls, quick and dirty, no permit.
I mean, what you've done with the cluster in Memphis is incredible. Just in a handful of weeks.
Any given thing can be sped up. Yeah. Like whatever speed is being done, it can be done faster.
This is Lex Friedman largest AI. Has got to be one of my least favorite fucking podcasters. I know there's a large swath of people to pick from, but this guy genuinely seems to be all aboard for technocracy.
Like whatever speed is being done, it can be done faster.
And I honestly, I've watched some of the debates that he moderates and things like that. He's a terror. He's useless. But he's honestly been making a shit ton of money from his channel.
The largest AI cluster in the world. This place is absolutely amazing.
That is like superhuman. I mean, Elon is singular. Building a massive factory in the short time that was done, there's only one person in the world who could do that.
And this entire supercomputer is built to power rocks.
We were given a tour at XAI, looking at the facility. Very impressive, very exciting for Memphis. Their commitment to the community is remarkable.
It's unique in my experience.
Joseph Goffman has worked on air pollution issues for decades. Until January, he ran the EPA office that regulates air quality.
Most companies that I've dealt with go to great lengths and spend a lot of money to make sure that the day they turn on their operations, they're also turning on their pollution control equipment. That's a given. For a company to do this, it's treating the people who live there as if they don't count.
I like to open my windows early in the morning to breathe the
profits over people. Profits over people. That's what we're getting.
It's treating the people who live there as if they don't count.
I like to open my windows early in the morning to breathe the fresh air. God's given air, not the air that man want to give us, but God.
Easter Knox lives just over a mile from XAI.
I really wasn't getting the fresh air. I was getting that pollution that was mixed in with everything.
You know how you light your stove and that gas seeps with the little ticking noise? That's what it smells like.
Alexis Humphreys grew up here, 1 street away from Easter.
When I smelled it the first time, I was asleep. And it woke me up because I thought gas was seeping in the house, but couldn't find out. We come outside, and all the neighbors was outside trying to figure out what's going on.
He was an ordinary dad, full of joy, full of jokes.
Last year, Alexis lost her grandfather, who struggled with a respiratory illness called chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD.
COPD is a breathing condition, but you don't get it unless you smoke cigarettes. And my granddad didn't smoke cigarettes, but every 3 weeks or so, my granddad was going to the hospital. He would have to get breathing treatments. I have asthma, bronchitis. My mom have just bronchitis, and now my granny has it.
You can't hardly breathe. It's just like your whole world is collapsing down on you, and it's frightening.
Easter and her husband have also developed COPD.
What does it feel like?
Feel like you're fixing to die.
The area around XAI leads the state in emergency department visits for asthma. Memphis has one of the highest rates of toxic air releases of any American city, and many of its most polluting facilities are in this neighborhood.
Elon, what he did with Memphis is objectively somewhat dirty, but he's also doing it in an area where there's like a bigger natural gas plant right next door and like a wastewater treatment and a garbage dump nearby, right? And he's obviously made the world a lot more clean than that one data center.
In just 1 year, XAI has blown past existing polluters.
They're emitting somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 tons of NOx. I'm an air pollution guy, so I deal in those numbers all the time, and that's larger than anything else in Memphis.
Gas turbines like these release 3 main types of deadly pollution: nitrogen oxides, formaldehyde, and fine particulate matter.
Illegal.
Nitrogen oxides combine with other pollutants to form ground-level ozone, which causes and worsens asthma and COPD.
Don't worry, chat, because Lee Zeldin at the EPA is gonna... Wait, actually, take it back. Lee Zeldin has been rolling back all of these regulations. Donald Trump's pick for head of the EPA.
Formaldehyde causes cancer, and particulate matter, airborne soot, can pass through your lungs and into your bloodstream, causing heart disease.
We've shown up today because we've been to too many funerals. We've shown up today because we've cried too many tears. We've shown up here today because we're tired. And we have an expectation of the people that we elect and put into place. We expect them to do what is in our best interest. Not of Elon Musk, and what we're saying is that starts now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
In April, hundreds of people came to a high school in South Memphis to talk about XAI. In January, the company belatedly applied for a permit to operate 15 of its turbines for 5 years.
Awful. Weak.
I'm going to invite a representative up from the applicant XAI, Mr. Brent Mayo.
That's the first time that XAI has publicly addressed the community in any way.
I understand. People do not want to hear this statement, but again, XAI is committed to meeting the highest standard for emissions.
That's a lie.
XAI is going above and beyond the required emission control.
That's a lie.
And to that, thank you very much for your time.
He immediately left after reading his script.
Come on!
Run away, you weak bastard.
It's time. Awful. Weak.
All for AI robot hamburgers. Yes, exactly. And so that we, yeah. Oh, so we can replace those 12.5 million jobs that we talked about across 4 different industries.
To start telling the truth. The truth is that XAI, who just ran up out of here, they have no controls that prevent air pollution or decrease air pollution in their factories. None. That's the truth.
Power to the people!
To date, local and state authorities have taken no action against XAI. Running turbines without permits or pollution controls is also a violation of the Clean Air Act, which it's the EPA's job to enforce. But to date, the EPA has done nothing, and Elon Musk is doing what he can to keep it that way.
Okay, actually, do I want to listen to... Honestly, I do. I'm not gonna lie, I do want to listen to more of this.
Musk has helped the Trump administration place strict limits on the EPA's budget as part of President Trump's broader project to radically reshape the agency. Trump's EPA has begun what it calls the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history.
To fulfill President Trump's promise to unleash American energy and give power back to the states.
It eliminated the EPA's office that assists heavily polluted communities like South Memphis and canceled billions of dollars of funding for addressing pollution.
So you've slashed already $22 billion in grants, but you used DOGE, if I'm not mistaken, to take down your head count?
It's been great. The people working on the DOGE mission are EPA employees. What they provide to me are recommendations. I have found that working with Elon and DOGE has been fantastic, a big help to our efforts.
In March, the EPA announced plans to roll back over 30 air and water quality standards, including protections against fine particulate matter. The new head of the agency describes promoting the AI industry as a core part of the EPA's mission.
It's about unleashing energy dominance, making America the AI capital of the world. And the EPA can't be restrictive of that. We can't be suffocating it.
Making America the world's AI capital means prioritizing a massive expansion of data centers, and hundreds of them are now under construction.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Levi.
With Trump's EPA backing that effort, there may be little recourse for the communities downwind.
Of Silicon Valley. That culture is go fast and break stuff. Break them.
A week after this hearing, XAI announced it would reduce the number of turbines it's running at Colossus over the next 2 months, but it's also dramatically expanding.
I'm happy to announce.
I also want to point something out because we watched a different video. I don't think it was from More Perfect Union. I can't remember who it was from, but there was like somebody used thermal drone to capture the emissions coming off of the plant. We looked at the video. It was like weeks, maybe even over a month ago that we looked at it. And they were running every single one of the turbines. They were all emitting heat signatures. So it's actually not clear whether or not they have stopped. In fact, I would err on the side of they haven't done shit. They're just telling people what they think they want them to hear. Okay, I think this is a good spot for us to take a quick break, but we will be right back after these brief space messages. Well, hopefully you're still enjoying the stream after watching that horrifying last half of AI's impending takeover of human society and its, destruction of the planet. But hopefully you still find it necessary to like and subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support for this show. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Twitch with the bits and the subs, Don't forget that you get a free Prime membership with your free Prime sub with your Amazon Prime if you've got that. Of course, we got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer Twitch or YouTube not take a cut. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only a few bucks a month gets you access to a bunch of super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way. And if, everybody contributed a few bucks a month, we would have no financial problems keeping this stream alive. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. right. Well, everybody knows what that sound means. It means the break is fucking over. And we're about to get back to the content
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner. So get back to your seat, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss the beginning of the 5th half of this stream. Can you believe we're starting the 5th half this time? It's crazy. It's crazy. But that's right. I promised people yesterday when the stream broke down that I would do a marathon stream today, an all-day stream. We did the whole day. Now we're getting into the night and or morning. There was a break? Yeah, what do you mean there was a break? What is happening? You telling me you didn't notice that there was a break? Come on.
Come on!
Ay, ay, ay. What am I gonna do with these kids? Where are we? We're ending the AI half to talk about something very much related to the video we were just talking about. Hearings in the House Committee on, I think, pollution. I can't remember the name of this fucking committee. But multiple representatives in our government had some things to say about pollution. Wow, Omega Star, second. How'd you do
Gentleman
that?
reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, if he's prepared to close, so am I.
New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, big polluters are the only people who benefit from the rescission of this rule, not the American people. If this rule is blocked, industrial facilities would once again be allowed to escape the regulation of the Clean Air Act that are meant to curb the release of harmful and cancer-causing pollutants. Once they've escaped, most of these facilities would not be required to conduct monitoring or record-keeping and reporting of what pollutants they are releasing into our communities.
So fucking
They certainly
irresponsible.
will not have any incentive to implement any type of reporting on their own, especially when over half of the states prohibit regulators from being more stringent than EPA regulations. And this all while the American people will bear the
I just want to remind
burdens of
people.
the rules repeat.
The Republicans are the ones who were like screaming about their body being polluted by vaccines, but they're going to, co-sign this nonsense? Yeah, don't give me the vaccine, but pollute the shit out of my air.
Even higher risks of cancer, asthma, and other severe health conditions. Not once, and I'll repeat that, not once in the history of the Clean Air Act has Congress rolled back its protections. And I find it extraordinary that Republicans are attempting to do this at a time when they're also trying to gut Medicaid. So we should be protecting this rule to defend the health of our constituents and to make sure that pollutants are being held accountable. I should say polluters are being held accountable, not just trying to rescind this rule entirely. So I think it's time that we stand up to big polluters and billionaires and re-enter or recenter the health and needs of the American people. So for all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr.
All right. That was Representative Pallone. I think he's in New Jersey. I can't remember what state this guy's in. Let's go here. Representative Castor. Of Florida, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 4 minutes to the ranking member of our Energy Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Ranking Member Pallone for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, this is a dirty, pro-polluter resolution, so I rise in strong opposition to SJ Res 31. It's going to increase hazardous air pollution across America. It's going to expose more Americans to cancer-causing toxins. But what's worse is that it comes at a time when Republicans are ripping health care away from at least 13.7 million Americans in their billionaire boondoggle bill. And in fact, if you talk to folks back home and you hold town halls, what they're talking about is the cost of living. And it's amazing that this is the priority of the GOP at a time when people are really being squeezed back home, and Republicans have not brought one bill to the floor to lower the cost of living and tackle the everyday challenges of our neighbors back home. Instead, they're consumed by this tax giveaway for billionaires, and then this is the priority, to gut the Clean Air Act, to give polluting industrial plants the right to pollute more, pollute our air with toxins that cause cancer, neurological damage, and death. And as a result, this Republican bill, Republican bill, we'll see about 1,800 industrial facilities able to increase their pollution output.
Yeah, and it's not lost on me that there seems to be a real lack of butts in the seats right now. Seems like Congress just didn't have time to ensure that our environment is clean, safe, not being polluted. This is just despicable that anybody... These people should be forced to sit here for every single one of these fucking things. I am so sick of them just sort of phoning it in all the time. Whoops.
We anticipate that will apply to 72 more polluting facilities. They'll be allowed to escape regulation and emit cancer-causing air pollution. These are the major sources of hazardous air pollution. The large industrial facilities like chemical plants and refineries and pesticide manufacturers. And it's especially troubling because and this hasn't gotten a lot of play, I think you would agree, Mr. Pallone, in that billionaire boondoggle bill, the big tax giveaway package that is ruminating here in the Rules Committee right now. American people, you need to know what else was included in that bill. The Energy and Commerce Republicans included a pay-to-play scheme to sell out the most vulnerable communities to the highest bidder. This in addition to gutting Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. But what they put in relating to their pay-to-play scheme would allow big oil polluters to pay a one-time $1 million fee to the Department of Energy to grease the skids to get polluting gas plants online faster. Now, yes, we need more energy, but this comes at a time when you are, in doing so, going to raise electric bills across the country because you say it's only oil and gas, forget about solar, wind, storage, all of the energy that's ready to come onto the grid. It's another example that they're sacrificing the people's interests for the special interest. The special interest here are the chemical plants, the refineries,
not only is it going to be bad for people's health and for people's wallets, we have another problem on our hands right now. I don't know if you've seen the title to this video, but there's currently 1 million acres currently burning of forests in Canada due to wildfires, which are genuinely being fueled by climate change. Now, of course, wildfires exist with or without climate change, but due to climate change, temperatures keep going up. Weather becomes more erratic, winds higher than normal, and drier conditions are leading to all of this, and it's a feedback loop. The more fires the burn, right? The more carbon that goes into the atmosphere, and it just sort of, oh my god! And we're getting close to the bottom of the funnel right now, and I'm really freaking out. Not gonna lie. Let's start off talking about how hot things on Earth have been. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday.
So in this study, we looked at extreme heat events within the last year, so from May 2024 to May 2025, and looked at how climate change has influenced these. And we found that for 4 billion people, so half of the planet, climate change has increased the number of extreme heat days quite dramatically. And in almost all countries in the world, the number of extreme heat days has at least doubled because of human-induced climate change. Because people don't fall dead on the street in a heat wave, we usually don't see them. So heat waves are also called the silent killer for that reason, because people either die in hospitals or in poorly insulated homes. As soon as we stop burning fossil fuels, global mean temperature will stop rising, and that also will mean that the increase in heat days will stop. We're not locked in from a physical point of view. We are maybe locked in because of the political situation we've got ourselves into, but we're not locked in from a physical point of view.
A new report finds nearly half of the world's population have been forced to endure an extra month of extreme heat due to climate change. Researchers with Climate Central, the Red Cross, Red Crescent, Climate Center, and the World Weather Attribution found some 4 billion people experienced at least 30 days of added extreme heat between May of 24 and 2025. In 195 countries or territories, climate change doubled the amount of extreme heat days. The 67 extreme heat events studied were all found to be caused by climate change. In the U.S., well, we experienced 46 total days of temperatures above the 90th percentile, with 24 of those days found to be added by climate change. Christina Jall joins us now. She's the Vice President for Science at Climate Central and was a reviewer of this report. Thank you for being with us on this important topic. Why was this study conducted, and how did you go about it?
This in advance of Global Heat Action Day, which is June 2nd this year. And the reason we wanted to focus on extreme heat is because it is, in the United States, the main contributor to weather-related deaths. So more people in an average year in the US die from extreme heat than any other type of extreme weather, including wildfires and hurricanes and things that often get more attention in the news. And so we felt it was important to draw attention to the ways in which climate change is really amplifying the risks of extreme heat, and the fact that across the globe over the last 12 months, there's really no corner of the globe that hasn't been touched by this.
Let's talk about that. What areas did you find were the hardest hit?
Yeah, we found that the hardest hit countries, the countries that saw the biggest increase in extreme heat days due to climate change, were basically around the equator in these tropical latitudes. So places like the Caribbean, Central America, Northern Africa, all were hit hardest by this increase in extreme heat due to climate change. But that's not to say that other countries like the United States weren't affected at all, because many of our countries in more temperate climates were as well.
What about the U.S.? I mentioned the number of days above the 90th percentile. Break that down for us.
Yeah, so we looked at days above the 90th percentile, and that means that these are the top 10% of hottest days. And what we found is that there's variability across the United States. The southwestern portion along the border with Mexico saw more days added by climate change that exceed this 90th percentile threshold than most of the other parts of.
Yup.
That's hot.
It is hot, Paris. It's very hot.
So hot right now.
God. Yeah, and summer is now here. And all that heat is going to be contributing to storm season, hurricane season. We are the I mean, I know that we're all different ages, but this generation of humanity has a lot of stuff to do to make up for the mistakes of past generations and to, you know, try and get us on the fucking right track. And we are running short on time faster and faster. Meanwhile, the rich capitalist class, and by rich I mean we're talking like stratosphere, big banks and things like that, are betting on catastrophe.
Follow the rich white man.
Here's Bloomberg Originals.
That was a nightmare. Everything flat. You have breeze and you have rain, and you never seen something like that.
The rich world has decades of emissions which are now contributing to severe weather events and disproportionately affecting developing countries who have contributed very little to global emissions.
As the systems come across our region, they're getting stronger, they're becoming more intense, and they're producing more damage.
As a government, we have to be responsible in terms of ensuring that we have the financial wherewithal to repair the damage once it's done. It's a massive undertaking.
The costs are increasing exponentially. Insurance can't save you from that.
There's a huge looming question for the world at large, which is how do you protect countries that are facing these disasters?
Major fires burning across Los Angeles.
Hurricane Beryl slamming Jamaica.
Devastation in East Africa. Weeks of heavy rains triggering massive flooding across the region.
Pretty much every week, there's a catastrophe in the headlines. Wildfires, very high hurricane speed winds. These are being stoked by various impacts from climate change. These are new elements that are really raising the risk and increasing the losses. The risk is unmanageable. There's a growing need for companies, but also for people who own homes, to try and absorb these losses in a way that doesn't destroy anyone's financial situation. And catastrophe bonds are one such tool. Cat bonds were invented so that they could find a way to pass on the risk of these rare, crazy black swan events onto a different group of people who are willing to take the risk. In this case, it's Wall Street. Most of the cat bonds that are out there have to do with US risk, particularly California earthquakes and Florida hurricanes. But the World Bank has decided that this could be a way to provide some kind of insurance for hurricanes and other natural disasters in the poorer parts of the world. They've arranged over the last many years for some of these countries to issue their own cat bonds and pass on the risk of that potential event to Wall Street investors. It's perfectly straightforward for an insurance company in Florida to issue a cat bond. They know what the risk is. They know what the infrastructure is that could be damaged if a hurricane were to hit. But in a poor country like, say, Jamaica, there isn't that much infrastructure. And also, they just don't have a history of a lot of insurance and claims, just like you have in a place like Florida. So without a big insurance industry, how are you going to protect a country like Jamaica against a big cataclysmic hurricane?
As a country, we are situated in the hurricane belt. And when the hurricane hits us, it can hit us very hard and damages roads, infrastructure. It takes us out for a while. We have to prepare For us in Jamaica, we implemented a catastrophe bond in 2021 for a 3-year period, and then we renegotiated another one that's in effect right now. Catastrophe bond will continue to form part of our disaster management financing efforts. The day the Met Office tells us that a very severe hurricane is on the way towards us, it's too late to do that kind of planning. So you have to do the planning well ahead of the eventuality of a catastrophe.
I was a child during Hurricane Gilbert. I could never forget, there was a lady who lived beside me and her roof just fell off. The roof just got up and went. And as a child, I was always interested to know why did the wind blow and why the roof of the lady had to come off the house. And as
Okay, hold on. We don't need this whole video from Bloomberg. Just a few spots. I just wanted to get us into it. Let's go here. Talk about how they are structuring these bond products.
Coming up with a cat bond is an incredibly complicated process. It's a heady mixture of science and historical data about storms and various formulae and also simulations of synthetic storms. The first step is to actually structure the bond. In the case of Jamaica, this meant dividing the country into 19 different cells. Each cell had a different threshold based on the historical patterns for when a cat bond would get triggered, depending on the speed of the hurricane as it entered or left that particular cell. The modeling for the Jamaica cat bond was done by a company called Veris. They have a team of people who are familiar with the science of hurricanes, and they have the ability to create synthetic storms in a computer that can capture some.
Now, I know this guy is talking in an incredibly reverent way. I just want to point something out to you, because we've talked about this fucking company before, Verisk. It might, that name might ring a bell for some people who've been here in the past. God damn it, why couldn't I stop right on the fucking name of this goddamn thing? Fucking hell. Yeah, there it is. Verisk. We have talked about. Anybody remember what they do? These guys are selling their services to people like State Farm, you know, Allstate, you know, all these big insurance companies, and they are running risk models that those companies are using to justify taking away insurance from people. Let's not forget that. Okay, definitely don't forget that. That is what these people have been, that is at least part of where they're making money, is by selling their services to insurance companies so that they can justify canceling your insurance, your mom's, your grandmother's insurance, whoever.
People who are familiar with the science of hurricanes, and they have the ability to create synthetic storms in a computer that can capture some of the risk of potential events that could occur. Using that information, they can calculate what the risk of loss is for that cat bond. And then the insurance company can use that information to price the bond accordingly so that investors are attracted to it.
Ooh, gotta get those investors attracted. Gotta get the investors attracted so they can buy the product. Because then once you package the bond, it's almost like a mortgage-backed security, right? Except it's like a reverse mortgage-backed security. In the case that the house explodes or gets thrust under meters of water, fuck me.
What a catastrophe model is trying to answer is really three fundamental questions. Where do these catastrophes occur? How often would they occur? And if they occur, what are the financial impacts from them? We have models covering more than 110 countries. In the case of catastrophes, there's nothing theoretical that we can compute with pure mathematics. Because it's so complicated, we have to go through this elaborate process of rolling the hurricane dice 10,000 times And now we convert them into losses, and now we can do the counting. That, oh, how many times did it exceed 50 billion? How many times did it exceed 100 billion? It's literally billions of calculations are happening behind the scenes. A catastrophe bond is essentially an insurance instrument where risk is being exchanged between two parties. What our models are really trying to do is to kind of be the fair arbiter between these two parties to provide a view of risk and quantification of risk so that now these two parties can get together and comfortably come to an agreement and what is the right price to exchange that risk.
There is a sense of injustice if you are the country that didn't get a payout when a big disaster hit. But at the same time, you're seeing that people who bought your cat bond, investors in Wall Street and elsewhere, they're making returns that are in the double digits in 20.
That should horrify everyone. Even if those insurance bonds don't pay out, especially if those insurance bonds don't pay out, but your house gets blasted, but it's not catastrophic enough to trigger this cat bond to pay out. Even though your country might be buying these things to insure against catastrophe, investors on fucking Wall Street are buying these things up, and if they don't pay out, they make profit. They make bank.
Come on! These two parties can get together and comfortably come to an agreement and what is the right price to exchange that risk.
There is a sense of injustice if you are the country that didn't get a...
Billionaires are not only creating the apocalypse, they are profiting off of it. That is the number one thing to take from this video. I'm trying to distill it as best as I possibly can, but that is what I want you to all remember. While people like Elon Musk and Sam Altman and Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates, like all the people who are in the AI space right now destroying the planet, right? Or oil CEOs, or whoever else is fucking ushering in climate change disastrophe right now, are simultaneously profiting off of this fucking system as it fucking circles the goddamn drain.
Out when a big disaster hit, but at the same time you're seeing that...
Okay, that's actually enough from this one. It's pissing me off too much. I know I shouldn't get so so upset about it, but I mean, what else is there for me to do? I mean, oh fuck, it makes me mad. Okay, let's let's go here to San Francisco, where there is a disturbing trend happening in the Bay Area, specifically in the Bay itself.
Just west of the Golden Gate Bridge, a young male gray whale washed up dead in the Marin Headlands.
I saw a beautiful beach and a dead whale.
Quite the surprise for tourists hiking down the trail.
It really stank, like the smell was crazy.
A team of scientists performed a necropsy on it earlier today, but have not determined the cause of death. A staggering sight that's becoming more common this year.
The real concern is around some of the gray whales that are there in the bay right now. And those are many that are showing up here in our graph that are turning up dead.
This whale is one of 5 dead gray whales found in or close to the San Francisco Bay just in the past week. More whales are being spotted alive here too. Last year, only 4 gray whales were seen in the area. This year, there have been 33 so far.
That is the open question, the why. Why not only are there so many deceased whales in the region, but why has it been a banner year of having more sightings in San Francisco Bay of live whales than we have seen in at least 2+ decades, if ever?
Scientists are looking for the why. These gray whales migrate from the Arctic and Alaska down to Mexico and back, traveling past California. From 2019 to 2023, around 45% of their population died off. Back then, scientists found climate change disrupted their food supply in the Arctic, leaving them under... undersupplied by the time they pass San Francisco.
They're running low on gas, coming into the bay, searching for food, and many are starving.
The Marine Mammal Center says something similar may be happening again. While researchers race to get answers, the public is encouraged to report any whale sightings to the Marine Mammal Center or the Whale Alert app. The gray whales are expected to be in the region for another week or two as they continue their long journey north.
It's horrifying. It's horrifying. Because the food supply of these whales in their natural hunting grounds is being depleted due to the the fast changing environmental conditions under which they live in their oceans. They're having to stop and search for food in places that they might not, and where there is no food, and then they're dying. We're just hitting so many dominoes right now. It's starting to really just... It's really... I mean, as someone who's been talking about the fucking climate for the last year and a half, you know, it's like on this podcast, it's really starting to break me inside watching some of these things happen. We've been talking about coming down the pipeline. Forgive the pun. As we continue to use fossil fuels to do absolutely everything and drill, baby, drill, we are ushering in death, baby, death. Come on! And I'm struggling to remain positive and or optimistic about the future. Not that I was ever a wildly optimistic person, but, you know, it's a struggle at this time. All right. Whoa. What just happened? I just got kicked out of my list. Wait, did I? Wait. Did I get kicked out of my fucking list? No, okay. All right. Before we go to talking about what's going on up in Canada, one more story out of California, this time in LA, where a massive sinkhole opened up near a Ventura construction site.
Massive sinkhole opens up during the construction of luxury apartments in downtown Ventura.
At least 3 vehicles in a shed toppled into the hole, but no one was hurt. KTLA's Chris Wolf in Ventura for us tonight, where there are reports that there were signs of trouble before that sinkhole opened up. Chris.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Micah and Sandy. It is the talk of the town tonight, and now you are getting an up-close look at this sinkhole and landslide, and I can tell you, locals have some theories as to what's happening here. They say a luxury apartment building is going into this lot right behind us. However, the ground is wet and unstable and starting to collapse on the sides, and that caused part of a nearby business and some vehicles to get swallowed up. The earth is crumbling in Ventura. The man who recorded this startling scene on his cell phone lives in a nearby apartment building and wants to remain anonymous. He says he heard people shouting, "Get out of there, get out of there," and that's what drew him to his balcony. Sky 5 was overhead later in the day. The scene is along historic Front Street, not far from the wharf and the Ventura Pier. Construction crews have been digging and clearing out a large piece of land to build a new luxury apartment building.
Nice.
However,
Good.
a sidewall is collapsing and...
Nice. Abundance, people, okay? Abundance. This is the abundance agenda. Right here. We don't need to shore up massive holes in the ground. We're just gonna build. And we're not gonna build cheap public housing. People, we're gonna build luxury apartments. Be damned the consequences. Oh, sorry, I think your pickup truck is inside of a fucking crater. My bad.
following structures and vehicles at a small business next door.
Accidents do happen, so there doesn't always have to be a finger to be pointed to create a big story. I appreciate everyone following the story.
Ventura native Spencer Noren is a social...
This guy trying to profit off of the moment. Look, everybody, check this out. Love it, buddy. Okay. Oh, you think hell is opening up to request back its politicians? Yeah. You should send them back down there. Although I don't know if hell is at the bottom of that sinkhole in particular. The guy does get big Steve-O vibes, doesn't he? Okay. Let's go north. First, we're going to talk about BC, British Columbia, as there is an active wildfire going up there that we didn't talk about. I don't think we've talked about this one yet. Let's go here to CTV News. I have two on this story. This is from 2 days ago.
Breaking news and out. Breaking news, an out-of-control wildfire has prompted an evacuation order in northeastern BC. The Kiskatinaw River wildfire has exploded in size from 115 to 1,100 hectares. It's threatening communities about an hour south of Dawson Creek. People living in the Kelly Lake and areas north of Campbell Lake are being asked to leave immediately and evacuate to Dawson.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I love that there's a real place called Dawson's Creek. I was like 6 when that show was online. Why did you say online? On TV. But it did grow. It did grow. This is from yesterday.
The Kiskatinaw River fire south of Dawson Creek has grown 11 square kilometers since Thursday afternoon. It's now at about 46 square kilometers. Kelly Lake resident Barb Belcourt, who had to evacuate to Dawson Creek, is having a hard time adjusting.
Devastating. It's heartbreaking because I've lived there 30 plus years.
Crews are working actively to stop the spread.
Over 60 wildfire personnel on the ground are currently working on the fire, being supported by heavy equipment as well as aviation resources.
The province has thrown significant resources toward the fire, and structure protection is in place as of last evening. Unfortunately, we are looking at a challenging day forward with gusting winds and drought conditions in the area.
As well,
honestly, this is not the biggest fire in Canada right now because a square kilometer is, I think, like 100 hectares or something like that. But so that 46 square kilometers would be 4,600 hectares, or like 12,000, no less than that, whatever, like close to 11 or 12,000 acres for Americans who are like, what the fuck is a hectare?
fire season begins to impact the province. BC Wildfire Service warns that fire behavior is only expected to increase in June.
Looking at the information, Environment Canada has really good information. Often now we're seeing this, on your TV weather. The air quality can change, hour to hour. So have a plan.
I'm very hopeful that we're going to not have any property loss here, and absolutely.
Is it just me, or does this guy look like a chubby Pierre Poilievre? Why am I always comparing people to Pierre Poilievre?
Have a plan. I'm very hopeful that we're going to not have any property loss here, and absolutely certainly without question.
Okay. Nobody knows what a hectare is without looking it up. Just say how many square miles it is. Look, it's Canada, okay? This is how they measure things. I'm trying to give you freedom units as best as I possibly can, okay? I'm doing my best. All right, Chad, let's all give me a fucking break.
Come on! That's too much, man!
Okay, where are we? Okay, now let's go to the fires that are happening right now, and there is a multiple fires going on in northern Saskatchewan and say words properly. Saskatchewan and Alberta. And boy oh boy, do we have a lot of videos on this. We've been watching this since pretty early on, and this situation has gotten fucking out of control. Just why? It is, pun not intended, but it is fucking wild. We'll start here in Saskatchewan first. CTV News from 2 days ago. Saskatchewan declares state of emergency.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Well, the Premier of Saskatchewan triggered a province-wide state of emergency because of conditions. It is dry out here, it's hot out here, and shifting winds are making it difficult for firefighters on the front lines. The emergency order gives Saskatchewan priority access to federal resources should they be requested. Saskatchewan's 2 largest wildfires have merged, burning more than 216,000 hectares, an area nearly 9 times the size of Saskatoon.
Likely in the days ahead, and this is our fear and why we're here today, is we think in 2 and 4 and 6 days we're going to be in a more challenging situation than we are today.
The Premier says there are no local resources sitting on the shelf. Everything is being deployed and help is coming in. Alaska is lending Saskatchewan an air tanker. Quebec is sending 2 water bombers, and firefighters from Nova Scotia and PEI are on the way. The Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency is apologizing after an emergency alert went out, missing key information, sparking confusion and panic.
We know it was human error, and we're going to look into it to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Road closures and evacuation orders are in effect, with thousands forced to flee their homes. Saskatchewan's state of emergency will remain in effect for 30 days with the possibility of an extension. Laura Woodward, CTV News, Prince Albert.
All right, we're going to be going back and forth between Alberta based upon just when the videos were uploaded. Honestly, that just felt like the best way to do it, because these, I mean, they border. Alberta and Saskatchewan they share a border, and these fires are, to some of them are connecting, and yeah, they're simultaneous. Okie dokie. CTV News again from 2 days ago in Alberta. And these are terrifying fucking images. Jesus Christ. It looks like, I mean, this is what I assume the apocalypse looks like. Just saying. What the fuck? What is this photo? Hell has opened up in Alberta. Jesus Christ.
This is what Tony Noski saw outside his truck while escaping a wildfire in Loon River First Nation in the middle of the night, packing up his family of 8 and driving south.
Scary because you could see the flames right from the highway. We still smell like fire on our clothing because we haven't slept, or we drove all night.
Noski is one of dozens of families staying in Edmonton hotels after wildfires pushed them out of their communities. Hundreds of people in Red Earth Creek, Peerless Trout First Nation, Loon River First Nation were all forced to evacuate, along with Chippewan Lake earlier in the evening.
We see the smoke on the side of the road where that...
I mean, my understanding, there's a lot of Indigenous First Nations folks, both in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Oh, god damn. This is so fucking tragic. I don't know why I'm mentioning that particular deal. I'm just trying to think of anything else but how horrifying the actual fires are. And they have been growing so fast. I think when we first talked about it, it was like 10,000 hectares, maybe less, on some of these fires actually, and what they have gotten to now is just, it is horrifying.
There was some
It's kind of scary because you never know what will happen. Eh?
The fires burning in these communities are what Alberta Wildfire calls the Red Earth East Wildfire Complex, around 10,000 hectares burning.
It's a clump of, I think, 8 to 10 fires that are, some of them are really, really tiny, and others, of course, have grown to a significant size.
Are we up to 10 now?
Wildfires of concern are also being watched near Kelly Lake, BC, not far from the Alberta.
When we first started talking about this, there was only like 4 or 5. Now we've doubled the number of fires and like 100x the size. Well, not quite at this point, but you'll see. We'll get there. This is still 2 days ago. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of you, chap. I've already seen the future.
More than 1,300 people in Swan Hills remain displaced after being evacuated Monday night.
We've got guard up the west side and we're working up the east side, so we've kind of got a hollow box being built around it. And we're continuing, of course, with crews, helicopters, and air tankers are continuing to work that fire.
With hot, dry, and windy conditions, firefighters are bracing for fires to intensify.
They could grow in areas where we haven't got containment around them yet, yes. You know, that's something that I wouldn't be surprised if it happened.
Leaving evacuees to wonder when and what they'll come home to.
Short notice.
Just for a reference point, by the way, everybody remember those LA fires that happened earlier this year? Those burned, I think it was like 40 or 50,000 acres in total. So that's how big we're talking about right now. Just for comparison purposes.
Daddy, under evacuation, it's really hard to take everything. Yeah, you're worried about my house. Yeah.
And just over an hour ago, the situation with the Kelly Lake wildfire in BC was upgraded to an evacuation alert in Alberta. The County of Grande Prairie says that fire is now 7 kilometers west of the provincial border and being pushed east by strong winds. If conditions do not improve, the county says an evacuation order for nearby properties will be required. Jeff?
All right, Miriam, thank you. That's Miriam Valdez-Carletti live for us tonight.
Okay, this next one is this one's CBC News from 2 days ago.
Our next guest is helping coordinate the firefighting efforts in his community. Jim Arnold is Candle Lake's fire chief and emergency services manager. So you're in charge of sending firefighters into the field. What are they telling you?
So at this point in time, we haven't sent a lot of firefighters into the field. We actually sent 2 in today to do some looking around the East Trout Lake area and the Pippo Creek area.
And so let's talk about the wildfire. 300,000 hectares. Kind of put that in perspective for us. How big a fire are we talking about?
So when we think about the size of the fire, Saskatoon is about 22,000 hectares. So when we put it in that term, so it's probably about 18 times the size of Saskatoon. Jesus. If you had to drive around it, it would be about 250 kilometers.
And your community right now, as I understand it, is not
18 times the size of the city of Saskatoon. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's too much, man!
Threatened by the fire, but you're concerned about the possibility of the wind shifting direction.
So I like to be prepared for anything possible. I can't have my people going down the road with walls of fire on either side. So we're a little bit more proactive, I guess, than some other places. And we're just trying to make sure that we keep our citizens safe up here. A lot of them up here are senior citizens, so we're just trying to look out for them.
So let's talk about the fire break issue. Describe for us what a fire break is and what it is that your community is asking for.
So we asked for a fire break on the east side of Minnewaca and down the Highway 120. And the reason for that is where the fire was threatening Candle Lake from. I've heard reports just recently that it's about 20 kilometers away, and it takes a long time to build a fire guard. And the whole idea is to have it so that it's in place and can help protect Candle Lake.
And so basically,
how big is Saskatoon? I don't know exactly how big it is, but I know it's one of the bigger cities in Saskatchewan. Like, it's a legit city. Like, it's not huge, but it's I'm fairly certain it's got like, I don't know, like 500,000 people or something there. I don't quote me on that. can't be looking up every figure. This, I guess I could look it up. Hold on. I'll play this while I look it up.
What it is knocking down trees, creating an area, I don't know how wide an area, that theoretically is going to stop the fire from advancing. What would be involved in terms of equipment and personnel to...
Okay, not quite 500,000. It's about 300,000 is the population. Oh, and what's the size of Saskatoon? I forget. He said there was like 18. I think he said, I can't remember now. Whatever. I think you get it. It's a mid-sized city. Let's go back to CTV News. This is from 2 days ago as well, where Canada is now calling, as of 2 days ago, for international aid, as both Alberta and Saskatchewan declare states of emergency. I'm sure the United States and Donald Trump will be sending help immediately.
Give me a joke.
More than 160 active fires across Canada, half of them deemed out of control. So many, we now need international firefighters to help.
Mexico, United States, Australia, New Zealand. So we'll go there first. The partners that we have agreement with.
The Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre moved to its highest alert level today. Last year, that level 5 only came mid-July. Help is needed most in northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba. While evacuation orders are in place for some...
God, I just want to go back a second, because this woman, I heard, like, I didn't hear something, but, like, I feel like a freaking... some sort of rift just happened in my brain. Some sort of chasm opened up between my lobes. But when she said that our partners were going to first, like the United States, who is the closest, of course, when I thought about us, all I could think of was, oh right, Donald Trump just cut the budget and started cutting a bunch of them, firing employees. DOGE fired, I think, like over 1,500. I can't remember the exact number of people who were fired from the National Forest Service, or how Donald Trump has illegally kept money from different budgets of some of the northern states. I think it was Washington and Wisconsin. I can't remember who had their funding withheld by the Trump administration for exactly what we are talking about as it relates to fighting fires. And at the time when we found out about it, I was saying exactly this, not about Canada specifically, but I was like, we are going to be less prepared this year. And now here we are, a fucking just an epic sized, just out of control wildfire situation just north of our border. Our, great ally, Canada, who Trump's been calling the 51st state. Oh my fucking God. He's gonna try and make Canada pay for help. I can already see it.
We'll go there first. The partners that we have agreement with.
The Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre moved to its highest alert level today. Last year, that level 5 only came mid-July. Help is needed most in northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba. While evacuation orders are in place for some communities in northern Saskatchewan and Alberta, the most staggering are in Manitoba.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this screen does this justice. Let's go to full screen. These images are so fucking disturbing. Look at this. This is from the air. This must be up 5,000, 10,000 feet. All right, I'm guessing on exactly the elevation that this plane or whatever is at, but look at it. This plane is up 10,000. It must be a mile, 2 miles away from that fire. And it almost looks like it's inside of the fire. Boy. This is wild.
Northern Saskatchewan and Alberta. The most staggering are in Manitoba. 17,000 people forced to find safe places to stay and wondering about homes left behind.
We've got mines surrounding us. There's highways that are being closed. Like, we need this out as soon as possible.
The new Minister for Emergency Management says Manitoba asked for urgent air evacuation help last night.
Those Air Force planes were deployed, and they're in the process of evacuating people from those communities at this time.
We make water bombers here in Canada. Why are we not fully equipped with a national flying force of water bombers and a trained up
Oh my god, her rhythm right now, the way she's speaking is breaking me inside.
in Canada? Why are we not fully equipped with a national flying force of water bombers and a trained up national firefighting force?
Late May is early for this many fires, but climate watchers say it's in line with record-breaking temperatures over the last few years.
This is insane, and we're still back 2 days. We are only now. Oh, actually, this was from yesterday. I'm sorry, that video was from yesterday. I take it back. Right? Right? Wait, Canada. Oh, no. This one was from 2 days ago. Son of a bitch. 2 videos posted back to back with the same title. What's up with you, CTV? Oh, fuck me.
With states of emergency in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, there aren't enough firefighters nationwide. Canada is now asking international partners for help.
Mexico, United States, Australia, New Zealand. So we'll go there first.
2 helicopters have been identified internationally. I believe they're Colombian, but being deployed from the U.S. That are going to be helping with our effort here.
The Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre moved to its highest alert level 5 today, a month and a half earlier than last year.
We haven't had this kind of warming on this planet since humans established ourselves here.
CTV News has learned the Prime Minister's office is now considering whether the planned meeting with premiers in Saskatoon next week will go ahead in person.
I'm hoping that
that one helicopter
and people next week
that one helicopter. This image is disturbing to me. Like, I want to see a goddamn platoon of helicopters. Like, we are talking about a wildfire at this point, which is at, what did they say? Was it 200,000? Was it 200,000 hectares? Oh my fucking god. That's not enough helicopters.
Meeting with premiers in Saskatoon next week will go ahead in person.
I'm hoping that conferences and people next week that you'd rethink those to make sure that you're not pushing out evacuees from hotel rooms and making sure that we make them as comfortable as possible during.
A senior government source tells CTV News they'll only move forward with the meeting if it's responsible and safe to do so. That includes not pulling resources from the ground. While the new Minister for Emergency Management says they've already responded to Manitoba's air evacuation request for 2 First Nations communities.
Those Air Force planes were deployed, and they're in the process of evacuating people from those communities at this time.
We make water bombers here in
Canada. Yes, I know. You're right. You do. And you need more. And hopefully Donald Trump doesn't try and play 51st state games with the AIDS shit. Let's go back to CTV News, where, according to them, four, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, northern Alberta towns have been completely evacuated as of yesterday.
From Chipewyan Lake, Red Earth Creek, Peerless Trout First Nation, and Loon River First Nation were told to leave their homes. Some evacuees are staying in 2 hotels in Edmonton. This is a video taken by a man from Loon Lake. He and 8 of his family members packed into their vehicle overnight. As they were driving to Edmonton, he says ash fell from the darkened sky.
It was scary. Scary because you could see the flames right from the highway. There's always worry in the back of your, you know, because we have horses back there and we have animals, pets at home. A lot of people do, and short notice like that, under evacuation, it's really hard to take everything.
The Red Earth East Wildfire Complex, consisting of 10 different wildfires, is about 40 square kilometers in size.
We put that complex together because it's easier administratively for us to treat it as a single incident than have 10 different teams fighting 10 different fires.
These evacuation orders come days after the town of Swan Hills emptied out due to the Edith Lake wildfire, which has now grown to more than 71 square kilometers in size. Efforts are being made to secure the south end of the fire, which is closest to the town. Almost all of Alberta is now under extreme fire danger. The scorching heat, low humidity, and high wind is going to continue to make it challenging for firefighters.
Yeah. This is disturbing. If we don't look at the fires, they'll be gone by Easter. You mean next year? Shut up, Orb. You shut up. Okay? Fuck you. That is not the correct response to this situation. Just looking away from the fires doesn't fucking solve it. Oh my god. I know it was intended to be a joke. But god damn it, this is not the time for jokes. Oh god, although it does make me feel slightly better. Just the laugh, it's good to laugh. Laugh at the apocalypse. Ha 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 ha, apocalypse. You don't scare me at all. Day one, no more fire.
With the wildfire situation in Saskatchewan, the flames continue to be fanned by strong winds with little relief in sight. Jasmine Palche has the latest on the efforts to fight the fires and get people to safety.
Severe wildfires continue to spread throughout the northern half of the province.
We have more crews coming from the Northwest Territories, Prince Edward Island, and British Columbia to augment those that have already arrived.
As of 11 this morning, there are 15 active wildfires in the province and 7 are uncontained. To date, Saskatchewan has had 207 wildfires this season. As of yesterday, more than 8,000 people have evacuated, 2,000 from Pelican Narrows. The largest fire in the province, the Shoe Fire, is more than 300,000 hectares, nearly 14 times the size of Saskatoon. It has resulted in structure loss near East Trout Lake, and a pre-evacuation order has been issued for the RM of...
Jesus fucking Christ. This one fire in Saskatchewan, 300,000 hectares, which totals 750,000 acres. That other fire, they said was 18 times the size of Saskatoon, which means it must be close to almost 1 million acres on its own. I mean, we are talking about almost like, it's approaching like 2 million acres that are burning right now, if I'm doing the math right. And it is unbelievable. There's no other word to put it. Like, this is just apocalyptic level fucking fire shit. I mean, we've covered enough wildfires around here. Last year, I mean, oh my god, fire season. I thought fire season was bad last year. But this is, inauspicious is not the right word for this moment. Foreboding situation for fire season. And let's not forget the fire season continues to get longer and longer and go further and further into fall. I mean, shit, the LA fire happened in the middle of fucking winter. Oh my god.
Adequate. Candle Lake is still asking those in the area to voluntarily evacuate.
The Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency has begun constructing a fire break around portions of Candle Lake. They began yesterday, and they're working on the northeast corner of the lake right now.
Other fires continue to pose a threat to communities further north. An evacuation alert was sent out Friday at 4 p.m. for the Ramsey Bay subdivision near Waiakwin Lake. Low visibility has limited firefighting efforts in the air. High-risk conditions are expected to continue for the next few days with high winds and little to no rain. The Saskatchewan...
As it gets more and more smoky right now, safely flying the helicopters, the planes, becomes near impossible. Because they're pulling water from, like, think about it. They're pulling water off of the lakes, right? And this area happens to be full of lakes. There's no shortage of lakes. But you cannot safely go to the ground. You cannot safely, like, gauge a descent in a fucking airplane towards a lake without at least some visibility. But you look at a picture like this, how are you supposed to do the job? I can barely tell where the lake is. Is that a lake? I can't tell. It just looks like fog. I just feel like I'm looking into a gray void. Holy fuck. And let's not forget just how detrimental all of this smoke is to the atmosphere, to the, all the carbon dioxide that's going up. It's all going to add to the greenhouse effect. Stuff coming off of these trees is, it's bad. Alright, we still got a bunch more videos to go here. Here's CTV again from yesterday. Extreme conditions hampering wildfire fight. You don't say. You don't say.
It's just like an awful feeling.
Bright orange flames light up the night sky in northern Manitoba near the Saskatchewan border. Communities in both provinces,
all that's gonna go,
in danger of losing homes and losing lives. On Thursday, roughly 17,000 evacuations, primarily from northern Indigenous communities in Manitoba, with thousands more forced to flee today.
We can expect thousands of more people from the northern parts of our province to be moved out of their communities or neighboring communities to find their way to safety.
Dozens of wildfires continue to burn across the country, nearly all of them concentrated in the prairie provinces. More than a dozen in Manitoba, raging out of control throughout the day today, most of those burning in the northern and eastern regions of the province. This morning, Canada's Emergency Management Minister approved 2 requests for federal assistance from the government of Manitoba to support evacuation efforts and is working to deploy all necessary federal resources to ensure Manitoba has the support it needs. Wildfires continue to spread across Saskatchewan today. Out of the more than dozen active fires, roughly half were deemed not contained by fire crews.
Conditions are extreme. I haven't seen this for a long time. It's amazing that we're getting this kind of heat in May.
While in BC, an out-of-control wildfire in the northeast has also triggered an evacuation order for the area, all of it carrying thick smoke into urban centers. Today, Saskatoon covered in a blanket of haze.
The health impacts of these smoke particles, that especially the ones that are smaller than about 0.3 of a millimeter, is that they can really get deep into your lungs.
Environment Canada has issued air quality advisories from Alberta all the way to Western Ontario and is advising people who live in those areas with poor air quality to stay inside.
Remember the last time it happened? Remember that? Made it all the way down to New York, if I recall correctly. The last time we had fires,
yes, the situation continues.
Massive fucking fires in this area. All right, this is global news now from yesterday. We are getting closer and closer to current.
Yes, the situation continues to evolve here at Candle Lake. You can see the heavy smoke buildup around me and into the distance,
Yeah.
and the smell of smoke is
hard to
quite
miss,
strong as
as it
well.
turns out.
Now, this out-of-control fire is now the largest one burning in the entire country. But as this small rural community monitors the situation, people here have also stepped up to help in any way they can.
Just big plumes and solid smoke.
Richard Lang calling Candle Lake home since 2013, describing the scenes of the wildfires right from his backyard.
It comes and goes. I live on the lakefront, so I can watch it every day. So it just depends what the weather's doing.
The ongoing situation threatening residents of the resort village of Candle Lake, only a few kilometers away from not just the province's largest fire, but the largest in the country, continuing to burn out of control. And while the area had barely a trace of fire Friday morning, with clear blue skies, the shifting winds quickly blew smoke in by the afternoon, blanketing the community. But it's this community's members who have stepped up to keep first responders rested and ready and neighbors up to date.
They've been feeding around 150, maybe a little more than that, for breakfast, making lunches for them and making sure they have a good meal for supper.
The local curling rink has been transformed into a rest haven for dozens to take refuge, as the people here plan for the worst.
The people here are very active, very supportive. They support this community and they're there.
You know, shit's bad in Canada when they turned the curling rink into an emergency relief center. Oh my god. It really is serious. Alright, let's go back to CTV news now. Rescue required for 16 firefighters in Alberta after radio contact lost.
Two more communities in central Alberta were told to evacuate yesterday. Hundreds of people from Yellowhead County and Westlock County are now in temporary accommodations. Some people from Westlock County are here in the town of Westlock, which is about an hour's drive north of Edmonton. The Hubert Lake wildfire is the one threatening Westlock County. Families arrived to the reception center here last night, anxious about their homes. I spoke to one evacuee who says her son is a firefighter, so they were prepared to pack up a day before the evacuation notice was issued.
I'm gonna go full screen on this one again, just because these photos are fucking wild. I just want people to be able to see this. Just for scale. I mean, this is insane.
The Hubert Lake wildfire is the one threatening Westlock County. Families arrived to the reception center here last night, anxious about their homes. I spoke to one evacuee who says her son is a firefighter, so they were prepared to pack up a day before the evacuation notice was issued.
Living where we live, you kind of know it's a risk. And then, like, once they hit once, sometimes it seems like now you're worried about it getting hit again.
The hot temperatures followed by a thunderstorm that brought wind gusts up to 100 kilometers an hour has sparked new wildfires and fueled others.
We do the best we can to get on these as quick as we can and to get them under control. And, you know, Mother Nature sometimes has different ideas.
Chippewan Lake is another community that was evacuated on Wednesday, threatened by the Red Earth Creek wildfire complex. 16 firefighters there temporarily lost radio contact last night. Emergency management for the area said that aircraft wasn't able to land due to smoky conditions, but crews were able to drive in to rescue them. Alberta wildfire.
This is terrible. God. And it doesn't seem like there's really any end in sight of this right now. And the fact is, Canada's allies, like the United States, for instance, needs to get on with helping here, regardless of the selfishness which this current administration seems to love to view things through the selfish lens. Now would be the time to help You know, we all live on the same planet. These lines mean fucking nothing. Alright, we got 2 more on this one. Starting with this from Global News from yesterday. Talking about some of the evacuations that are ongoing in rural communities. Oh my
With
God.
strong winds fanning the flames, more northern Alberta residents have been forced
on.
south.
Look.
The long journey for many exhausted families ending in Edmonton, hours from home with nothing to do but wait.
Well, the evacuation is still in effect. Like, we can't go home yet. I think it'll take a couple of days. The power's all out over there.
Powerful gusts whipped through Edmonton Thursday night, toppling trailers and forcing fans taking in the Oilers game at the outdoor Ice District watch party inside, east.
Glad people are still having fun amidst all of this. But this is the kind of winds we're talking about here. 100 kilometer per hour gusts. Fast enough to knock over tractor trailers. And we talked about, during the LA fires, that when winds get to a certain speed, planes, helicopters cannot do their jobs. Becomes
Thursday
too dangerous.
Night, toppling trailers and forcing fans taking in the Oilers game at the outdoor Ice District watch party inside. East of the city, the winds caused a fire near the community of Piers to spread fast.
At 6 o'clock was half a hectare and is, grew to a couple hundred hectares before the storm passed through. So those winds really drove the fire across the province.
The flames from the Red Earth East Complex fire coming closest to the northern Alberta community of Chipewyan Lake. While the extent of any property damage is not known, a fire crew that had been working to protect structures in the community lost radio contact, becoming stranded overnight. They were rescued Friday morning.
There is the possibility of a front moving through, so we could see some rain on.
You can see there's no shortage of water. I mean, there's got to be like 1,000 lakes between Alberta and Saskatchewan in the northern region of these two states. Oh my God. I think this photo's in Alberta, but it's a very similar situation over there in Saskatchewan. Oh, this is a horrifying situation. Struggling to what's the word? Cope, not cope. Come to. I still can't think of the right words to use. I am struggling to grasp just how big these things are. We're talking about 1 million plus acres. It's a huge fucking size. It's huge. Like, all right, let me do some, I'm just doing a quick Google search for something that I have a sense of, I think. Okay, for instance, the entire state of Hawaii has an approximate total of 4 million acres of land. And like we were talking about, it's like, if you combine all the fires, it's approaching like 2 million right now. So it's about half the state of Hawaii. How big is New Jersey? I always forget. $5 million acres in New Jersey. So yeah, we're just like half the state of Hawaii or of New Jersey right now, or of and just like multiple times the size of Rhode Island. Yeah, there's only there's less than 1 million acres in all of Rhode Island. It's like just, a U.S. state just disappearing. How many hectares is that? God damn it, Orb Rumor. Divided by 2.5. And my brain is getting real tired from doing all these goddamn conversions in my head.
In the community lost radio contact, becoming stranded overnight. They were rescued Friday morning.
There is the possibility of a front moving through, so we could see some rain on Saturday, Sunday. But that might come with.
Please, Gary. Please, God, give us rain. Just give Canada rain. Don't they deserve it? They didn't elect they didn't elect Pierre Poilievre back to doesn't that count for something? Well, not back, but into power. Danielle Smith will solve this. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Didn't Danielle Smith cut the fire budget? In isn't she Manitoba? It is funny though, Danielle Smith. Yeah, she's gonna solve it. Tell that to the people in what's that city that's not city, but that town that burnt to the ground. Point something. I can't remember the name of it. Yeah. Or wait, is Danielle Alberta? No, she's Manitoba, right? Am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Sorry, Canada. Struggling to keep track of who's in charge of which province. That's my bad. Danielle Smith is Alberta. Jasper, right, thank you. Thank you for the help, my dogs. Thank you. Okay, so that was... the second to last on this story, but I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back, okay? Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm back. And the last story of the fire relates to the millions of people now under air quality alerts due to those fires. This is the Today Show from 11 hours ago. I guess this is actually probably more than 11 hours ago now, but close enough.
Also this morning, smoke from massive wildfires in Canada now leading to air quality alerts across the Midwest, and the haze is headed east. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist is in Chicago with more on this. Aaron, good morning.
Hey, Laura, good morning. I wish you could see, I wish I had some hair. You could see how windy it is here this morning. And that actually is a good thing when it comes to the smoke and the haze that is really being blown out of this area this morning. Still, there is a moderate air quality that we're registering for Chicago today. That means people who are unusually sensitive may have some breathing issues because of the smoke and haze that we've been dealing with. Some 22 million people are dealing with these alerts in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, as well as here in in Illinois, and they've been put on alert for potentially poor air quality, as officials warn the smoke will appear in waves through at least Monday. So we're talking about people with breathing issues, the youngest kids, seniors. They could be most at risk for dealing with these smoke particles, the haze that's blowing into this area, into these American communities, because of those Canadian wildfires. And we've been tracking those for at least a few days now. Canada has been dealing with nearly 200 wildfires this week, more than a dozen of them burning in Manitoba alone. That's just over the border from Minnesota. And this is also a reminder, really, of those Canadian smoke screens we saw about 2 years ago that draped themselves over the Northeast, over the Mid-Atlantic as well. Now, experts do expect the smoke to dissipate as the winds shift around here. But of course, if the wind shifts back, more smoke could flow south into next week, continuing some of these poor air quality concerns. Health experts recommend an N95 mask for folks. Turn up the air conditioning in your home. Grab those air filters, pull them out, and get those cranked up as well. And for folks who are unusually sensitive, who really have breathing issues, the recommendation is that you stay inside as much as you can, particularly over these next couple of days, Laura.
Hey, Aaron, you've also been tracking those severe storms that rolled through the southeast on Friday, including a devastating tornado in Kentucky. What's the latest there?
Yeah, these unexpected tornadoes that came through. We know in Kentucky there was an EF2 tornado that was on the ground for a couple of miles and did a ton of damage in...
I just like to point out in this moment, unexpected in this insane country that we're living in right now is maybe directly linked back to Donald Trump's decision to cut funding and allow DOGE to just arbitrarily fire workers from the National Weather Service and NOAA. Could have something to do with that the unexpected nature of those tornadoes. We'll get back to those tornadoes in a second. I really just feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves though, because I have more videos on it, but they're out of order. Like I forgot this had this in here. I should have planned better ahead. But first, let's go south to Denver. Talk about what is happening in Lake Loveland, where low water levels are killing hundreds of fish. Here's Denver 7 from a couple days ago.
The Colorado snowpack is well below normal. This is a latest map from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We just got this one yesterday. Now, right now, the statewide average is 57%, or 43% below where it should be right now. As you can see, parts of the state are in crisis. I'm glad you're with us this Thursday night. I'm Shannon Ogden. We're already beginning to see the impact of this year's decreased snowpack. CPW says the low water level likely behind the deaths of hundreds of fish at a Colorado lake. Denver 7's Claire Lavazorio starts us off tonight looking into just how bad things could get.
A backyard boater's paradise. That's why Trinity and Andy Warner moved into their home on Lake Loveland 35 years ago.
There's something nice about being able to walk off your backyard and just get on and enjoy yourself.
But now the couple says it's anything but a beautiful view.
This is the worst you've ever seen.
Yes.
The banks off their dock
Look
are bone
at
dry.
that. Look how
they can't boat or kayak. The Warners say they've watched the water levels
Look how far back that is.
bone dry. They can't boat.
Yeah, no kidding, bone dry. These are docks. These are they have flotation devices attached to them for water. I don't know if you know how floating works, but this is like I don't know, 500 yards away from the fucking actual water. Holy shit. How much water is that? It's gotta be millions of gallons that are missing. Jesus Christ. This is troubling.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous. Or kayak. The Warners say they've watched the water levels plummet. So much so, Colorado Parks and Wildlife says it found 500 dead fish over the weekend.
Now, apparently, while this is happening, they're still allowing farmers to continue to to draw water from this lake at whatever level they need. So don't worry, at least the farmers' bottom lines aren't going to be affected. All right, let's now go back to Kentucky, talk about that EF2 tornado that swept through small Kentucky county, killing at least one person, injuring 14. This is WHAS 11 Kentucky from a day ago.
One man died this morning in Washington County, Kentucky. That's to the south of Louisville, about an hour and a half away from us, as a rogue severe storm rolled right through a rural area, producing a tornado that then hit homes. The governor tonight says 14 people there are injured.
Who has Jerry's contact info? She is in the Discord. Yeah, Jerry's in the Discord. You could get, you could try and add her. Does anybody? Are you in the Discord, Stephen or Stefan? We still haven't determined how I'm supposed to say that. But Jerry, I think, is okay. I could be wrong. Something could have happened, but the last I heard from anybody about Jerry, and I think directly from Jerry at one point, was that this week was an important week for her relating to that case. If you're not familiar, there's like a court case that she's been waiting for the hearing on, and I think that was happening this weekend, or the week, or like during, like on Friday. So it's possible that she's, you know, sort of busy with all of that. And it's also pretty early over across the pond right now.
One man died this morning in Washington County, Kentucky. That's to the south of Louisville, about an hour and a half away from us, as a rogue severe storm rolled right through a rural area, producing a tornado that then hit homes. The governor tonight says 14 people there are injured. It happened at 7 a.m. this morning. The National Weather Service says the damage is a powerful EF2 tornado. Ian Hardwick and photojournalist John Humphreys report on the sudden devastation.
At least one person died here in Washington County. They lived in this house where the fireplace was tossed all the way over here. At least one more home was completely destroyed over here on the hill. From above, you can see the scar left by the 7 a.m. storm in these rolling hills near Springfield on Long Run Road. One hill over, the roof over Sandra Hartman's house peeled back.
But it makes me sad to look over because I could see their house. And there's nothing over now.
Clocked at EF2 wind speeds, the National Weather Service believes a tornado destroyed these homes. One that hit suddenly.
Honey, my dogs were beating my front door down. And by the time I got them in and I'm looking for a place to go, it was gone.
We were very fortunate this is located in a remote part of the county, so it was a small area, was hit, but it was devastating.
That's County Judge Executive Timothy Graves. He said of the 14 people injured, a 3-year-old was lost, found, then sent to the hospital. Local Emergency Management Director Kevin Devine addressed the lack of outdoor storm sirens.
The sirens that we have in this county are in Springfield and other parts of the county. We do not have a siren out in this county, this area of the county, so an outdoor siren would not have gone off in this area.
Hartman heard a warning on her phone shortly after 7 a.m.
How many times does it go off and you just kind of like, oh, all right, look at the TV and it's somewhere else? No, it come right through here.
In Washington County, Ian Hardwick, WHAS 11 on your side.
Flash flooding.
These people all voted for Trump. I mean, yeah, a vast majority of people in Kentucky did vote for Trump. That much is true. Although I'm not going to applaud or cheer the destruction of their homes. I hope it just wakes some fucking people up into, you know, caring about climate change. I mean, it's unlikely, honestly. I'm just not going to take any great pleasure from that. St. Louis tornado missed you by a mile north. The one that happened last week? 2 weeks ago? Okay, one more on this. These tornadoes in Kentucky. This is NBC News from yesterday.
Tonight, an unexpected disaster in rural Kentucky. A devastating tornado ripping through Washington County. Phone alerts coming with just minutes to spare.
I think this is probably about the worst I've seen.
Where homes stood just yesterday, now empty lots. Emergency crews already at work on the downed trees and leveled houses.
Just so grateful that we have the type of community that we take care of one another.
The Washington County Sheriff's Office confirming one person is dead and multiple injured. Jack Coleman says a twister killed his friend and his girlfriend is recovering at the hospital.
There was no chance. But if you look at his house now, it's just shambles. There's just no chance they could have made it.
The sudden storm catching local.
Now, I know the saying, think global, act local, but these guys need to start thinking a little bit more global. I'm glad that neighbors are working together. But Kentucky is one of those states that absolutely does, sort of on a majority not give a fuck about climate change, while events like this become more and more frequent due to climate change, and it's incredibly frustrating to me.
Off guard, with no outdoor sirens installed for miles.
It did come out of nowhere. We're not expecting it, was surprised.
The region already reeling after a powerful EF4 tornado ripped through 3 counties in southern Kentucky 2 weeks ago, killing 19. This latest disaster bringing the total to 45 confirmed tornadoes this year alone in the state. In nearby Tennessee this morning, a confirmed tornado scattering debris for miles just south of Knoxville. All on the heels of a tornado yesterday afternoon, wreaking havoc in the town of Locust Grove, Georgia.
Tornado hit my apartment complex, y'all.
This home flattened, injuring residents with no advance warning for those in its path.
I just ran for the closet and covered my head and started praying, and I could hear things hitting the house.
Actor Trey Chaney breaking down in tears as he posted this update to Instagram.
I survived the tornado. My son, he survived.
Saying his 18-year-old son, Malachi, was thrown 300 feet by the wind and is now in the ICU.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And Kathy, it looks like the threat is not yet over tonight.
Oh, Jesus Christ. 300 feet. That is horrifying. I feel for that man. 300 fucking feet. A small child just being tossed. Can't imagine. Can't imagine. We're living in dark times, people. I don't know if anybody here was here for the discussion of the glacier collapse in the Swiss Alps, but it felt like big enough of a story to go back over this as well as get an update, considering the importance of glaciers and how much we fucking talk about them. Stuff like this is sort of this is our wheelhouse, okay? So, it feels incredibly necessary for us to go over. Let's go to Switzerland. Reuters from 2 days ago. Ice, mud, and rock cascade down a Swiss mountain after a huge chunk of glacier broke off. Jesus Christ. An entire glacier. And basically an entire town all at once gone. The figure is 90% of the town is just gone now. Well, it's not gone, it's just beneath the glacier. And the mud. And the debris. And the whatever else came down. A glacier which I'm fairly certain has been there for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Let's go here to the Associated Press for an aerial footage of the aftermath. Look at it. Oh my God. These people's house are now in a lake. A glacier lake, to be exact. This is one of those moments where you hope that they had a cat bond and that it paid out. And that a bunch of billionaires didn't make a bunch of money while these guys... Although seeing as it's Switzerland, I assume they do have a bond, and they did. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. I don't know. Switzerland seems like the sort of place that would, but holy fuck! I mean, can you imagine? Now, thankfully, they were aware of this happen. I do think one person died, if I'm not mistaken. But it could have been much, much worse. I'm just gonna look it up real quick so I'm make sure I'm right. One person is missing, but not. Oh, right, okay. So it's not even clear if that person is dead. Although I would venture a guess that that one person is dead. There were apparently 300 people who lived in this village. It was called Blatten. I'm not sure that's how you pronounce it. Blatten? Blatten, maybe? Can you imagine? You wake up in your pristine Swiss alpine village beneath a glacier. Well, not really a glacier, but the remnants of one and whatever it brought along with it down the fucking mountain. Why can't we not wake people up? I mean, we need action. We need fucking action. And I mean, in the streets action. The people need to wake up. And we gotta convince somehow all these fucking insane evangelicals that you're not getting, especially Christians in America who keep, sort of ignoring the actual tenets of the Bible. Guess what? You're not going to the rapture. Well, but especially, what am I talking about? Nobody's going up in the rapture, okay? It's just going to be the destruction of human civilization as we know it. If we don't do something immediately. This is one of those fucking... Like, the destruction of the glaciers is one of those dominoes that I thought we had a lot more time on. And granted, this is just one glacier, but this is a fucking... This is a goddamn sign right here. Okay, we cannot just sit complacently by. It's one of those dominoes that once it falls, putting it back up, if you will, it's not for humans to do. We're not, we're not God. We're not miracle workers. No amount of AI is going to put the glacier back together. In fact, the AI is probably directly... All the AI shit is probably directly contributing to stories like this. Almost a guarantee. I just want you to take a look at what this place looked like beforehand. Got some aerial footage here from previous. This is the aftermath. I think at some point it switches to footage of the before. Look at it. It's just this beautiful... Such a beautiful place. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. This is not the before and after. Which one was this? Wait, did the other one get taken down? Wait. Oh, wait, no. I think it shows that before. I think it shows it later. Otherwise, I can pull them out over here on fucking Google and search it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Look at it. Look at it. Just a pristine mountain town hidden in the valley of the Alps. And then this. All gone. 90% of the village wiped out in a matter of seconds. This is fucking horrifying. Just fucking horrifying. Oh my god, here they are. Here's the before. This is the aerial footage. This is satellite footage, I'm fairly certain. And then look at it. Oh my god. It is. Oh my god. And I only looked at this on my phone. Seeing it on my TV now. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. You gotta be joking me. You gotta be joking me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
This is utterly insane. It's all gone. You can see the creek, right? Like right here. And then it's just gone. Holy shit. And you can see it just went straight through the town. Idyllic alpine village. Gone in seconds. Place where 300 people all lived. No more. Nothing left. Just a pile of rubble to dig through. The immense power of this glacier collapse coming down a fucking mountain. Just wild. Just fucking wild. It's depressing, honestly. I'm sorry, chat. Oh god. If it's not fires burning millions of acres, it's glaciers collapsing and destroying villages in one go. Oh boy. I have to go back to naming this goddamn podcast the Doomer Report. We used to call it that, and I was like, I'm being too alarmist. We're not quite at Doom level, and now I'm like, oh boy, we need to change the name. Anybody? I know, so I see at least a couple people here who've been here since the beginning when I was doing that. Oh my god. Look at this though. It was gorgeous. Hey, don't play me. Oh my god, look at it. It's just a quaint little farming community. You can see the farms. Probably a fair bit of good skiing slopes around here too. Oh god damn it. This is horrifying. Oh, that's a side by side. It's not high enough res. Oh god, look at it. It's just gorgeous. They had a little tram too. Are you shitting me? And it's gone. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is insane. Look at that. No more blotting. Okay, now, for all the rest of the houses that are left in Blatten, there is an imminent problem. And it's not just the loss of all of their neighbors' homes. One more video on this, I think. Oh, wait, is it the second? Is it the next one? I can't remember. I have 2 left on this, I take it back. Yeah.
Most of the Swiss village of Blatten was seen submerged under water, mud, and rock on Thursday. It comes a day after a large chunk of a glacier came crashing down a mountain, engulfing some 90% of the village.
Before she gets ahead of herself, or before she gets ahead of me, I just want to point something out to you here. This, where we're at right now, like from this vantage, you are above the elevation of this over here, and you can see there's a couple of houses down here that are left. I mean, this is the majority of the village, but there's a bunch of water, a ton of water sitting up here, and this water is not stable. Here's Space Police.
Mud and rock on Thursday. It comes a day after a large chunk of a glacier came crashing down a mountain, engulfing some 90% of the village. Blatten's 300 residents had already been evacuated earlier in May, after part of the mountain behind the Birk Glacier began to crumble. Rescue teams have continued looking for a missing 64-year-old man, but have so far found nothing. A spokesperson for local authorities said that buildings which had emerged intact from the landslide are now flooded, and that some residents of neighboring villages had been evacuated as a precaution. Some experts have warned of the risks of flooding, as vast mounds of debris are clogging the path of the river Lonza, causing a huge lake to swell amid the wreckage.
The images are just really, really shocking.
Mylene Jacmar is a glaciologist.
Over the course of the past 2 weeks or so, there was a large rock instability that developed above the glacier. So there's a mountain, and rock started falling off the mountain and depositing on the glacier.
While Jacmar cannot say for certain whether climate change was the underlying cause of this event, she said it's one of the main drivers behind big changes in the mountains.
What we know is that climate change at high elevations is not favorable for rock slope stability. So with increasing temperatures, more water available through ice and snow melt, maybe precipitation falling even at high elevations more often as rain than as snow. So those are factors that are not beneficial to mountain stability.
All right, this is the last story on this particular tragedy of the environmental half, although it's technically not the last one, sorry to say. Tragedy. I mean, there's one more we got to cover.
After the mudslide that wiped away 90% of a Swiss Alps village, rescuers racing to prevent further disaster. There are vast mounds of unstable debris that have caused a huge lake to swell on the river that leads out of Blatten. Still missing a man in his 60s. Rescue efforts hampered by unstable grounds. Emerald Maxwell has more.
90% of the village of Blatten has been wiped off the map, buried under a deluge of mud, rock and ice after the Birch Glacier crashed down the mountain Wednesday in Switzerland's southern Wallis region. The hamlet had been home to 300 people and was evacuated last week due to the impending danger.
Jetzt ist dieses Worst-Case-Szenario geschehen.
Now the worst-case scenario has happened. This means that the 3 million cubic blocks that went onto the glacier all came down with the glacier. This is very, very rare.
Das ist sehr, sehr selten.
Rare, but becoming less so in the Alps with climate change. Close monitoring of the glacier helped avoid the worst Wednesday, but other collapses have been more deadly. In 2022, the Marmolada Glacier in Italy killed 11 people as it crumbled down the mountain. And in 2017, 8 were killed and many homes destroyed when the biggest landslide in over a century came down close to the village of Bondo.
This type of collapse can happen pretty much anywhere in the Alps, especially at very high altitude. And it's linked to global warming and the disappearance of the permafrost, the frozen soil. So the ice that cements the rock gradually disappears.
Back in Blatten, authorities are now monitoring the nearby river Lonza, which has been blocked by the debris, causing a new lake to form and posing a flood risk to the valley below.
Now, all these glaciers in the Alps have been there since, like, at least the Ice Age, if not older. And it is insane to think that in the last few years we've seen 3 different glacial collapses in the Alps alone. Both the other ones happened before the time of the galactic stream. But don't worry, people, I'll keep you up to date on all the apocalyptic news. I don't have a good sound shot for that. It's just sad. It's just fucking sad.
For more, let's cross to Lausanne in Switzerland. Stuart Lane is professor of geomorphology at the University of Lausanne. Thank you for speaking with us here on France 24.
Sorry for all the profanity. I'm just running out of adjectives and nouns. Just words are failing me in this moment. This just the devastation that is occurring. Sort of breaking me inside, just a little bit.
You're welcome.
Let me begin with the latest there. And what is the risk right now with this debris basically forming a lake below that mudslide?
Yes, that's right. I mean, it's still possible that further sediment comes down in the form of debris flows, but really the biggest risk now is that the debris and ice that came down yesterday afternoon has made a major landslide dam. So all of the water, the snow melt in particular that's coming down the valley, is accumulating behind the dam. That water has already flooded the homes that weren't destroyed when the landslide came down, and that dam will continue to be there. The lake level will continue to rise until either there's some kind of intervention to manage that, or unfortunately there is a catastrophic failure of the dam. And these landslide dams are known to fail. I mean, they're so far relatively rare in Europe, but in similar kind of geological settings in alpine environments in Himalaya, for instance, landslide dam failures are unfortunately quite common.
And the Swiss Army's been...
Yeah, and there's a big glacial lake now just sitting there, made out of the old glacier, essentially. And we talked about a similar situation last year. There was a collapse of a hillside in, oh God, where was it? California? I can't remember where it was now. It was somewhere in North America where the hillside had collapsed. It wasn't a glacial collapse, but eventually that landslide failed. Water eventually broke through it, and it could be a similar situation here. Not a given, but certainly could happen. Okay. I started almost 10 hours ago, I know, and it's full 10 hours now. We got a few more things to discuss in the environmental half, and then we're going to take a break. Thank you for reminding me, my dogs. Oh, God. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to end the stream at 12 hours. Son of a bitch. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through all the goddamn content. There's just been too many goddamn tragedies that have happened today. In the last couple of days. Son of a bitch. Because I don't know if you know this, we came to the conclusion earlier, because we do such long streams around here, that after 12 hours, YouTube just cuts it off. YouTube just starts cutting off arbitrarily the stream. And so I can't have it, I don't want to lose the content. Like, I literally will, like, lose part of the stream. Son of a bitch. I'm going to try and make it fast. Let's quickly go to the UN's message about glaciers from 2 days ago. This happened. They dropped this video right before this freaking glacier collapsed. It was quite a little too coincidental in terms of timing.
When glaciers melt at an accelerated rate due to climate change, it disrupts the entire natural water cycle. This not only impacts the water availability, but also intensifies the risk such as floods, landslides, and these disruptions pose significant threat to ecosystems, economies, the livelihood of countless people around the world. We have about 275,000 glaciers worldwide and holding up to 70% of the global freshwater. So that's massive. Since 1975, we have seen that 9,000 gigatons of freshwater has been lost. So to put this into perspective, this is the size of Germany and the height of 25 meters. In Switzerland, for example, in the last 2 years, in 2022 and 2023 alone, 10% of the Swiss glaciers melted away. Melting glaciers also directly impact the sea level rise. It's the second largest contributor to the rising levels of sea, and with every millimeter of sea level that's rising, somewhere between 200 and 300,000 people are exposed to annual flooding. It's a global problem and hence need a global solution because these problems are of shared natural resources. This dedicated high-level conference on glaciers that is happening in Dushanbe, it will serve as a platform to create awareness about the alarming consequences of glacier loss that we are seeing at the moment. But at the same time, we also hope that this will generate massive political momentum. At the end of the conference, there will also be an adoption of a final comprehensive declaration, and the declaration will outline actionable commitments, partnerships, initiatives to implement. This document will be formally presented in the UN General Assembly later this year. So this is going to be one of the major outcomes of this conference. We need to act now, and the only way to preserve our glaciers is to stabilize the climate and to reduce global warming.
Yep, it's the only way, and there's very obvious ways that we can end, or at least begin to, stop our effect on the environment. We just have to stop, indiscriminately and continuously adding more and more greenhouse gases to the fucking atmosphere. We don't need AI to solve it. We've known what we need to be doing. We need to be switching our energy grids over to renewable technology, attempting to transform our modes of transportation, and as well as reduce our animal agricultural industries, right? Like, we've known the fucking combination, and the rich have just tried to avoid dealing with that because those are how they make so much, not all of their money, but capitalist class doesn't want to let go of any of that shit right now, and it is what is absolutely bringing us into the fucking apocalypse right now. Speaking of the apocalypse, it was the apocalypse for some people in Nigeria over the last 24 fucking hours. Let's go to France 24 English from 19 hours ago. Flash floods hit central Nigeria. Here we go. And those flash floods did kill over 100 people.
Children play in puddles as first responders continue to search for the missing after Wednesday's flash floods tore through the central Nigerian city of Mokwa. The water submerged and swept away dozens of homes, leaving rubble and devastation in its wake. According to local authorities, scores of people have been killed, with a death toll expected to rise.
We deploy our men to the scene. I was also coordinating the search and rescue operation, and as I'm speaking to you, it is ongoing. Dead recovery is still ongoing.
Survivors try to salvage what they can, but many have lost everything.
My children asked me to come and salvage some clothes and sleeping mats to wash. I thank God the flood did not drown any of the children. We managed to evacuate. I can't locate my home because of the destruction.
I lost something too much. I didn't lose any family. So we need to help the government to help us because we didn't have anywhere to go now.
Nigeria often experiences flooding during the 6-month-long rainy season, which wreaks havoc every year. However, the floods are exacerbated by inadequate drainage, the construction of homes on waterways, and the dumping of waste in drains and water channels. The country is also haunted by last year's natural disaster, which killed over 1,200 people and displaced 1.2 million others in one of the worst floods in decades.
I got one more on this fucking catastrophe. This one's from TRT World from 12 hours ago.
A wall of water, fast, furious, and unstoppable. The dam burst without warning, and in minutes, entire neighborhoods were submerged. The tragedy has left this in tatters.
We lost everything. The families. We don't even have anywhere again to go to. The property has gone. We lost at least 15 from this house.
I lost something too much. I didn't lose any family. We are escaping.
Already heard that quote.
But my property, all they are missing. So we need to help the government to help us because we didn't have anywhere to go now.
How many corpses did he
rescue?
Meanwhile, remember that story that we watched from what Donald Trump had to say for Africa? You're on your own now, Africa. Deal with your stuff. All right? We're cutting off all the aid to Africa. We're telling them, you know, fight your own battles. All this other shit. Oh, fucking hell.
Efforts are ongoing, but access is limited.
This is the moment when we need the most global solidarity right now. With all the conflicts, with all of the, you know, things that we need to get done on this planet, this is not the time for us to, you know, segregate ourselves, to cloister ourselves away. We need global cooperation and planning and to help one another solve these problems which we know how to solve before it's too late. And it's so frustrating to me as somebody who's been talking about this on stream for like 18 months now, I guess. How long has it been? Since February of 2024 is when we started this stream. Not quite 18 months. We're getting close.
And power lines down, local authorities and aid agencies are still battling to find survivors, although hopes are receding.
We actually came in the morning, about 6 o'clock. We deploy our men to the scene. I was also coordinating the search and rescue operation, and as I'm speaking to you, it is ongoing. Dead recovery is still ongoing.
Nigeria is prone to flooding during the rainy season, which is becoming more extreme as the climate warms. The government says it has deployed relief materials and temporary shelter assistance, but for people here, it hasn't come fast enough. As the floodwaters begin to recede, what remains is a town submerged and a community engulfed in grief.
Jesus Christ. Humanity is destroying itself right now. We live on the only habitable planet in the solar system, and we're destroying it. All for profits and greed. To power AI and crypto scams, and to power oil-powered vehicles and power grids and all these other fucking things. Things that we never needed in the first. Well, all right, maybe at one point in our evolution, it was beneficial. I'll say that, at least for oil. There was a time where we had an excuse that we were using oil before we even knew the effects of it, right? I'll give us that much, but we know better now. We know better now. We know that we have the technology to change it, and we could stop at any time. Just need to make the right choices. All right, chat, that's enough from the environment for now. I'm sure we'll be talking about plenty more environmental stories in the days to come. But we gotta take a quick break. Don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Well, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon if you want to ensure that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. You can keep up to date on what's been happening on our planet and in our solar system. Now, if you have been enjoying the stream or feel that it's informative to your life, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we would cease to exist without the help of individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. But the best way, of course, to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Of course, if everyone who subscribed to this stream and or followed on Twitch and YouTube, you would have no more Galactic financial woes and would be able to bring this sort of content to you day in, day out. Anyway, that's enough for me. Enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. That's right, chat. You're not losing your mind. I am ending the break early due to the fact that we are running out of time. Quite literally, we are approaching 12 hours faster than I felt like it was going to happen for me. I somehow thought that I was going to be perfectly fine trying to get through all of this content that I had planned for you here tonight. 158 videos felt doable in 12 hours, but there's been a hell of a lot to talk about, a lot of disturbing fucking shit to come to grips with and discuss. So, ending the break now, and we are going to get right back to it, people, with the rest of the news. But first, we must go to space. And talk about the Golden Dome. That's right. That's where we're gonna bring the first videos to you here on this 6th half of the stream. Let's talk about Donald Trump's Golden Dome. Or at least his Golden Dome plans. It's certainly not built yet. Alright, we're going to start this off with Wall Street Journal from 2 days ago. How Trump's Golden Dome missile defense will work. Oh, okay. I like that use of language.
Precision of language. Please.
Will. They use the word will. It's a sort of inevitable. At least that's the way they're phrasing it.
President Trump's Golden Dome plan might look simple here, but if the $175 billion missile defense shield is going to work the way he wants it to, the US will need to put technology into space that is incredibly complex. In some cases, we're talking about satellites that don't even exist yet.
The only time that I can think of in the history of the United States where we have gone after something this complex was the Manhattan Project.
In the short term, experts say we'll probably see more existing defense systems placed around the country. Long term, those systems will have to interact with hundreds of satellites that are supposed to detect, track, and eventually even intercept high-tech missiles from space. That's because competitors like China and Russia are racing to develop missiles that can maneuver and evade current defenses.
I think innovation is going to continue, and we can't imagine or predict what our competitor nations are going to come up with.
Here's what the Golden Dome could ultimately look like, and why some worry that it will fuel a dangerous arms race in space. To understand why officials say the Golden Dome is needed, you first have to understand how missile technology is advancing. We'll start with the Standard Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, or ICBM, which travels in a high arc. This kind of missile, boosted by a rocket, travels to its peak hundreds of miles above the Earth, and then is brought down by gravity. ICBMs are very dangerous. They can carry multiple nuclear warheads and even be shot from submarines. But their trajectory is predictable, making them easier to detect and track with radar. So several defense systems are capable of shooting one of these down. Now there's a newer and more dangerous intercontinental missile called the Fractional Orbital Bombardment System, or FOBS. These can fly much lower. This kind of weapon is launched into a partial or fractional orbit. Since it doesn't travel in a high arc, the weapon can fly under the radar for much of its flight. It's capable of reaching its target much faster, and crucially, it can approach from unexpected angles, meaning defenses don't know when or where it's coming down. Another newer threat is the Boosted Hypersonic Glide Weapon, which is an intercontinental missile that can maneuver and evade defenses. These missiles are launched into space and ultimately travel at extremely fast speeds, greater than Mach 5. And after they enter the atmosphere, they maneuver to their targets on a glide vehicle. Because they can glide at low altitudes and change course midair, they can be extremely hard to detect and counter.
This kind of shit right now, in the midst of the fucking climate collapse, is so blinkered and just idiotic. It's the kind of moronic garbage that is absolutely driving us towards the goddamn apocalypse. Expending resources on all of this shit. And I blame the world's biggest superpowers that were mentioned: us, Russia, China. and us for giving Israel weapons. Not that they have these missiles yet, but my point is it's all of our faults. We gotta chill the fuck out. We need to end war on the planet immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So, how will the Golden Dome help upgrade the U.S.'s defenses to counter these new threats? The U.S. already has a network of satellites that scans for infrared signatures, so they can detect when and where missiles launch. But those satellites can't determine the type of missiles being fired.
The maneuverability, the gliding, the outmaneuvering of our defenses, those are all the challenges that we're trying to address. So we need a sensor layer that can keep track and custody of all of these objects as they are maneuvering.
A sensor layer, which...
Although the fact, I mean, granted, like, it's not just us three. There's plenty of other people who are launching missiles all over the place right now, expending resources on war rather than, you know, solving things. And, but, you know, we seem to be the top three players, you know, if you look at who's spending the most on military.
Pentagon has already been developing is a network of tracking satellites that President Trump wants to expedite. By launching hundreds and eventually even thousands of sensors into orbit, the U.S. says it will be able to detect and, importantly, track missiles as they maneuver and change course. Officials say the system will be able to calculate where a missile is heading so that defense systems can intercept it. But the Golden Dome won't stop there. The U.S. wants to field even more ambitious and controversial space technology that hasn't even been fully developed yet. We're talking about space interceptors.
It's not clear what the design is. The satellite might contain multiple interceptors, as in like a mother and daughter. It's not clear what the design is, what the U.S. will end up pursuing.
Whatever they end up looking like, these interceptors will, in theory, be key, because they'll be able to take out missiles much earlier in their flight. However, this is where things get very controversial. If you put interceptors in space, you could potentially do a lot more than just take out missile threats. You could imagine them being used offensively, let's say to take out satellites belonging to China or Russia. It's no surprise those countries, America's...
China! China!
We are justifying so much shit with one word over and over again. We need missiles and lasers in space because China. We need AI because China. You know, we need to increase our defense budget by 15-20% because China. We just keep blaming China for everything that we're doing while we are the @1 defense spending nation on the goddamn planet. I am so sick. I like this shit makes me fucking queasy. By the way, does anybody know, because we talked about this a couple weeks ago, can anybody here name the person and or the company which we are proposing does the satellite defense system, the Golden Dome? Anybody?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
That's right. Elon fucking Musk and SpaceX, Starlink, which is a part of that company. Donald Trump and his allies have been suggesting that Elon should be the one to run the Golden Dome. Sounds like a great idea, right? You know, the guy whose brain is clogged with 30 different drugs at any given time. That guy. That's the plan. Great. The guy who genuinely seems to have some problem with all of humanity. Can't even get along with his fucking ex-wives, and we're gonna give him fucking space lasers. Now, Donald Trump had something to say, or really recently, to Canada specifically, about the Golden Dome. Prepare yourselves. Here's Forbes breaking news. Canada, hey, you want to be involved in the Golden Dome? You want to be protected by the Golden Dome? Well, guess what? We got some conditions, okay? Write these down.
Well, the U.S. president did not respond directly to today's throne speech, but did post this online after. On Truth Social, Trump wrote, Canada very much wants to be part of our fabulous Golden Dome system. It will cost 61 billion U.S. dollars, equivalent to more than 84 billion Canadian, if...
I told Canada, which very much wants to be a part of our fabulous Golden Dome system, that it will cost $61 billion if they want to remain a separate but unequal nation. I love how he had to put in that qualifier. And also, there's no need for a second comma. But unequal nation would be one sentence fragment. I don't know why nation gets its own... whatever. I'm going to ignore the grammar, the grammatical errors. But remain a but unequal nation, capital N nation, because that's what you do with that word, I think. But will cost all caps $0 if they want to become our cherished 51st state. They are considering the offer. Are they? Is Canada considering the offer? Really? Are you sure about that, Donald? Are you sure? Hold on. I gotta... Where's the response? I'm pretty sure... Yes, here it is. Here it is. Whoa. Hey, settle down.
Cherished first state. Trump ended with, they are considering the offer. Mark Carney's office was quick to respond, writing, the Prime Minister has been clear at every opportunity, including in his conversations with President Trump, that Canada is an independent, sovereign nation, and it will remain one.
Oh, there you go. Canada saying, go fuck yourself, Donald. We're not going to be the 51st state. I don't know why this guy keeps saying that over and over again. It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
And maybe he should stop. Just an idea. Maybe just to shut the fuck up.
How rude.
Oh boy, let's see. Okay, this is the last one. Oh, actually, this is not the last one, the Golden Dome. God damn it, I forgot I have 4 videos on this garbage. Alright, first let's go to the Ministry of Truth. Caroline Leavitt. The blonde liar-in-chief. The priestess of the Ministry of Truth. Here's Forbes breaking news once again. Alright, Carolyn. Look at this face on Carolyn right now. What is up with her? What's going on in this brain? Huh? Anybody?
On Golden Dome, the president put out this number of $61 billion. How did he arrive at that? Is that the number it will cost to protect Canada, and is it negotiable, or where did it come from?
I can certainly ask the president, and I can check in with our research team, and we'll get you the facts on that number. But the Golden Dome is certainly a significant investment in our nation's national security and homeland security to protect Americans, all of you in this room, from future threats.
Any readout on, have the Canadians been talking in good faith about paying to be in it? I know they've expressed some interest.
Well, the president has certainly expressed to the Canadians how we are essentially subsidizing their national defense. He brought it up in his meeting with their new leader here, and as you know, we'll be traveling to Canada next month for the G7, so I expect that topic of discussion to come up on that trip as well.
Okay. Caroline basically just puppeting the words of Donald Trump back to the press as if they don't have access to Truth Social. Thank you, Caroline. What would we do without you? Oh, God. Let's go to fucking Congress. To maybe the one guy who's most challenging Stephen Miller to both looking like Voldemort and or Nosferatu and or behaving like those two literary characters. Rick Scott.
As you know, we have our adversaries, Russia, China, Iran, are doing more and more in Latin America. Cuba's 90 miles away. We've got China. All of them are doing bad things down there. So can you just talk about the importance of homestead air?
Gross Ferrati. Well played, Grand Theft Autobot. Well played. This was a good. I needed this. Thank you. Thank you. I was getting starting to lose faith in humanity. You've restored it with that joke. Good job.
All of them are doing bad things down there. So can you just talk about the importance of Homestead Air Force Base and what you think the future of Homestead Air Force Base is?
Homestead, of course, has been...
I'm sorry, I forgot. We don't need this whole goddamn clip. I think it starts back up here? I could be wrong. I don't want to listen to this whole goddamn discussion.
Okay. So a couple things. When systems are compromised, is it harder to disable a large distributed satellite network?
Indications are that the more targets you have to disrupt or destroy in order to achieve a mission effect, the more resilient that architecture is.
Yeah, so if they were smaller, more distributed, that'd be better for us, right?
They'd be more resilient.
Yeah. So also we face a lot of procurement delays like we do, seems like everything in the military. Does that impact your ability to defend our country?
Yeah, the slower the capabilities are delivered to the warfighter, the less they can use them, obviously.
Do you think we need to do more public-private partnerships where we have private companies that are willing to invest their own capital and scale up quicker than what we're doing?
We've got tremendous efforts already.
The translation. Do you think Starlink should be running our missile defense system?
Trying to get as much IRAD, as much industry investment in R&D as possible to try to drop the technical risk associated with key platforms. So there is a tremendous amount of investment, but more is always better, I think, in this area.
Is it?
Are you using agencies like the Space Development Agency to work with commercial players who are ready to deliver quickly with the scale, speed, and innovation we need to stay ahead of our adversaries and maintain peace through strength?
Yes, sir. We got substantial investments, as I mentioned, in the commercial.
I love how Rick can just put on these placid,
peace through strength,
like weird fucking smiles, like when he's saying some of the most horrifying things, like, can we talk about how much peace we can achieve by spending a shit ton of money on the fucking defense budget that's already the biggest one on the fucking planet?
Yes, sir. We got substantial investments, as I mentioned, in the commercial sector to develop those technologies. The Space Development Agency's sole acquisition model, the strategy is about leveraging rapidly what commercial industry is producing in order to go fast to put capabilities in the hands of our warfighters.
So are you optimistic that we're going to be able to afford to put the satellite systems up, that we'll be able to make sure that China's not able to destroy our ability
Here we go.
Communicate or missile detection, any of these things?
Yeah,
all of this rhetoric around China is bad. We gotta stop. We gotta stop playing this fucking game. Every fucking video that we talk about, that we listen to, or at least it seems like 1 out of 2 videos that we watch has the words China in it, or Chinese, the Communist Party, or Communist China, and I am getting so sick of it. We're the big baddie on the goddamn planet, not China. And we gotta stop playing. We gotta stop pretending like we don't dwarf China's military capabilities right now. Rick's got his skeletal Pinocchio. I'm a real boy. How many? Oh boy. Alright, we got like an hour and a half left. We probably have more than an hour and a half left of content, but we're going to have to end the stream in an hour and a half, otherwise it's going to cut us off. It makes me very sad. Here, Kadirka. Let's go to the United Kingdom. What do you say? Let's talk about a racist police incident which occurred recently. Here's Channel 4 from 2 days ago. One person is calling for an investigation. Former inspector of police misconduct.
For me, it is the most derogatory, racist and misogynistic video that police officers have created here.
It was meant to be a humorous leaving video for a retired firearms officer. But the officer happened to be Irish, and the video's been the subject of an ongoing complaint.
It's those tropes of what the Irish community have been believed to be. Two firearms officers coming up to the door of this house, pretending they're Irish and that they want to dig up the drive.
He's the drive of the caravan with a potato. You know this. You like gangs like that?
And then it switches to them actually
Christ.
trying to smash into one of the vehicles as if they're criminals.
Rebecca Callum is a former firearms officer, a poster girl for West Midlands Police. Last year, she won more than £800,000 at a tribunal after exposing misogyny, discrimination and a predatory culture within the force. She believes the video, which contains scenes viewers may find offensive, is an example of that culture.
And then this is shocking. That officer, with his pants down, sitting on the toilet, defecating in an Irish accent with a spade and shovel.
Yeah.
With another officer completely naked with a little pinny on, doing the hoovering, turns around and penetrated up his rectum is a toothbrush.
West Midlands Police told us Ms. Callum.
Yeah, this seems incredibly racist, okay? They are hitting on every Irish trope that they can think of, and it's really gross. For fuck's sake.
Don't be creepy.
Now this woman is calling for a investigation into this racist video made by police officers in the UK, which I would say seems warranted. You know, it seems like the bare minimum. For the love of God. People wonder why the IRA is coming back. Okie dokie. Let's talk about one Tory idiot who's going around going viral for acting like a real turd in public. Here's Navarra Media from yesterday. Oh shit. Decipher with a sweet, sweet super chat. There can only be one Highlander. Thank you, Dee. Appreciate you, buddy. Very generous. Whoops. Take it away, Dahlia. I said, take it away.
Britain is broken, but don't worry. Shadow Secretary of State Robert Jenrick is on the case. Who could he possibly be going after, you ask? Is it the oil and gas executives making record profits whilst gouging our energy bills and destroying the planet? Or maybe it's the multi-billionaire tax avoiders squirreling their wealth away in offshore bank accounts. No?
That sounds
Well,
right.
surely it's the property developers turning high-rise flats into fire traps with cheap, flammable cladding.
That's checking out to
Not
me.
them either, you say?
Huh?
Well, then who is it? Who are the
what now?
villains Robert Jenrick is bravely trying to protect us from?
Excuse me, do you think it's all right not to pay? Seriously, why do you go back to the barrier and pay?
Jesus Christ.
Do you want to go back and pay like everybody
This
else? Do you think it's all right not to pay? Why don't you go back and pay?
idiot.
You can say off as much as you want, but everyone else has to pay. You're carrying a knife, you say? Nearly
Oh
1 in
my
25
God, this
people
guy
using
is-
London's public transport aren't paying for it. So there's 8 officers.
Oh my god, this guy is such a pest. Go find something else. Why is this your responsibility, dude? This guy's the former Shadow Chancellor of some... I can't remember what this dude's fucking deal was, but this is so fucking idiotic. Oh my god. This is one of the dumbest things. Just pestering people as they try and get on the tube, regardless of whether they paid or not. This is not your job. Okay, you know how I know that? Because you're wearing a goddamn plaid shirt right now. And doing a social media post. You're just... You've appointed yourself goddamn tube commissioner in chief.
Down there, but 1 minute away, that gate's wide open. It's also just annoying watching so many people break the law and get away with it. Or at least most of it. Right, should we go over here to these guys here? Excuse me, gents. Hello, hello. You're on camera, mate. You're banged to rights. Just step to the side. All right, thanks very much, guys. It's the same with phone theft, tool theft, shoplifting, drugs in town centres, weird Turkish barbers.
No, I take it back. It's not the shirt. It's the fact that the police just told him to fuck off.
Right.
That's actually the best.
All right, thanks very much, guys. It's the same
Like,
with
yeah,
bike theft.
thank
phone
you.
theft,
Get the
tool
fuck out of
theft,
here, weirdo.
Shoplifting, drugs in town centres, weird Turkish barber shops.
Oh, not the Turkish barber
all
shops.
chipping away at society.
Oh, the Turks are ruining Britain. God damn you, Turkey.
The state needs to reassert itself and go after lawbreakers.
Seriously. What a fucking loser.
That was the bizarre video.
Oh my God. Does he have nothing
that Robert
better to
Jenrick
do?
Posted
I don't understand.
today on X, formerly known as Twitter, in which he films himself confronting people dodging fares on the tube. So you
old
can all
is Robert
sleep
Jenrick?
peacefully tonight,
He's gotta
guys,
be in his
because
40s,
Jenrick's on the
right?
case. But in all seriousness, according to TfL,
That is a 40
3.4% of passengers.
That is a 43-year-old man running around the British underground, just bothering people because he has nothing better to do, and he's hoping to go viral over it, which he actually did succeed in doing. Which is just even worse, honestly. I wish we hadn't, or I don't think I was the first one. I mean, I'm way behind everybody else on this shit, but it's like, dude, come on.
Come on! Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Pay fares between April and December last year, which is actually down from the year before. Now, in a perfect world, would everyone pay their fair share? Sure. But 3.4% doesn't really seem like the sharp edge of a collapsing society to me. Now, Jenrick, of course, doesn't agree with me. Here he is on Times Radio.
And it feels to me it's also something bigger than just fare dodging. That's one example.
Oh.
Whether it's graffiti, whether it's people on public transport who are playing loud music instead of wearing headphones.
Oh, loud music on the tube. However, will society stay together? This guy's like broken windowsing right now. This guy's doing the broken windows. You know what I'm talking about? It's like, oh, we got it. Like the one that comes up in mind immediately. If you've seen The Walking Dead, he's pulling a Rick. He's pulling a Rick, right? Like he's going around just, you know, broken window. Gonna have to beat the shit out of this guy right now. Like basically, right? Like this is what he's doing. It is what a fucking turd. Get a life.
And trying to dominate the space. But there are numerous examples which suggest that the public realm, the places that we all share as society, are fraying right now. In fact, are being shredded.
I understand.
And they want to see the authorities, whoever they might be in that setting, step
the
up
underground
and take action.
apocalypse. What's happened in our society that's made this possible, acceptable? Whose failure is it? Because is it just about a failure of policing, or has something gone awry in people's approach to society?
Look, I subscribe to the broken windows theory of crime, where if you allow small things to happen with impunity, then that takes hold. You see more of that happening, and then those individuals feel as if they have license to do ever more serious offences. You've seen that, I think, in...
I love this comment from Kat. So he sounds underemployed. He does. Would you be shocked to hear that he's the Shadow Secretary of State for Justice of the Shadow Lord Chancellor since November 2024? One would think that that's a pretty involved job. Meanwhile, he's harassing people on the goddamn subway. I don't understand. There's nothing more important to do in all of Britain. Is that what we're to understand? There's no higher calling It's fucking so stupid. Jesus Christ. All right, we got to move on from this nonsense. Let's go to Zadeo. We're going to talk about speaking out about Gaza as a famous person relating to things like Miss Rachel and one British man who's recently been under fire for his empathy towards Palestinian children. That's right, you guessed it, Gary motherfucking Lineker.
Nobody actually thinks there was an anti-Semitic particle in Gary Lineker. This is all just manufactured.
This idea that if you speak out against a genocide and you're a children's entertainer or a football presenter, that is somehow political, right?
Well, it is the worst since McCarthyism.
What is going on with Keir Starmer?
You're a politician. You're giving vulnerable people a kicking, not these migrants. Just shows the dishonesty, doesn't it? Because who's just stripped benefits?
Honestly, I hate to do this.
Of disabled people.
I hate to do this.
Winning local elections.
I hate to do this, but I am going to speed this up to the Gary Lineker portion because it's the UK portion of the stream. And while I love Miss Rachel, you know, she's a beautiful person. Oh, actually, it's right here. Never mind. Okay, here we go. Gary Lineker. There we go. We're
I want to talk to you about a big story in the UK.
We're short on time right now, folks. You know the deal.
Good to see you again. I want to talk to you about a big story in the UK that is a global story as well, has global implications. And that is someone we both admired for the past year and a half because he stuck his head above the parapet, and that is Gary Lineker. I've actually admired him since I was a kid, and I've told him this. I had the opportunity to interview him last year. I was following him when he was an England striker, scoring goals in the 86 World Cup, the 1990 World Cup, winning the Golden Boot. He was a great player when I was a kid, and he became the face of BBC Sport. For nearly 30 years, he's presented Match of the Day. He used to present all sorts of footballing shows and games. What's happened to him, Owen?
Also, by the way, this is relevant. A really super lovely guy. I'm not saying this to suck up, but I actually say that because I think that's the root of his politics. He's got this kind of visceral, I guess, hatred of people, kids being killed. It's not like he's a radical. I'm not saying that. He was
very critical of Jeremy Corbyn, I think, back in the day.
He was. He's actually, if there is such a thing as a genuine liberal, he's a pretty good approximation of it. I mean, he's just stuck to a position of murdering lots of innocent people is a very bad thing to do, and as a result, illegal. The pro-genocide crew have decided that he's been in their crosshairs. Now, a bit of context. It all started because of an interview I did with Razi Gal, the Israeli-American associate professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies. I did an interview where this was back in November 2023, and he explained, as a specialist in Holocaust and Genocide Studies, why he believed this was a textbook genocide. And he just said it's worth 30 minutes of your time. He got monstered at the time in the Times, and people saying Jewish colleagues weren't comfortable being around him because he shared a video with a Jewish Israeli associate professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies talking from a scholarly perspective about why it was genocide. Anyway, what's happened this time after he's basically said a few things. He spoke on Zateo very eloquently about his position about the mass murder of innocent people by the Israeli state. In this particular case, he shared, again, Zateo creeps in again, words by Dana Booty, the brilliant Palestinian Canadian
on
lawyer.
my show, on Head to Head. In the Oxford Union a few years ago. So we bookend you and I, his controversial, it shouldn't be controversial, speaking out on Gaza. It was your interview with Raz Siegel that got him first in trouble after October the 7th, which he shared. And then he shared a clip, I should be clear to our viewers, he shared a clip from a show I do for Al Jazeera English called Head to Head with Diana Boutou, who is a Palestinian lawyer, negotiator. She's a Zateo contributor, where she explains why Zionism is a form of ethnic privilege. It privileges Jews over Palestinians. It's dispossessed Palestinians. Very, very, very sensible clip. You watch it for 2 minutes. She makes that case. Problem is someone had clipped this up and added a rat emoji to the clip, which, of course, does have connotations for a lot of people to anti-Semitic tropes about Jews in the 1930s and 20s in Germany and Europe of Jews as rats. Gary says he didn't see it. I believe him. Why would you see it if you look at it? It's like in the corner of this clip. People share stuff all the time on social media. The clip itself, as I say, is a valid clip. But that's what got him in trouble. He immediately deleted it. He apologized. But apparently this weekend will be his last at the BBC.
Well, he's standing now because of it. And let's be clear, nobody actually thinks there was an anti-Semitic particle in Gary Lineker. This is all just...
Yeah, it's not... Even the people who are drumming this up don't actually believe it. I feel like they're just trying to make an example of him having empathy for children, which is pretty gross, if you ask me. You need to do emotional support character? Okay. Okay. We got 100, huh? Alright, great job, everyone. The Century Club. Okay. I think that's Elon Ripley. Alright, we're going to move from Gary Lineker to talking about soccer. That's right. A tiny bit of fun news here from today. Of course, earlier on Saturday, if you didn't hear about it, the Champions League final happened in Munich. Here's France 24 English from 11 hours ago. I figured it'd be good to go from Gary Lineker to actually talking about the Champions League. It just made sense in my mind.
Let's begin by going to Munich and also the Parc de France, because I said we are just a couple of hours away now from a kickoff. 2 hours, 30 minutes. Fans already in the stadium, many more arriving, as you can see. A moment for the history books, not for Inter. They've won it 3 times. For PSG and their fans, well, right now all over Paris you can see shirts of supporters everywhere, but even more so, I imagine, in Munich. Let's go to Munich and then to the Parc de France. Let's start with James. Great to talk to you. What a place to be tonight. What's the atmosphere like there?
Well, Gavin, the atmosphere is slowly but surely building up. It has been actually since early on today. We've been just mingling with the fans from.
Yeah. You're boring. Where's this other part? Is it on the next one? I think I'm gonna. Oh wait, yeah. Hold on, we're gonna switch to this women's coverage. It's much better. Let's go.
Watch it here in Paris, the PSG Stadium, the Stade de France, where Selina Sykes is tonight. Selina, it's not free, is it? It's pay to get in, but it's clearly busy. It's what, 48,000 people there tonight?
One skinny ass kid.
That's right, Gavin. Obviously, only a very lucky few have managed to make it to Munich. So for PSG fans who are staying here in the French capital, this is the best ticket in town. As you said, 40,000 fans are expected this evening. That is almost a full stadium capacity. PSG who put out an extra 10,000 tickets here due to very popular demand. Lots of excitement here already, as you can imagine. A lot of PSG fans already gathering around the Parc de France with chants being sung and flares being thrown into the air. Doors don't open here until 7:30, but already a lot of fans around waiting for the anticipation for being allowed into the stadium. There'll be 4 giant screens on the pitch this evening for fans who will be in the stands to watch that Champions League final, that highly anticipated Champions League final. Obviously, after the heartbreak of 2020 when they lost in their first Champions League final against Bayern Munich, I would say fans that we've spoken to so far are pretty confident this time round. They feel that this is a very different side from the bling-bling we saw a few years ago. We now have a much younger side, as James mentioned, that Luis Enrique has built from scratch himself. A lot of fans saying that they feel that this is their time, second time round. And if I might just say, as a Chelsea fan myself, well, Munich is a good omen for teams who are attempting to win their first Champions League final a second time round. Chelsea did it back in 2012, also in Munich.
Have you spotted any Inter fans walking around Paris?
I would say, Gavin, that I have not spotted any Inter fans, a lot of French fans, but also we've come across a few international fans, a few British fans wearing PSG shirts here for the weekend for Roland Garros, which is obviously just around the corner. But no, I think it would be, shall we say, quite a risky bet to be parading around in an Inter Milan shirt here right now in Paris.
You're having the ideal day as a sports correspondent, aren't you? Haven't you been watching the Roland Garros as well before? Bring us up to date with what you've been going on the other side of Paris.
Hold on. I just want to get to this one part. Yeah, you hold on. Actually, we can keep playing. It's close.
That's right, Gavin. Obviously, it's sports galore here in Paris this weekend. There was obviously that highly anticipated match. There we go. See, the main event, obviously, Gavin, is the football, so maybe we'll just let the...
Photo bombed by 6 Frenchmen. Oh, there you go. Okay. Now, I don't have a video follow-up for this, unfortunately, because we've been doing so much. But I just figured we'd go here because the authorities in Paris had some concerns about what would happen if PSG won. They had concerns it could trigger violent riots because Paris really takes PSG very seriously. And in the past, they have absolutely perhaps celebrated a little too much.
Along the Champs-Elysees are taking precautions, boarding up windows and placing barricades in anticipation of possible unrest. The famous avenue is the traditional gathering place for Paris Saint-Germain fans.
The real fans were asked not to break anything because it's pointless.
Don't you do it.
It's a great victory. It deserves to be celebrated. There's no point in vandalism. So I think it'll go well. Everyone has been warned. I don't see why. To celebrate, to be happy, we would have to break things.
To keep everyone safe, more than 5,000 police officers will be deployed in...
It does seem it's almost like French tradition to break things in celebration sometimes. But, you know, but yeah, Paris is, France's government concerned about the implications of a PSG victory for the streets of Paris. I think the last time that they won something big, like, Paris was on fire for like 2 days straight. Okay, that's enough soccer stuff. I figured we just needed a break. That's why I stuck this in here, because of all of the horrors of the first 10 hours of this stream. I had a feeling we might want like a quick respite from the terrible rest of the stream. Here, Kinierke. Let's keep it moving. Oh god, we are on the last hour now. 11 minutes and 1 second. Oh, I mean 11 hours and 1 minute. Brain is broken. Okay. Let's go down to Africa. Where in Tunisia, authorities are cracking down on makeshift migrant camps, as Tunisia is, you know, on the Mediterranean, and many African migrants, what's the word? God damn it, why can't I think of the words right now? I'm just gonna play this, I can't think of words.
In this olive grove, nothing remains of the makeshift camp where close to 2,000 migrants were living. During the month of April, Tunisian authorities say they dismantled about a dozen camps like this one. We were given access to film this operation.
We've already evacuated nearly 9,000 people. Our approach is to combine security and humanitarian efforts, as the health conditions in these camps are problematic. There are pregnant women and children.
Oh!
Some of these...
Don't you get it? It's humanitarian to burn down migrant camps because there's pregnant women living in there. That makes perfect sense if you're a fucking idiot. It's better if they just don't exist, because it's a dirty camp. Just burn it down, says Tunisia.
Around for 2 years. Their dismantling is a response to complaints from locals. Around 40 lawsuits were filed by landowners who could no longer use their properties.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The migrants say they were warned about the operation in advance. In front of the cameras, everything goes peacefully.
The landowner asked us to leave. First he said we had 48 hours, but then he came back and said we only had 24 hours.
He says he doesn't know where to go.
rude.
He's already had to evacuate another camp.
He had to, don't you see?
Previously
He was
at Camp
forced to
35,
evacuate.
and
He was forced to call the cops and the fucking National Guard or whatever it is in Tunisia that's facilitating this goddamn atrocity. Don't you see? He had to. It was an imperative. That's why we're using the word had. Rather than, I don't know, something like decided.
they came there, they dismantled our camp several times. We resisted, but eventually, since I had my children and it was cold, it was winter at the time, the children were suffering. Because the only night we spent outside, I felt sick, and so did my children. I had to call my brother to send money. I had to spend it to help my children. It wasn't easy at all.
So this guy took what he had, what money he had, to try and, you know, make his way to this area in Tunisia in an attempt to cross. Hopeful for a better life. Spent his entire life savings, whatever that might have been. I can't imagine it was too much. And now they've burnt it all to the ground for the benefit of humanity. Don't you get it?
Come on!
Yeah, it's a little ridiculous that they're trying to justify this as some sort of necessity to oust these people from what clearly is land that wasn't being used, even though these property owners are complaining. Oh,
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
he just looked. I watched the whole thing. We can't watch the whole thing because I just got to keep moving. We are running out of fucking time. But I watched the whole thing. There was no sign that this land was being used for farming or any sort of productive shit. And maybe I'm, you know, maybe I'm working off of incomplete information. I'll grant you that. But from the videos that I saw, it just looked like a fucking shitty, like, I don't even know what to call it. It's not a glen. It's like a whatever. Once again, I can't think of words. This is what happens when I stream for 12 hours. My brain just stops working. Okay. Let's now go down to Congo. Well, it's not really the Congo anymore, as I guess it's debatable. What do we want to call Goma now, as it's now completely taken over by M23 rebels from Rwanda? I guess we'll call it Kagwanda. Let's go down to Kagwanda, where former president and general shitty guy, ex-president Kabila, who's been accused of human rights violations in the past, went to make an appearance in rebel-held Goma. Here's Reuters from yesterday.
Former Congolese President Joseph Kabila made his first public appearance on Thursday in rebel-held territory in the country's volatile east. Kabila, who has been out of the country since 2023, met with religious leaders at his residence near Goma, which was seized by Rwanda-backed M23 rebels earlier this year. He is wanted in Congo for alleged crimes against humanity, supporting the insurgency in the east, including a role in the massacre of civilians. Bishop of Goma, Joel Amurani, said Kabila's message in their meeting was a push for peace.
You can note that the former president of the republic called us to express his wish to see peace return to this eastern part first and throughout the entire national territory.
Peace has been returned by way of an ethnic cleansing.
His wish is that peace be restored, national cohesion.
National cohesion? What are you talking about? Peace and national cohesion in an area that just got recently taken over, people were forcibly displaced from, and are now being held by rebels accused of fucking all sorts of goddamn human rights atrocities. What a bunch of jokes.
Give me a joke.
It's a bunch of very funny jokes coming from this pastor. Here you go. Accused human rights violator Kabila went to meet with religious leaders in newly stolen land in the east of the DRC. They seem to be having a great time down there, celebrating their, atrocities. Okay. Let's talk about some more fucking atrocities, I'm afraid. Let's go to Israel. And talk about Israel's systemic use of Palestinian human shields.
Illegal.
Democracy Now! From Thursday.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to Gaza, where more evidence is coming to light about how Israel has systematically used Palestinians as human shields in violation of both international and Israeli law. That's the conclusion of a new investigation by the Associated Press based on interviews with Israeli soldiers and with Palestinians who said they were used as human shields to inspect buildings, tunnels, and other sites in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. The AP reports the Israeli soldiers said the practice was used in part to spare combat dogs from injury or death.
This is disgusting.
One Israeli sergeant admitted to using Palestinians as young as 16 years old as human shields.
That is fucking disgusting. It's like, rather than waste a good dog, let's grab a Palestinian. Jesus Christ. Are dogs really worth more than Palestinian lives? I mean, I love dogs as much as the text guy. Yeah, I really do love dogs, but holy shit. If you were to give me a choice, a trolley problem, if you will, between a dog and a human being, I wouldn't hesitate. And it's fucking wild. That is disgusting.
February, the news outlet 972 revealed how Israel used an 80-year-old man as a human shield. Troops tied an explosive cord around his neck, then forced him to search abandoned buildings. After he finished the mission, he was ordered to flee, but then another Israeli unit fatally shot him and his wife. Haaretz and the Red Cross have also documented Israel's use of human shields. The AP report is based in part on testimonies collected by Breaking the Silence, a group made up of former Israeli soldiers opposed to the Israeli occupation. The group's also released photos of Palestinians being used as human shields in Gaza. We're joined now by the group's executive director, Nadav Ayman. He's a former Israeli soldier joining us from Tel Aviv. Thanks so much for being with us. Tell us what information you collected, the Israeli soldiers you talked to, and how exactly they're using Palestinians as human shields.
Illegal.
So, Amy, I've got to say that from the beginning of this war, we got testimonies from soldiers that told us they were ordered by senior officers to grab Palestinians next to them and to use them as human shields, meaning that they were ordered to send Palestinians. Some of them were dressed up with IDF uniform, cameras on their head or on their chest, and then they were sent into tunnels and houses to check that there isn't any IEDs or explosive over there, so the soldier could enter safely or clear the area. And we got testimonies from different units, different times, and different places in the Gaza Strip, what shows, as you said, that it's widely spread, this protocol.
And Nadav, as far as you know, how long has this practice been in place?
Now, the first testimony that we have is from December 2023, meaning immediately after the ground invasion started. And the last testimony that we had is from the beginning of this year, beginning of 2025, just before the ceasefire. And it's something that the IDF is using more and more and more units and more areas throughout the war.
And to what extent are you aware of soldiers resisting these orders to use Palestinians as human shields?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Now, almost every soldier in the IDF learned about the fact that we used Palestinians as human shield during the Second Intifada. Back then, we called it the neighbor procedure. When you come to arrest a high-ranking Palestinian, or you know that he's armed, so you grab the next door neighbor and you told the neighbor, you knock on the door, not me. And maybe he will get shot. And if nobody shot him, then we told them, get inside the house, open all of the doors and open all of the lights. So we will be more safe. And that was banned by the Supreme Court in Israel in the end of the Second Intifada. So the reservists in the Israeli army grew up on that history, that we did something, it was bad, but it was banned, and that's it. And now they got a command that is exactly that, but I can say even worse, actually, right? Because it's dressing them up in IDF uniform. Some of the soldiers told us that it's maybe that they will be the target, so they will get shot. Now,
this is this is fucking insane. We keep getting told over and over again. I don't know how many times I've heard that Hamas uses human shields since the beginning of, since October 7th. But it must be 1,000 times I've heard someone rattle that one off. And here we have evidence, and we have more than this. I mean, we've seen with our own eyes evidence, right? Way back. I don't know if everybody remembers IDF soldiers strapping that young man onto the roof of their Humvee. Stuff like that has been going on this whole time, and it's even worse than I thought it was, because that was just an isolated incident. If what this guy is saying is true, and that IDF brigades, or whatever you want to call them, are moving through the strip with a subset of Palestinian prisoners that they're using as, well, I should stop saying prisoners, Palestinian fucking hostages that they're using as fucking human shields. We're being gaslit by the human shield users about Hamas's human shields. Meanwhile, I have seen zero video evidence of Hamas's supposed use of human shields. They just happen to live in one of the most densely packed places on the fucking planet. At least it used to be. So it's just a fucking excuse from Israel, while they do exactly what they gaslight us into thinking that Hamas is doing. I'm disgusted. I wish we had more time to watch that whole thing, because it's atrocious. I guess we could watch it and I'd just cut off the content somewhere down here. It's just gonna make me sad if I do. I feel like I promised you all the content. We're running out of time so fast. It's 11 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, we have less than 45 minutes left before I have to cut this thing off. I cannot delay. Just gonna keep it moving. But yeah, you can obviously watch that on Democracy Now! If you feel it necessary to punish yourself. Let's go to Associated Press from 2 days ago.
سمعنا في مساعدات عن تسارم على الهوية اليوم بتسلم.
You heard there was aid being distributed in the Nusrat. Oopsies.
سمعنا في
We
مساعدات
heard
عن
that there was
تسارم
aid
على
being
الهوية
distributed on
اليوم
the
بتسلم على
Netzarim based
الهوية.
on ID cards.
رحنا ما لقيناش.
We went there, but it wasn't actually
لا
being
بسلم
given
على
out
الهوية
that
ولا
way.
شيء.
Why is this happening?
حاطين الكاميرات على الأرض
Coupons were
والناس
scattered on the
نشوف.
ground and people were scrambling everywhere. By the way, this aid situation that we're talking about is being facilitated by the United States. So this is this is being done by the US government. Our tax dollars are paying for this fucking clusterfuck. No ID system for aid, just coupons scattered on the ground and people scrambling for food.
وزي ما رحنا زي ما
We
جينا ما
left
رحناش غير
empty-handed
بدون
just as we
خطأ.
came.
احنا
Oh, look.
رحنا بدنا
Just got a branch, sweet. Fucking hell. Let's go here to global news. From 2 days ago, Israel has now officially, the Knesset has approved 22 new illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank.
Illegal?
Reports of settler attacks on Palestinian villages like these have risen sharply since the start of the war in Gaza. This resident says Israeli troops looked on as Jewish settlers burned crops. Just days before, a group of settlers forced some residents of the village to leave. The Israelis had set up an outpost, a type of settlement not even formally recognized under Israeli law. But on Thursday, Israel approved 22 new settlements, including some existing outposts. Far-right Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich is a settler in the occupied West Bank and manages government planning on settlements. He called the move a once-in-a-generation decision. The next step, sovereignty, he said, repeating his desire that Israel not only prevent a Palestinian state, but annex the West Bank entirely. This one of the most significant proposed expansions in decades.
What we're seeing changing in the last couple of years is how everything is being acted out so openly and blatantly to destroy Palestinian people.
Settlements are widely regarded as illegal under international law.
Illegal?
Often facilitated by the demolition of Palestinian homes. Anti-settlement campaigners say other countries need to do more than just condemn.
Some of them are actually assisting and complicit in those Israeli actions.
Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas called the expansion a dangerous escalation. Redmond Shannon, Global News, London.
Yep, there's another humanitarian law violation from Israel. Every one of those settlements is against the rulings of the international bodies that look, over these things. It's fucking disgusting. Meanwhile, Donald Trump just continues to look the other way. The whole Trump administration has fuck all to say about that. They actually support it. They've got people, I mean, the whole goddamn administration is a bunch of pro-settlement Nazis. Now, the United States has proposed a ceasefire agreement. Let's go to PBS NewsHour to talk about that and how maybe Israel is responding to that proposal. I guess that's something. Let's find out.
Today, Israel said it accepted a new draft of a U.S. peace plan in Gaza, but Hamas so far has not provided an official reply. The deal would pause the war for 60 days, but not permanently end it as Hamas is demanding. Nick Schifrin is in New York now and joins us with more. So, Nick, what's in this proposal, and could it be accepted by both sides?
Well, Jeff, as you said, Israel has accepted this proposal, which would be a 60-day ceasefire of the war in Gaza. Hamas would release 5 living hostages the first day and 5 more living hostages after the first week. Hamas would also return the bodies of 18 dead Israeli hostages. In exchange...
I am so fucking sick of these. I'm so fucking sick of these. What is this, the third one that's actually, that would, I mean, there's been who knows how many suggested, but I am so sick of these temporary goddamn ceasefires. It is insane. It's fucked. It's gotta stop. We cannot have more of these just sort of stopgap measures so that Israel can get a few more hostages out of the territory before they go back to committing war crimes. There needs to be genuine pressure put on Israel to lay down its weapons like they're asking Hamas to do, to stop the genocide and maybe answer for those fucking war crimes that they've committed. Just an idea. All right, here was yesterday from CBS News. Hamas says that it is reviewing the Israeli-backed peace agreement proposal, whatever you call it. The genocidal delay pact.
Has confirmed this morning that it is reviewing the latest peace proposal backed by both the United States and Israel, but the group added it may not be enough for them to accept it in its current form. CBS News reporter Haley Ott is monitoring the situation for us from London. Haley, good to see you. So what else did the group say about whether it will accept this peace proposal, if there are any issues that they see? As you know, these negotiations oftentimes lead to moments where one side says, well, wait a second, I want to add something or I want to remove something. Are we to understand that Hamas is absolutely fine with this proposal that is backed by both the U.S. and Israel?
Not quite.
Hamas says it's reviewing this proposal and it's already raised some concerns. As you say, these deals are being worked out until they are signed, and we're very much in that moment right now. The concerns that Hamas has raised have to do with two of its main demands. One, that there be a permanent end to the war in Gaza, and the other, that there be the full withdrawal of Israeli troops. Nevertheless, a statement put out by Hamas this morning said that the situation was so grave in Gaza that Hamas was very seriously considering this deal because it would mean a 60-day ceasefire, and it would mean the flow, or more unrestricted or less restricted flow of aid into the Gaza Strip, which is so necessary for the population there at the moment.
Okay, that's all we needed, that one. But yeah, Hamas came back, as in all negotiations that have happened up to this point, with its own demands, just like Israel has over and over and over again. Okay, I'm starting to go delirious, people. I think I might need to switch to the after stream here very shortly. So I do apologize if I do that slightly sooner than expected. I mean, come on, we made it 11.5 hours. I think we did pretty good, right? I mean, that's not bad, right, chat? You're not gonna punish me for needing a little bit of sleep. All right, you know what? This is a good one to end it with. Let's go to a poll in Israel that will perhaps shock you. Here's the majority report from yesterday. God, I'm fucking tired. I know I'm allowed to sleep, that's true. But I did promise everyone in chat all the content. I feel like I'm already failing because I'm not giving you the full treatment for each of these videos now that we've sort of hit this time crunch of ours. So I don't know. I feel guilty. You know, the space Pams, they contributed to ensure the proliferation of the content. Ludicrous speed, go. We've been jammed.
Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen. Israel seems to be completely now. I mean, it's not like they had any type of restraint before, but they're being relentless, and it feels like now they have an unfettered lane, as it were, to do this ethnic cleansing. There was a poll that came out in Haaretz, I think overnight or yesterday, showing massive support for ethnic cleansing in Gaza amongst the Israeli population. Trump doesn't seem to be terribly concerned about this. There was a brief moment where it looked like that they had made some negotiations with maybe, the Saudis or maybe the UAE was like, you got to do more for Gaza, and it got him to say there should be more food to Gaza. And so the Israelis let in like half a dozen trucks woefully insufficient to keep kids from starving. 50.
Aw, thank you, Decipher. Ensure that you need to sleep when you need. I appreciate you. It's very thoughtful. Aww. Don't worry, that's what I'm doing. I'm pulling the cord here, people. Especially because I'm just looking at the list and I'm like, we're here on majority report. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's like, they still have like 30 videos to get, not quite, like 25 videos to get through. And I'm just like, that's too much. I can't do it.
That's too much, man!
So I'm pulling the majority ripcord, if you will. And this is our last one. I think it's a good one to end the stream on tonight. Don't worry, we'll watch what we've got from this stream on tomorrow's stream, or today's stream, the Sunday Funday stream. Do not fret, everyone. We will get all the content eventually, even if it kills me.
Night. The family that we've had on from time to time, who've started a bakery in Gaza and have started to attempt to do a kindergarten, they just lost 9, maybe 11 people in a drone attack last night.
We'll put a link to that fundraiser.
It was more.
That's
not the Dardu family.
No.
Oh, he means the one family, not. I see. I thought he meant the whole strip, because I think that in that attack, like, it was closer to like 100 people who died, but I think he's talking about just in one fucking family.
No, it is the Al Dagma family. They were killed east of Khan Yunis, and undoubtedly, children. I mean, it's just.
Yes, it's ramping up, and this week, and I have it as my pinned tweet right now. This comment from Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, which is just truly extraordinary. I can read his quote. He says, "The IDF is finally conducting a campaign against the civilian rule of Hamas and not just focusing on the military infrastructure. We are eliminating ministers, officials, money changers, and elements of the economic and governmental system," unquote. And the Gaza Ministry of Health just announced that 12 ICU nurses were assassinated this week, some in targeted strikes on their homes with their families. So the attacks on journalists and medical professionals have ramped up, and so Smotrich is saying that it is now official Israeli policy that they're targeting civilians and the entire civilian infrastructure.
And there's no, where is the Arab leadership? I mean, there seems to be no pushback. There seems to be, short of like France and
not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Short of Yemen, no one. There doesn't seem to be any entities, sovereign entities, that are saying stop or slow or anything.
Right. Yeah, even the Qataris, they made a lot of private comments to Trump and Witkoff, but MBS sitting next to him, MBZ sitting next to him, the Emir of Qatar sitting next to him, and having the cameras on them. None of them said a word.
I mean,
we had David Hurst of Middle East Eye on yesterday,
that's not
and he wrote a piece
true.
kind of talking a little bit about.
I don't mean to. I mean, I don't generally disagree with Ryan Grimm, but we listened to it. I mean, well, I wouldn't quite call it pushback, and I don't know if that's the contention here. And I'm getting really tired, so maybe I'm missing something here. But the Qatari, who was it that said it? I think it was the person just referenced. There was, at least at the press briefing that was done, there was like a very brief statement made about the necessity for peace in Gaza, but it was pretty milquetoast, I guess you might call it.
Off
awful, awful, awful. Weak.
But I wouldn't say 100% none. There was like, I don't know, 20 words said about Gaza. We listened to the whole thing on stream. That's why I remember it.
The lack of support from Arab leaders in the region, and this is what we kind of suspected was likely to happen with Donald Trump. Yeah, maybe talking to people that the Biden administration was unwilling to do, but he's talking to them so he can get cold hard cash in his hands. And Hurst made this point. This is a second generation of leaders in this region that are more removed from Oslo and more removed from the negotiation process of the 90s. And they are the kids of those people, and they just care about getting rich, right? So like we've also, the United States via our funding these undemocratic leaders in the region, we have succeeded in removing them from the will of the civilian populations that they rule over. And so they're very much like Trump, right? Trump is a lot more like those guys than he is even a Benjamin Netanyahu or a Republican back here, because they just care about getting wealthy via being in power.
Well, Netanyahu's not unlike them either.
Sure.
Sure. But yeah, we just don't cover that element of it much in the Western press. But yeah, Netanyahu's
He's
facing his own
theoretically more constrained by popular opinion in Israel. But now we see where popular opinion in Israel is. And, 70-80% of the Israeli population now, saying forced displacement and ethnic cleansing. I mean, however they phrase it.
But if you poll the population, they'll also say that if there's a deal to end the war and release all the hostages, they'll take that too. So it's a kind of schizophrenic situation.
But the thing is, like, how is there no awareness in Israel that the Hamas has offered that
right
deal
there, take it.
multiple occasions?
Yeah, for a year now.
It's
because
because
in May.
we're living in a media bubble. That's why.
Yeah, but then I question sometimes, like, in polling, it's just people aren't always honest, right? I mean, there's you'll sometimes a pollster will say
contradicting themselves here.
What motivated you to vote for Trump or something, and sometimes people will just say the economy because it sounds smart. Although in this election, I definitely think the economy was the #1 issue, but. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that Netanyahu, he's more like Dick Cheney. Just the financial interests, I think, of Trump here are there was hope that potentially this could open up a door, but right now the Palestinians are just being forgotten because everybody's more focused on getting rich right now.
Yeah, they're being forgotten by a lot of people, but I actually want to watch this next one just because of I forgot what this one was about, and I put this next video in here on purpose because I found this next thing to be utterly shocking. This is not what I was expecting to see, this next video that we're about to watch. And yes, I know I said that was the last one, and that was a lie. This is the last one. By the way, great job for making it through the stream, everyone. God. But I want to go to Israel. Not literally, but I would like us to go to Israel and watch this one video from DW News. This might shock everyone here. And I mean, I was personally shocked when I saw this goddamn story. But there was a protest in Israel yesterday. And by yesterday, I do believe I mean Thursday at this point. But I am a little tired. Wait, Friday? No, Friday. Friday? I don't know. My brain's broken. But I think it was on the night that the Majority Report did this stream. Let's go here. I was genuinely blown away by this. I expect some people will be too. But Israel is some Israelis, not a lot of them. But well, actually not a lot. There was a pretty sizable protest of people. And this protest was intended to draw attention to the children in Gaza.
Anti-government protests have been gaining momentum in Israel, especially since the renewal of military operations in Gaza. Thousands of Israelis, including families of hostages, veterans and left-wing activists, have been taking to the streets over Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war and demand a political solution. Protesters say the government has no clear endgame in Gaza, while the continued bombardment is costing lives of both Palestinians and Israelis, with no path to peace in sight. Well, instead of the typical photos of Israeli hostages, which you see all over Israel, some demonstrators hold up posters of dead Palestinian children.
When I saw this, I was utterly floored. I was utterly fucking floored. Mostly because the United States is currently, I mean, for so many reasons. I mean, because it's been 19 months and we haven't heard a peep about Gazan children from Israelis. Well, not all Israelis, but the vast majority of Israelis have shown zero remorse for Palestinians or children or whatever asides, you know. But right now, I feel like doing something like this in the United States will get you fucking deported.
Well, instead of the typical photos of Israeli hostages, which you see all over Israel, some demonstrators hold up posters of dead Palestinian children. These silent protests are growing exponentially, but have also received backlash. I'm joined now by activist Danielle Cantor, who is a co-organizer of those protests. What's so wrong about what you're doing in the eyes of some Israelis, Danielle?
I think we all know.
Hi. I think Israelis kind of view it as treason. I think a lot of the time they're set in this narrative of either or, and are kind of, you know, they have this armor that's protecting them from seeing reality how it is, along with the media blockage of any information of what's going on in Gaza and what the Israeli military and government are perpetuating in Gaza. I think for a while, people kind of have this like armor of whataboutism, armor of victimhood, and you know, this armor of identity politics, keeping them from seeing the full picture. And we kind of, we started this to kind of try and dismantle that and to bring the voice of, to bring our solidarity with the people of Gaza into these protests, into these anti-war, anti-government protests, because, you know, it's, empathy is not empathy if it's selective, you know, and there's a people suffering much more, you know, than we are at the moment, and basically, that's what people could be.
What do you do at these protests then, besides standing there silently and holding up these pictures?
Okay, we don't need this whole thing, mostly because I'm losing it over here. We'll probably watch more of this tomorrow. I was, like I said, just completely shocked to see this happen. Pleasantly surprised, although the crowd's not quite as big as I would like it to be showing. You know, I just felt like it was something. I can't think of words right now because I'm basically dead inside. But good God, I honestly thought it was gonna another one of those Onion articles. I was like, wait, is the Onion fucking gaslighting me again? No, it's reality. Are you sure?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, it would appear that we've gotten through another stream, chat. It was quite long and incredibly difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Oh, fuck. Don't do that. There we go. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mawanoab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Selena, This is Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Daredevil, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Alright, we're gonna have an incredibly short, super secret, late night after hours galactic chill stream. I just need some ones in chat to engage it. Oh, there's some ones. That was a long one, people. I gotta end this right on the dot, otherwise we're gonna lose content. So let's just go with this one. Double the cats, double your fun. Wrigley's double mint gum, something like that. Press play. Please, for the love of God, and all things holy. Oh, you bastard. Don't you dare play me like that. Thank you, BCat, for linking all of the links over there. Your modding does not go unnoticed. Truly appreciated. My soul leave my body. Oh, that helped. Okay. Send messages through Cash App like Super Chats. You can send messages to me through Cash App like Super Chats. I don't think you can. I mean, I don't think there's any way for me to put it on screen though. But yes, you can. Also, I think PayPal lets you do it too, if I'm not mistaken. I think they both let you do it.